necessary, in part because of the public health disaster caused by COVID-19. This meeting is also being conducted in person as well as by video conference. We will now have a roll call to establish quorum. Will the aldermen please make sure that they are seated near a microphone, and those of you who are appearing virtually, that you are unmuted as the clerk calls your name. Please proceed, Mr.
Alderman Laspada is present. Alderman Hopkins.
Present remote.
Alderman Hopkins is present. Alderman Dowell.
Alderman Dowell here.
Alderman Dowell is present. Alderman King. Alderman Hairston.
Alderman Hairston is present.
Alderman Hairston is present. Alderman Sawyer.
Here.
Alderman Sawyer is present. Alderman Mitchell.
Present.
Alderman Mitchell is present. Alderman Harris.
Here.
Alderman Harris is present. Alderman Beal.
Yep.
Alderman Beal is present. Alderman Sidlowski Garza.
Present.
Alderman Sidlowski Garza is present. Alderman Thompson.
Here.
Alderman Thompson is present. Alderman Cardenas.
Present.
Alderman Cardenas is present. Alderman Quinn.
Here.
Alderman Quinn is present. Alderman Burke.
Here.
Alderman Burke is present. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez is present. Alderman Coleman.
Just want to make sure.
Alderman Coleman is present. Alderman Moore.
Present.
Alderman Moore is present. Alderman Curtis. Alderman O'Shea.
Here.
Alderman O'Shea is present. Alderman Taylor.
Here.
Alderman Taylor is present. Alderman Brookins. Alderman Brookins is present. Alderman Rodriguez.
I'm here.
Alderman Rodriguez is present. Alderman Tabares. Alderman Tabares is present. Alderman Scott. Alderman Scott is present. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Present.
Alderman Cicho Lopez is present. Alderman Maldonado. Alderman Burnett.
Present.
Alderman Burnett is present. Alderman Irvin.
Alderman Irvin is live.
Alderman Irvin is present. Alderman Telefiero.
Present.
Alderman Telefiero is present. Alderman Raboyes.
Present.
Alderman Raboyes is present. Alderman Cardona.
Present.
Alderman Cardona is present. Alderman Wagaspack.
Present.
Alderman Wagaspack is present. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Presente.
Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez is present. Alderman Austin. Alderman Ramirez-Rosa.
Present.
Alderman Ramirez-Rosa is present. Alderman Villegas.
Present.
Alderman Villegas is present. Alderman Mitz.
Present.
Alderman Mitz is present. Alderman Spizzato.
Nick Spizato's here.
Alderman Spizzato is present. Alderman Nugent.
Present.
Alderman Nugent is present. Alderman Vasquez.
Present.
Alderman Vasquez is present. Alderman Napolitano.
Present.
Alderman Napolitano is present. Alderman Riley.
Present.
Alderman Riley is present. Alderman Smith. Alderman Smith is present. Alderman Tunney.
Present.
Alderman Tunney is present. Alderman Gardner.
Present.
Alderman Gardner is present. Alderman Kappelman.
Present.
Alderman Kappelman is present. Alderman Martin.
Present.
Alderman Martin is present. Alderman Osterman.
Present.
Alderman Osterman is present. Alderman Haddon.
Present.
Alderman Haddon is present. Alderman Silverstein.
Present.
Alderman Silverstein is present.
Alderman King is present.
Alderman King is present.
We have 47 members present. We have a quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing for the prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The invocation will be delivered by Pastor P. Devin Brown from St. Mark United Methodist Church of Chicago. Pastor Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Please be in an attitude of prayer with me. Let us pray. Lord, we gather this morning in our disparate locations with a common objective of building your reign on earth as it is in heaven. We seek to be good stewards of creation in general and of this city named Chicago in particular. So we invite you to be with us as we consider issues facing this wonderful metropolis. I pray for those persons who have been called by the citizenry of Chicago to lead this city. Oh God, please give our council and our mayor the wisdom to make right decisions. If you would, Lord, give them the persistence to effectively bring those decisions into fruition. Protect them from harm, and God, help them to carry out their mission in a manner that exemplifies your commandment to love you, others, and even one another as they love themselves. God, if you would, move each resident and every entity in Chicago toward promoting peace and prosperity to the detriment of pain and poverty. Push us beyond praying on our knees to service on our feet that helps those in need, redeems those who do wrong, and affirms those who seek to live righteously. In the midst of our beautiful diversity, God, help us become one in love. Now, Lord, if you would, let this meeting be such that when it adjourns, your land named Chicago will more resemble a land named Eden. I pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin the public comment. Mr. Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for aldermanic review. Our first speaker is Kimball Ladion.
Good morning, Mayor Lightfoot and the council members and everybody else. I hope Superintendent Brown. I'm a physician and a scientist, have a program called Safe Haven. I've reached out to you, Mayor Lightfoot, on multiple occasions to discuss the programs. Safe Haven is a community-based prevention-oriented programs aimed at breaking cycles of gangs, drugs, joblessness, that saves lives and tax dollars in the process. To the extent that we actually enforce the laws we have, in other words, catch and sentence versus catch and release, we can go a great length towards avoiding crime in a positive win-win way. Part of Safe Haven is something called a community service corps, like FDR, CCC, and WPA. So anybody, for instance, coming out of probation and parole would have a job in the public or the private sector. We would know where they are. We would know what they were doing. We would know they're not using alcohol or drugs. We would know that they're not committing crime. And we could go a long way again to preventing these problems. If the only things that come out of this meeting today is you, Mayor Lightfoot, and the council saying we are going to, for the July 4th weekend, actually enforce the laws and mean it. And then have Kim Fox and Chief Judge Tim Evans say, we will make sure that anybody who does violate the law isn't just arrested, but for instance, has community service. They don't have to go to jail. They simply have to break the cycle. So we want to stop the crime, and that's how you do it. Countries like China have a recidivism rate of 5%. We have recidivism rate of over 67% in 3 years. It's not only unacceptable, it's not good for anyone. There was a very, very important young lady who said, there is no higher calling than restoring peace and safety in our neighborhoods. I certainly hope she meant that. That was you, Mayor Lightfoot, in your inaugural, and we can do just that if we all work together. And that's what I would encourage you. I would encourage you to meet with me, as you said you would on 5 occasions, and we can actually break these cycles once and for all in a positive win-win way, including cutting crime and drugs over 50% in the first year just by enforcing the laws and making sure that folks on probation and parole actually are involved in some productive activities, not just going right back to the same lifestyle. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Ladion, for your comments. Our next speaker is George Blakemore.
Institutional racism. Police Superintendent Brown, Police Department have always been a cesspool. We need to have a joint city council with all the different departments here. Because when Black people not receiving goods, service, jobs, and contracts, you know, in a poor area, neighborhood, they have high crime. But in a rich neighborhood and middle class, the crime is not high. So reading in the paper by Carrie Austin, I've said this over and over again and about a birth. I said all of you all are criminals. You just haven't been caught, and you may never be caught. This is a cesspool here. The Black ones, the Hispanic ones, the white ones, all of you. It is a culture of corruption here with this democratic machine. When you know better, you do better. The people should be lining up here, speaking in this mic. Policemen, it's not your problem alone. Black people, you remember who you are and where you came from. This flag here brought you here as slaves and enslaved you. The old British flag and the American flag and 4th of July. Well, that doesn't apply to us. We are enemy number one to these white people and these Aunt Mama Black people. We are enemy number one. When you know better, you do better. I show up to be seen, to be heard, and to sit down, and the ancestors appreciate me. They appreciate me. They sent me to call all of you out. All of you should be indicted for what have transpired in the Black ghetto. New York have more people, but this crime is not like Chicago, and we got 20, we got 50 ultimates. They have about 25, and they're not gonna have all this shooting. It is a culture of institutional racism right here, right here. All of you are responsible for not having.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore, for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Stephen Heady.
Thank you. First, I do want to express my appreciation to the council and Mayor Lightfoot for the opportunity to speak. Also to all the public servants in attendance, thank you to you as well. Takes a lot to serve the public. It does take a lot of your time, and it is a thankless pursuit, and so definitely must give everyone here credit for your dedication to pursue the public good of our city. Now, to the topic at hand, I would like to say every Chicagoan is concerned when they hear about spikes in crimes, be it gun violence, carjackings, or any violent crime whatsoever. Every Chicagoan is also concerned about the safety of our neighborhoods, and every Chicagoan is concerned about the safety of their families, their friends, and their neighbors. I think on all these points, I passionately believe we all agree. However, I think there's very legitimate questions as to how do we protect our fellow citizens and address the concerns that are being raised. That is a really worthy debate. Are all public officials accountable to elected? Are all public officials accountable to elected representatives and their constituents? Of course. However, today's meeting is not about public safety, nor is it about the performance of David Brown in his role as police superintendent. It's hard to not see this as political gamemanship. Frankly, the resolution, as I read it, and is under consideration, is an embarrassment. It cherry picks statistics, omits relevant facts, and ignores 2 decades of remarkable progress in the reduction of violent crime in our city. If this was submitted to me when I was a grad student, as a TA, I would have to say that at best it would earn a D- for its lack of support and thoughtfulness in what has been presented. Facts do matter. As multiple publications have pointed out, including the Sun-Times and New York Times, violent crime, including all violent crime, not just a couple, has decreased so far in 2021. Our city has experienced an increase in gun violence and shootings. Yes, that is absolutely true. But this is not suddenly a new issue, nor is it fair to focus only on 1 or 2 crime metrics to allege a.
Thank you, Mr. Heady, for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Alan Juris.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address this council. I've been a resident of this great city for just over 30 years, and I have to say, I've never felt more ashamed or concerned about our future than I am right now. The 2019 election of Mayor Lightfoot came as a breath of fresh air to this city, while the national stage continued to get crazier by the minute. Little did any of us know our world was soon to be turned upside down by a pandemic simply not known to our country in these modern times. When I think about how Mayor Lightfoot bravely and intelligently led us through those dark times, I stand in awe. A lesser person would have turned tail and run while pointing and blaming others. But not Lori. Lives were saved through her efforts and collaboration with those that follow the science. I'm sick of hearing about the horrible violence in the city, as if it is something new. No, it is not new. What is new is the rampant bickering, a petty demand for an apology, and finger pointing, as if one person could conceivably be the cause, or for that matter, the solution. The former president made it okay to be stupid and mean to one another. Today, you are the greatest, and tomorrow, you are worthless and must be shunned and blamed. Let's break that precedent and be the good people I know we are in this city. I don't have an answer for you, but I bring this humble request. Stop acting like a bunch of playground bullies and get busy working with our elected leader to rebuild a better Chicago for all of us. Our mayor has proven to be capable of bringing the right people together to surmount any challenge, no matter how great or small. I beg you, don't be foolish. Take advantage of her endless wisdom and talents by working together, as each of you have been elected to do so. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Juris, for your comments. Our next speaker is Jackie M. Thompson.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I am Chicago born and raised. I returned after college to start a business. Along the way, I relocated to Indianapolis with my husband and then returned to Chicago in 2006 to raise our family here. Having grown up in the 70s, I witnessed firsthand what the machine was and consequently did to Chicago. The backdoor deals, the corruption, and the bullying by those in power. When we returned home, I was thrilled to see that some of that had changed. After a few years back home, I realized not so much. But then in 2019, we elected Mayor Roy Lightfoot to office by a resounding margin. I looked forward to the exciting changes ahead from a professional who knew her business and our business more so than any typical Chicago politician. I am so proud of how Mayor Lightfoot has led us through this pandemic in a way unseen by every other city our size. And yet, even after this Herculean feat, made more complex by the outcrop of violence brought on in response to a once-in-a-lifetime situation, coupled with systemic racism and shoddy national leadership, our beautiful city is inching its way back to a new sense of normal. Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot, for your leadership. However, as far as the city council goes, are we running a Back to the Future showing? Ed Burke, while he awaits trial and his new brand of cronies, what, Ed Verdoliak couldn't make a cameo appearance here? Once again, are trying to take over and assert power to drag this new regime into the slime of the 20th century. And this time, this group of high crime bullies have a new team of wannabes, aldermen and alderwomen who are hanging their hats on crucial issues such as Andre Vasquez's sponsorship and time spent on renaming his high and mighty position to alder. Really? Is that where we want to spend our time, or is it simply another ploy to derail the change that Mayor Lightfoot is bringing? As a resident in Vasquez's ward, I know I have reached out to him and his staff over a dozen times by phone, email, and social media, only to get blocked by him because of bringing up the horrible conditions of our paths and streets and sidewalks in our ward, where I've witnessed numerous spills. His response, not my problem, call someone else. How about even opening the alder office he coveted so much in person? Perhaps if there was less time spent grandstanding and more time aldering, our area would be in better shape. Much like our city council, are we really reverting back to the days of Harold Washington when the only move made was to block progress? We all know that politics can derail the best laid plans with minutia, such as quickly called council meetings, interruptions, and arguments, all in the name of trying to out-mayor the mayor and bring us back down to Chicago politics as usual.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Ephraim Martin.
To the Honorable Mayor, Lightfoot, and members of the City Council, good morning. I'm Ephraim Martin, Chairman of the Black U.S. Mother Coalition and Martins International. Today, I stop by on behalf of the Black U.S. Mother Coalition, which is powered by Martins International, to say thanks to this Honorable City Council for your historic action last week, renaming the Outer Lakeshore Drive to Jean-Baptiste Point de Sable Drive. This will go down in history as one of the biggest achievements for Chicago and the City Council in more than 100 years. Our sincere thanks to the sponsors of the ordinance, Alderpersons David Moore and Sophia King, and to all of you who voted yes to make it happen. We do not know how to say thanks to the closer of the deal, Alderman Carlos Rosa, whose presentation had so many people crying. Even in my booth, the booth I was in upstairs, I just couldn't hold back the tears. Mayor Lightfoot, you must be given credit for your work, for brokering the compromise, compromising the deal on the ordinance to take it to the floor and to make it possible. So today we can say we are driving on Jean-Baptiste Point de Sable Lakeshore Drive. All council members were given special invitation to the Black U.S. Mother Coalition Victory and Unity Rally that include a motor caravan to travel the full route of the Sable Lakeshore Drive. The gathering lineup of vehicles starts tomorrow at noon at Jackson Boulevard and Columbus Drive. For those of you who will be able to participate, please check your email and let us know before 3 today. We trust that this celebration can serve to bring unity and oneness between all of us. Some of you are requested to say a few words, so in reply, please confirm you'll be able to do so. Democracy was at work last Friday, when 33 of you voted yes and 15 noes. For the most part, ordinances proposed in politics will see some for and others against. But that does not mean those are the ones who are against our enemies. It is called democracy at work, that's all. The win for the Saba Lakeshore Drive is a win for all of you, every single one of you. In history, it will be said, the Chicago City Council of 2021 have changed systemic racism used against the founder for centuries by renaming LSD to Jean Baptiste du Point de Sables Drive. Lakeshore Drive, I should mention. Chicago is on the road for a better.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your comments. However, your time has expired. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
This concludes the public comment period. Mr. Clerk, please read the call of today's special meeting.
The following call for a special meeting of the City Council was filed in my office on Wednesday, June 30th, 2021 at 10:52 a.m. Clerk Valencia, we, the undersigned members of the City Council of the City of Chicago, do hereby call a special meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago to be convened on Friday, July 2nd, 2021 at 10 a.m. Because an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent due to COVID-19 restrictions, the meeting shall take place by video conference. It shall provide for remote participation and remote viewing by members of the public. The special meeting is for the following purposes and no other purpose whatsoever: to receive as the Committee of the Whole reports from David Brown, Chicago Police Department Superintendent, regarding the Chicago Police Department's policies and efforts designed at increasing the safety of all Chicagoans this summer, and for the immediate consideration of subsequent vote on a resolution of no confidence, R 2021-218 of Chicago Police Superintendent David Brown should be failed to appear and present before the body. We must inform the residents of Chicago that its leaders are doing everything possible to create safe neighborhoods. We feel this open and public forum in the absence of customary committee hearings is the best avenue to accomplish that goal. Respectively, electronically signed, following Alderman: Brian Hopkins, Roderick Sawyer, Anthony Beal, Susan Zalewski Garza, Marty Quinn, Edward Burke, Raymond Lopez, David Moore, Matt O'Shea, Jeanette Taylor, Savannah Tabares, Michael Scott, Byron Tito Lopez, Felix Cardona, Gilbert Villegas, Samantha Nugent, Andre Vasquez, Anthony Napolitano, and Brendan Riley.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of order. I just wish to be clear on what we can consider in this meeting. The call for the special meeting states that the meeting is for the stated purposes the clerk just read and no other purposes whatsoever. Furthermore, section 2-8-010 of the municipal code provides that every such call for a special meeting shall specify the purpose or purposes for which any such special meeting is called, and the business at such special meeting shall be limited to such specified purpose or purposes. Finally, Attorney General guidance under the Open Meetings Act states that discussion on matters at a special meeting is limited to the agenda for that meeting. So I wish to confirm that under governing law, the business of this meeting is limited to receiving information from Superintendent Brown.
That is my understanding, Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to suspend the rules to convene as a committee of the whole with the mayor presiding.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Further, I wish to ask that Alderman Ray Lopez be acknowledged for a motion to withdraw item 2.
The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. In light of the superintendent's appearance today, I move to remove item B from today's agenda.
So noted on the record.
Thank you.
The agenda of the special meeting calls for a report by the Superintendent of Police. The superintendent is here today to address the department's policies and efforts designed to increase safety this summer. After the superintendent's presentation, we will have questions from members of the body. And I'll remind members that under Rule 10, those questions are limited to 10 minutes each, so that everyone has the opportunity and time to ask any questions. Superintendent, thank you for being present here today. The floor is yours. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Madam President, I request the body give the superintendent the rights to the podium during this meeting.
I think the superintendent is fine there, but if you're asking for the body to give privileges to the superintendent to speak today,
No, to speak from the podium.
I think it's your preference, Superintendent. But since you raised it, I think the body needs to respond. Chair recognizes Alderman Harris.
Will we have to reset the clerk's office and ask them to relocate? Because he would need his whole team to be there.
Right. I think for convenience sake, unless there's some objection to Alderman Beal, he has a microphone. His team is here. They're going to be part of the presentation.
Madam President, I'm not trying to be difficult. However, we normally have people that present to this body during committee meetings are in front of us and not from the gallery. That is typical.
Let me give the clerk's office a chance to vacate the premises so that we can accommodate the members of the superintendent's team who are here.
I will have opening comments, and then I'll have Chief McDermott, Chief of Patrol, brief the summer plan, and then I'll have First Deputy Superintendent Eric Carter brief the 4th of July plan. For officer safety reasons, we will be restricted from specific information regarding how many officers are deployed, where in the city, due to the dynamic nature of our intelligence, due to the officer safety reasons. As I mentioned, we don't want to divulge specific numbers or specific deployments, but we will go into great detail of all of our plans, both for the summer and for the 4th of July. And we are here to brief you on our whole of government approach to our summer plan, as well as I mentioned, the 4th of July plan. As a note, we briefed our summer plan back in April of this year to this body, as well as various briefings before the press each Monday, in CAPS and beat meetings, and our area deputy chiefs and commanders were directed to brief you as well and to provide you updates on our plans. In addition, I have weekly calls with each of you to address your concern and to provide updates on our plans. As you all know, the 4th of July weekend is predictably our most challenging weekend of the year. This year is no exception. This briefing before you today comes at a cost of critical scheduled time for our leadership team to discuss deployment decisions that we are all foregoing to ensure you have this information once again. About 12 miles from here, two precious children are fighting for their lives at Comer's Children's Hospital. A 1-month-old was shot in the head when 3 individuals, one armed with an assault rifle, a weapon of war, jumped out of his vehicle last night and started firing indiscriminately in every direction. Hours earlier, a 9-year-old was struck in the head by gunfire, apparently caught in a gang crossfire. Many of you are asking this question: why is this happening? What are our plans? And why isn't it stopping this from happening? I can assure you, the Chicago Police Department is doing its part in historically unprecedented ways. So far this year, Chicago police officers have recovered and taken off the streets of Chicago nearly 6,000 guns, on pace to record a historically unprecedented 12,000 guns this year. 240 of those 6,000 guns recovered so far this year were assault weapons, those weapons of war I just mentioned. Since the January 1st of 2020, Chicago police officers have recovered 17,000 guns, 11,300 last year and 6,000 this year. Each gun recovery is a potential deadly force encounter for our officers. Chicago police officers have been shot at or shot 31 times this year, after being shot at or shot an historically unprecedented 79 times in 2020. It was a 500% increase in officers shot at or shot in the city. This is happening because there is too much advocacy for violent offenders and too little consequences for the behavior in the courts. There is an explosion of violent offenders being released back into our communities. According to the Chicago Tribune, as of May 17th of 2021, there are 94 people on electronic monitoring charged with murder. 4 years ago, there were 31 people charged with murder on electronic monitoring. As of May of this year, according to the Chicago Tribune, there are now 261 people on electronic monitoring charged with habitual criminal behavior. 4 years ago, that was 15 people. According to the Chicago Tribune, there are 534 people on electronic monitoring charged with felons in possession of weapons. 4 years ago, there were 89 people charged with felony possession of weapons on electronic monitoring. According to the Chicago Tribune, there are 535 people on electronic monitoring charged with charged with vehicular hijacking. 4 years ago, there were 6 people on electronic monitoring charged with vehicular hijacking. There are also 53 people on electronic monitoring charged with domestic battery. 4 years ago, there were 13 people. There is an explosion of people, violent offenders, released back into our communities on electronic monitoring. On June 21st of this year, offender D'Amico Johnson shot and killed his girlfriend and then turned the gun on himself and killed himself. He was on electronic monitoring when this occurred. Damon Gowdy was out on bond for 4 separate felony cases. He was one of the 2 shooters charged with murder of a young child who was with her father in the McDonald's drive-thru this year. Dakari Davis, he was on electronic monitoring for aggravated unlawful use of a weapon on March 14th, when he and 2 other offenders were arrested for committing a vehicular hijacking by shooting at the victim 2 times and taking their car. Officers observed this offender in the victim's car and attempted to stop him at great risk to their own safety. The offenders crashed the vehicle and were apprehended and charged with attempted murder, aggravated UUW, vehicular hijacking, and discharge of PSMV, possession of stolen motor vehicle. On May 21st of 2020, Juan Torkelson fatally stabbed a person and wounded 3 others. He was placed under arrest and charged with first-degree murder, 3 counts. He was on electronic monitoring. He posted a $10,000 bond, placed on electronic monitoring. He cut off his bracelet, fled to Ohio, where he tried to shoot 2 Ohio police officers. He was arrested in November of 2020 and extradited back to Chicago. There's an explosion of people on electronic monitoring that's harming our city. This is madness. Our courts are out of control. These decisions are harming our city, harming our children, our babies. And this is personal for us. The men and women of the Chicago Police Department, who I'm honored to lead, risk their lives every day to keep Chicago safe. And I know this is personal for each of you, this council, because we want the same thing, a safer Chicago. Chicago's public safety is Chicago Police Department's top priority. That's why we've taken a whole of government approach to ensure the safety and security for all of the city's residents and visitors. During my tenure as superintendent, the mayor and the mayor's support and direction, we have taken this approach, this whole of government approach, using all available resources from programming at our libraries to working with small businesses, as opposed to just traditional law enforcement. We have a summer strategy that we have been briefing aldermen and alderwomen since April that has focused on all city response, putting extra resources, outreach workers, nonprofit partners, police and faith leaders in the highest crime areas that include 15 beats in 4 zones. This approach is working. We have seen it in the numbers. For June 2021, there was a 20% decrease in homicides compared to 2020. That is the 3rd consecutive month of declines in homicides. But no one at CPD is celebrating. We are constantly reviewing and monitoring crime across the city to ensure that appropriate resources are in place to protect public safety. In addition, the district patrol personnel, CPD's citywide community safety team, and its critical incident response team respond to areas seeing higher levels of activity. CST also supplements district resources and does community engagement projects to connect with the residents they serve. CPD's Summer Mobile is also operational and is able to quickly deploy to areas of high activity. The Summer Operations Center, which runs out of the Emergency Operations Management Center, is also operational and staffed with CPD and other city agencies. The SOC keeps an eye on activity across the city, making sure resources and personnel are appropriately deployed. CPD has conducted multiple tabletop exercises to logistically plan for the summer and make sure we are operationally ready. Using data-informed policing to identify areas of higher crime, also using smart policing technology like our SDSC rooms and our ATC rooms to monitor and track activity. We've analyzed historical data going back 3 years to look at where we need more officers deployed on the street during certain times of every day. This includes the upcoming 4th of July holiday weekend. We also working side by side with our federal and state and county law enforcement and criminal justice partners. So far this year, we have successfully closed 19 criminal drug conspiracy operations, resulting in numerous federal and state charges. Policing alone, however, will not ensure public safety. We cannot arrest our way out of this. This is why CPD is also working closely with fellow city agencies to take a holistic approach to whole of government, to violence prevention and community building. As I said many times, the best way to reduce crime is to prevent it from happening in the first place. And we are working with grassroots organizations, neighborhood leaders, and violence interrupters to do just that by creating community around our young people and our young adults. Within CPD, district coordinating officers are now deployed to all of our Tier 1 districts on the south and west sides. This includes the recent expansion to the 3rd, 6th, and 7th districts. The DCOs will work to prevent crime by working directly with residents to build trust and solve quality of life problems that can lead to crime. But none of this will work if our officers are not healthy in body and spirit. Officer wellness is a priority, and we want to ensure our officers have the resources they need to succeed. Yes, we've canceled days off and extended their tours to ensure the officers working have enough backup. As CPD, we are our brothers and sisters' keeper. The department has identified areas throughout the city during these long deployments where officers can go during their long shifts and have some respite, some relief, integrated with officer wellness services, our peer support, EAP, our liaison on officer wellness, Alexa James. We are all coordinating, offering service during these times when they're taking relief in these areas where we've identified for respite. We've also deployed licensed clinicians to check in with our officers during these long deployments as well. These officers, they do everything we ask of them. And we must not forget to take care of them because they do so much to take care of us. Finally, we are focused on recruiting officers to fill our vacancies that were impacted by COVID restrictions at our police academy and an outbreak last year at our police academy, causing it to shut down. Several recruits caught COVID and it spread to a class. We had to shut down our academy, which means we had no pipeline flowing through our academy last year. We have around 12,000 officers at this point. We are processing 1,400 applications. We are calling for 2 additional in-person tests this year. And we are scaling our capacity to process applications and conduct the appropriate background investigation. I'll ask you to continue to work with us to make Chicago safer. Together we can and we will accomplish our goals. Before I turn it over to Chief McDermott, Chief of Patrol, for the summer plan briefing, I just want to close with, God bless our Chicago police officers and their families. I pray for them every day, and I hope you join me in those prayers for their safety. Brian?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chief Brian McDermott, Chief of Patrol. I'm going to go in a little more detail about some of the things that the superintendent was talking about with our summer plan. So really, our planning for the summer started back in January of last year when we started running multiple tabletop exercises. We ran a total of 4 of those. We ran 2 of them for all of our command staff members. We ran an additional 2 for all of our captains and our tactical lieutenants. We really wanted to keep them separate because we wanted to gauge our captains and lieutenants' response in the absence of their executive officers, as they would be in command at certain times when the commander was not on the scene. So we wanted to gauge their response separately. We ran these drills and we simulated some of the events that we saw last year during summer, including large-scale protests, looting, attacks against the police, police-involved shootings, things of that nature. And in addition to that, with our exempt members and our captains, I also tasked all my deputy chiefs to run the tabletop exercise at the area level. So each of the city's 5 areas ran individual tabletop exercises in which they too simulated events that they saw in summer last year and events that they may, threats that they may foresee in the future. So they sat down with all their commanders in their respective areas and ran through these tabletop exercises. We also tasked all the district commanders in the 22 districts to do the same thing. So they sat down with the lieutenants and the sergeants within their districts and ran these tabletop exercises. And finally, we did that all the way down to the macro level with our watch operations lieutenants, and we had them run the simulated drills at roll calls with the sergeants and with the police officers. And the idea behind all that was to run through scenarios that we've seen in the past, things that we did good, things that we can improve upon. And the more that we talked out these plans and these situations, the better we would be in the event of a real emergency. So that was the first thing we did. We also ran multiple emergency response drills. As we all know, downtown was looted last summer. So we put together a plan where all the 22 districts would respond to fixed posts located within the central business district, and we would be able to shut down access to the central business district at any time. So we've been running these drills in coordination with OEMC throughout the fall and the spring, and we're ready at any time to shut down the central business district, if we receive any actionable intelligence that shows that we need to shut it down. We also have retail corridor protection plans. We have these protection plans for each of the city's 5 areas. This is really the first place where you'll see our whole of government approach, where we work together with other city agencies to use all the assets of the city, including salt trucks, water trucks, and different vehicles that we could use to help shut down access or a perimeter to a certain retail corridor. So in addition to the retail corridor protection plans within each of the 5 areas, we also have them individually for all 22 districts. So these are extensive plans that we've been working on for a long time, and we're ready to implement them at any time. We've also are continuing our vehicle hijacking task force. If everyone remembers last year, we had that extreme uptick in vehicle hijackings that continued in the beginning part of this year. That task force last year consisted of 10 officers. We added an additional 40 task force members. Now there's a team of 10 for each of the city's 5 areas. That task force has 4 independent strategies, including 1 for law enforcement, 1 for prosecution, 1 for youth intervention, and 1 for public engagement. We've had a tremendous amount of success since the task force has been implemented. Although we're still up greatly on the year with vehicle hijackings, they've been steadily on the decline since January. They've made 715 total vehicle-related arrests so far this year. They made 205 of them for possession of stolen motor vehicle, and they made 171 of them for vehicle hijacking, which is more than twice the amount that they had in the 2 previous years combined. Our summer plan, like the superintendent said, consists of a review of our historic data. So in the past, we've conducted this review, which was a 1-year review that consisted of only our shootings and our homicides. This year, we conducted a 3-year review to include all violent crime, which includes criminal sexual assaults, aggravated batteries, homicides, and robberies. We conducted that review during the months of May 1st and Labor Day weekend. It's really a data-driven approach that consists of precision deployments. This analysis focused on the 15 most violent beats and 15 most violent neighborhoods in the city. Those neighborhoods include Austin, North Lawndale, South Shore, Humboldt Park, West Inglewood, Auburn Gresham, Inglewood, West Garfield Park, Greater Grand Crossing, Roseland, Chatham, Chicago Lawn, the near West Side, near North Side, and East Garfield Park. When I speak of those neighborhoods, these are the neighborhoods where we're really concentrating our citywide deployments, which would be our community safety team deployments and our summer mobile team deployments. I know a lot of you are thinking, why are we only concentrating on those those 15 neighborhoods. Well, that's really where we're concentrating our citywide deployments. This plan really is across the board for all 22 districts. We conduct a weekly strategic deployment analysis meeting for all 22 districts. During that meeting, prior to the meeting, actually, all the district commanders are required to conduct an analysis for 7 days, 14 days, 28 days, and a 3-year historical analysis for all the crime within their districts. In that meeting, we then determine what locations we're going to put our citywide resources. In addition to that, the precision deployment philosophy is in effect for all the districts, in which that's where they will deploy all their TAC teams and any discretionary resources that one of the districts may have. So really the goal of this plan is, when you look, if you were to look at a heat map of all of our violent crime within the city and a heat map of all of our activity, we really want to have those two maps very closely mirror each other. The more that we can get our activity to mirror where our violent crime is occurring, the greater effect that we think we can have on the reduction in violent crime. And when I speak about activity, I'm talking about our arrests, our investigative stops, and our traffic stops. So we really want to have precision with where we're going to have that activity. In addition to our activity, the superintendent would like us to ensure that all of our community engagements are on those same locations. So we want to be conducting our community engagements in the locations where our violent crime is occurring. The superintendent spoke about zone meetings. What he was referring there is those 15 most violent neighborhoods we broke down into 4 separate zones, 2 of them on the west side, 2 of them on the south side. Again, during this weekly meeting, you'll see that whole of government approach where we have our street outreach workers and representatives from different city agencies. And we look forward to the following weekend and see what resources we could put in those neighborhoods and have a greater effect on violent crime. When you look at our summer plan, it is really 4 independent strategies: 1 for officer wellness that the superintendent spoke of, 1 for community engagement. That includes our DCO program, our DAC meetings, Operation Cleans, rolling wrecks, increasing the number of block clubs we have, gun turn-ins, our PALS program, and our street outreach. We also have a communications plan and a law enforcement plan, which I'm going to talk a little bit about now. Our law enforcement plan is really a framework for interagency collaboration that takes that whole of government approach. It fosters building relationships with our criminal justice partners, the courts, the prosecutors, and our chief judges, and our electronic monitoring people as well. Also building relationships with our social service providers, street outreach workers, and most importantly, with the community. Focuses on coordination and collaboration, not only between all bureaus on the department, including Bureau of Patrol, Bureau of Detectives, Bureau of Counterterrorism, but between all different city agencies as well. It fosters improving coordination and collaboration, like I said, between not only bureaus of the department, different city agencies, but with our state, local, and federal partners as well. It focuses on collaborative efforts that ensure the most efficient use of all department resources across all bureaus and between all city agencies. It encourages open lines of communication with our community stakeholders, with our aldermen, elected officials, and between all city agencies as well. It incorporates resource coordination across all units, including our community safety teams, our summer mobile teams, our critical incident response teams, our narcotics, our gang investigations, and our detectives. It incorporates resource sharing and information and intelligence sharing. It also incorporates the use of street outreach workers that the superintendent touched on. What the street outreach workers do is they help us tamp down any emerging gang conflicts, and they also help us to prevent any retaliatory shootings that we may experience within the city. In addition to that, our street outreach workers help us with the teens that sometimes gather downtown near Millennium Park. We have Chicago Public School officials and street outreach workers downtown with us to help keep the kids under control and ensure that everybody is safe downtown, as well as the teenagers when they're down there. We also use custom notifications. I know a lot of you have probably heard that term, but don't really know what a custom notification is. So custom notification is really a process by which we identify people that have a high propensity for crime, for committing violent crime, or high propensity for becoming a victim of a crime. And what we do is we get together with social service providers and we serve that individual with a custom notification letter, at which time we inform them what the consequences will be if they continue down the line of criminal behavior, which could be incarceration, or if they get shot, which could possibly be death. So we do offer social services, not only to that individual, but to that individual's family members, and we offer to move them to the front of the line and with the intent of hoping to bring those individuals out of the life of crime. Finally, the superintendent also touched on our summer operations center, which has been up and running all summer. We also have our EOC, which is the Emergency Operations Center. Both of those are run out of the Office of Emergency Management and Communications. The SOC and the EOC are staffed by 2 command staff members at all times. The EOC is also staffed by a representative from all city agencies. And the EOC, difference between the SOC and the EOC is we put the EOC up during any major deployment, such as the Memorial Day deployment, our Father's Day deployment, 4th of July, and our upcoming Labor Day towards the end of the summer. So we will have a representative in the EOC from all agencies to help us better coordinate our response. The purpose of our SOC is to improve our response to spontaneous events, to better coordinate resource deployment and response, to help track resources in the field and determine who is available, and to help coordinate and facilitate a response by all city agencies. And when the EOC or SOC is up and running, it just makes it easy for us to scale up or down a response at any time for any event that may occur within the city. And that's it. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm First Deputy Superintendent Eric Carter. As you heard from the Superintendent and the Chief of Patrol, I'm here to talk about the 4th of July weekend deployment. The 4th of July weekend deployment is built upon the summer mobilization plan that he just spoke about, as well as our overall emergency mobilization plan that was implemented or as a result of last summer's events. This plan is built upon the anticipation of historical events of increasing violence over the weekend throughout the department. So the department has been put on 12-hour tours with days off canceled for the entire department for all sworn full-duty personnel. This move increases our public safety for the citizens and visitors of Chicago, as well as for the officers, by having increased numbers for response to situations and incidents that will occur throughout the weekend. This move will increase district-level personnel and resources to allow patrol commanders the flexibility and the capability to address any situation that arises within their area of responsibility. The key to this is that it does not take away from any district resources. It actually adds 2 district resources for this weekend throughout the deployment. All personnel and district patrol stay within the district. So all personnel are at the discretion of the commander to be deployed where they see fit to address crime and disorder within their district. Citywide units such as CST, CIRT, Summer Mobile, headquarters personnel, training academy, and the detective division personnel have also been activated and are in uniform, and they are deployed throughout the city as well in violence zones, in lakefront areas where increased capacity for the weekend that we know we're going to see. They are out here just as the district personnel. So we have them layered on top of the violence zones and in certain key entertainment areas throughout the city. Public safety headquarters and training academy personnel are on the same 12-hour tour. Primarily, most will be working third watch though. The detective division personnel also, as I said, in uniform, and they are primarily in the violence zones, and they will be doing additional retail corridor protection throughout the city as need arises. These deployments are a concerted effort to provide resources to every community while allowing officers to support that they need while on extended tours. We recognize that extended tours have an impact both mentally and physically on our officers, and we have built into our plan an officer wellness component that the superintendent spoke about, as well as the chief of patrol, into this plan to allow sufficient breaks for officers, as well as for them to recharge mentally and physically while out here. We have our EAP and clinicians in every district throughout the city on deployment throughout the weekend, as well as at these facilities to allow them to interact with officers and engage them in support and wellness activities. This plan is a layered approach and plan that has been implemented and planned with help from our public safety partners such as ISP, federal partners, OAMC, CFD, and other city services to allow us to give the best possible overall safety and protection plan for the citizens and visitors to the city of Chicago throughout this weekend. In closing, we feel that we have the best plan in place to support all officers as well as the citizens of Chicago in every neighborhood, and we look forward to continuing our collaborative efforts.
I just wanted to close with your consideration. This team, Brian, Eric, and myself, we missed a 10 a.m. meeting on deployments for today based on last night's events. Why that's important for you to consider, there's a high degree of retaliation that causes a cycle of violence when we have murders, particularly of our young people, that the victims who don't cooperate with us want to take street justice and they want to retaliate. And because we missed our 10 a.m. meeting, we have not chimed in on where we need to send resources today. The violence, the cycle of violence, the retaliation will likely start immediately. There is a second meeting scheduled today that if we miss that meeting, in my opinion, impacts public safety for the 4th of July weekend, the most critical weekend of the year, the most violent weekend of the year. And the tip of the spear, these leaders and myself are here, and we're here to inform you of our plans. But our time is impacting public safety, costing lives. We were up all night last night talking about the overnight deployment. We got no sleep. But this morning is about looking at the data. Sometimes when things happen real time, you miss looking at the data. So the data has been collected, and we have yet to look at it because of our preparations for today. I plead with you for your consideration for our time at this critical time in the year, the most violent weekend of the year. We need to be looking at the data and directing this deployment to protect this city. Thank you. Madam
Mayor. Before we begin the questions, we will make sure that we get everyone who is interested in speaking an opportunity to do so. I just want to remind folks, please, questions and limit yourself to 10 minutes. We have a number of people who are queued up. I'm going to start with, the chair will recognize Alderman Irvin, and others in the body who want to speak, please raise your hands again. I think we've got them, but I want to make sure.
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the council. Also, thank you, Superintendent, for being gracious of your time today. Just heard what you said, so I'm gonna make it very quick. First off, I do want to thank you, the First Deputy Chief of Patrol, our Deputy Chief in the Area 4, also the Deputy Chief in charge of the Community Safety Team, and the Commander for meeting with me and my staff to go over some challenges that we've had in the 11th District. So we appreciate your availability and the staff's availability to go over and give us the play-by-play of what they anticipate and what they're doing in the community. So definitely appreciate your support on that. Also, the commitment that we're seeing along the Pulaski corridor, while we've had some challenges and even had a challenge over there yesterday, we definitely are in tune and understand what you're attempting to do, as well as the weekly calls that we have that we also participate in. So again, I think that you're doing, in the situation that you have, you're doing the best job that you can, and definitely support you and your efforts of what you're doing. While there's still some challenges in these communities, we know that you're doing everything that can be done, primarily with the community safety teams, with the resources, especially on the west side in the 11th District, and helping the communities in that way. The only question I do have today is relates to recruitment. And how has the department thought about a change in the 60-hour requirement to broaden the number of individuals that can be eligible to test to become police officers?
We are considering any and all incentives to grow our applications. We are also thinking about, we don't want to lower our standards such that we hire the wrong people. We've seen how that's played out here and in other places across the country. So we're considering any and all incentives looking at not only what you mentioned, but various other incentives that we can grow our application pool so that we can fill our vacancies sooner rather than later. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderman.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Those are all the questions I have. We can have any other conversations offline, but thank you for participating today, and thank you for the update on everything that you and the department are doing. Madam President, I yield.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for your time. As you all know, I am very direct. I am very supportive of the men and women who run our CPD department. And I am still very supportive of this mayor. However, I have to ask some tough questions, and I do want some honest answers, because right now we are in a situation whereby too many kids are getting killed. And I know you laid out the situation with the courts and all of that. I'm gonna ask this question honestly, and before you answer it, know that I do my homework, know that I talk to the right people, and I know it may put you in difficult position, but I'll answer it if you don't. Do you have the autonomy, Superintendent, to run your office without any interference from the mayor's office?
Without question, yes.
Okay, because therefore you will be ultimately held responsible. Now, I asked that question and I will publicly state, based on what I heard, and I started out saying I support this mayor. If there are handcuffs, if there's interference, well, I need for it to stop. Let the top brass run the police department so that we can get past the stuff that we're dealing with. And that's the only statement I'm gonna make regardless to that. The next statement is based on coverage. How many citywide officers do we have? And break that down between the CRT teams and the community safety team.
For officer safety reasons, as we mentioned earlier, it is an officer safety issue to give away specific numbers. This has been consistent across the board. Our criminals would overtake us if we give away our playbook.
Okay, I don't want you to do that.
We'll pass on giving that information, and we would love to talk to you offline specifically about that, if you don't mind.
All right. All right. And I guess the same response is going to be in terms to, if I ask the question in terms of our districts, where we stand.
We'd love to talk with you offline. Again, we don't want to show our criminals what we have to address concerns in the districts in a public forum. We would love to explain that to you offline, but it's critical that we protect
you don't have to
our
go further,
officers' safety.
I get it. I support you. I get it. I get it. My last question comes with a point that Alderman Jason Irvin just pointed out, but I have to take it another step further. Black officers, we are totally down and lost, and there hasn't been a good recruitment. We need a robust recruitment. This has to be at the forefront. Right now, yourself, do you have any ideas that you think we should be implementing right now to increase robust recruitment, and especially robust recruitment among African Americans?
We have more than an idea. We have a plan. We are creating in the next few days the first time Chicago's police department had a dedicated recruiting team, a ground game, specifically for diversity purposes. Some of the plans are obviously recruitments around our city colleges, which are very diverse. We also want to direct our recruiting team to go through our historically Black colleges and universities. There is a tour where many Chicago residents attend historically black colleges. And oftentimes they don't come back home because of job officers in the area where the schools are. We want to create a very robust historically black college and university tour for our dedicated recruiting team. So we have specific plans to increase our diversity. And I will just close with this. Diversity is more important now in law enforcement than it's ever been. And I'm committed to diversity in the Chicago Police Department within all ranks, hiring and promotions.
Thank you, Superintendent. And for the record, I have a vote of confidence in you and your leadership team. And based on the first question that I asked, I will now hold you totally responsible. But if there's anything other different than that, if it's got to be in a back room, if it got to be with somebody, I need to know that. Otherwise, fully hold you responsible. Thank you.
Alderman Moore, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, everyone. Superintendent, if you wouldn't mind, I'll save you the trouble from me. You know, Chicago has gone from being a city of neighborhoods to being a city of war zones. I think it's important to recognize, as you have stated, that we need to keep our residents safe, but we also need to keep our police safe. That much we agree on. A lot of what you've said, I don't agree with, to be quite honest, because there's so many contradictions that I've heard today. Starting first and foremost with that we are working with our partners, and you list the county. The Chief of Patrol listed our partners with the county. First Deputy listed our partners with the county. And yet every day, every press conference, every meeting, and 3 times today, I've heard that it's the state's attorney and the courts. If we are working with our partners, then and getting these results that you're lambasting them in your opening remarks, then something obviously is not working. We can't control the state's attorney, we can't control the courts, but we can control the department, which is why my questions are only going to be focusing on you and the police department. And I'm going to start out with, do you feel that our officers are afraid to do their jobs?
If that were true, they would not be on the pace of an unprecedented historically number of guns recovered, if that were true. More than in any time in Chicago's history, we're on pace to recover 12,000 guns. By the way, that's more guns recovered than New York City PD and LAPD combined. You don't run toward danger and risk your life if you feel like you can't do your job. You know the signs of that. They stop working.
With respect, Superintendent, we have seen our officers stop. We are seeing our officers second guess themselves. We are seeing our officers put themselves in harm's way, wondering if what they're going to do is correct. So again, I'm going to disagree with you on that item. I also think you mentioned that we're seeing an explosion of offenders. And I think that is why we're seeing the historical issues that you're referring to. Like the fact that year over year, by your most recent published data, our murders are up, criminal sexual assaults are up.
Our murders are down this
I'm
year,
going
over year.
by what you have published on your website, sir. Vehicle thefts are up. Theft is up.
Thefts are down.
With respect, sir, these are numbers on your website that I'm reading. I'm not making this up. These are the numbers that are published. These are the stories that people are living with. And I have to ask that as we see that these numbers are going in the wrong direction, to hear that we're going to implement the same strategies, the same tactics that we've used since Memorial Day, do you think that it is right to continue down the same path that has failed us for the last month and a half, to say that that's going to be the standard model moving forward into the rest of summer?
So Memorial Day's weekend was the least violent in a decade in Chicago. Since Memorial Day, really starting in April, we've had declines in homicides and shootings for 3 consecutive months. June being a 20%, June 2021 to June 2020 decline in murders.
I know that you've touted the citywide teams. I know my colleague just asked about it. And I know that though you say you can't say the numbers here, I know it's been published several times by many of the media that's here today. My question about our citywide teams is, how can you say that we're using them as discretionary when they've all been pulled from our neighborhood districts? I know how many there are in that team. You know how many there are. And I know what impact that's had on our local districts. So to steal from Peter to pay him back with his own people, also allowing them to be off the hook from answering dispatch, does not help our neighborhoods or our districts. So if they were meant to bolster our neighborhoods, why are they not just assigned permanently back to their neighborhoods where they can work?
Before the community safety team was created at the end of July in 2020, it's interesting that we are in July having this conversation. It was the highest month pre-citywide team of murders on record in Chicago. Why would we stick with something that doesn't work?
Exactly
my question. So after we formed this community safety team, for the first time last summer, we had a significant decline in homicides. And since the citywide team has been in place, we've continued that downturn in homicides.
Your numbers, your stats speak otherwise. And we've been playing fast and loose with the stats for quite some time. What I'd like to try to look at is the discussion about span and control. This initiative, which I believe started in the 6th district, do you find that to be successful at this point?
It's under review.
Okay. Well, while it's under review, the fact that though we've recategorized the district, the part that deals with officer relief has failed. Just as we see where the citywide teams are meant to bolster and help our districts during these uptick weekends and things of that nature, the relief aspect is a failure. It is failing when our officers are not able to have the relief that is promised so that we don't have to heavily rely on our hours. Do you think that is something that is impacting these officers as well?
I would ask you to consider the officers who are scheduled to work on the most violent days without enough officers at work and the dangers they face given the data that we've used to talk about the 500% increase in officers shot at or shot. Would you much rather have fewer officers at work? And most of those officers that are scheduled to work during these violent weekends are our least veteran officers. These are young officers who can't take off 4th of July, who don't have the seniority to be off, and they come to work. If we don't schedule 12-hour days and cancel days off, with no leadership, with no seniority at work, we care about our brothers and sisters who have to come to work on these violent days. We are our brothers and sisters' keeper. We would much rather have more officers at work during the most predictably violent days of the year than fewer officers at work.
Then why do your citywide teams, which are meant to bolster them, get off on the weekends?
It's not true, again.
Okay. Well, I will conclude my comments with this. I'm one, thankful that you're here. Two, I think that we have mechanisms in place for you to attend and have discussions with us. Our Committee on Public Safety is a prime example. And I would encourage you to participate in them in person. We shouldn't have to have a special meeting to have this discussion. But I also want to say this. When you stood up, you said that retaliatory violence is possible because this body has brought you here. How dare you try to use that on us? You are here because there is a crisis in our neighborhoods that has not been answered to the liking of our residents. We know the violence that's in our streets. We know what happens. And to say that the entire department cannot function because the three of you are here is outrageous. It's insulting. Yesterday, we had over a dozen people shot, 3 children. One of my neighbors shot right in front of my house, checked by gang members. We know and live it every single day. And if you have time for press conferences, you have time to meet with us too. So I would strongly recommend that you answer everyone's questions today and allow your entire team to answer for what's going to happen later tonight and for the rest of this weekend. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for being here today, Superintendent, with your team. I have several lines of questioning. I don't think I'll be able to get to some of it. So I hope my colleagues subsequently will talk about some of the issues we have with getting to to the crux of the consent decree. It's something I like to talk about, but given my 10 minutes, I'm going to get on some other items. First and foremost, our foot pursuit policy. I just have 2 basic questions for you, and I ask them, and I'd like to hear where we're at with these questions. Do you agree that officers should not engage in foot pursuits unless there is an imminent threat? And then subsequent to that, what should terminate a foot pursuit, particularly when we're talking about low to no visibility situations?
I'm not sure I understand low to no visibility situations, but as far as foot pursuits, the first part of your questions, our foot pursuit policy is still out for public comment for the permanent foot pursuit policy. We have a temporary foot pursuit policy in place because of the urgent nature of the incidents that's happened at the end of foot pursuits. We wanted to be err on the side of caution to have at least more guidance than we had with just training bulletins. So we have a temporary foot pursuit policy in place. We've had a lot of discussions around this with the community. We've had discussions, obviously, with our independent monitor, along with the independent monitoring team. We've had internal focus groups with our officers. So we've had feedback internally, externally, and we're continuing to have feedback for the permanent plan to try and make a call on a scenario based on the first part of your question is just a difficult answer. All these situations are so fluid. What we do know about foot pursuits, and this is something we know in law enforcement, not just here in Chicago, they oftentimes lead in force being used and or deadly force being used. And the purpose of the policy was to protect the officers, offenders, and the general public when we have to chase offenders fleeing from us on foot. We believe we've accomplished that in this policy. Much of the policy is best practices across the country. Much of the policies are things we already do that's been codified in the policy. But the intent is for officer safety, offender safety, and the general public safety.
I guess I'd like to get a little bit more specific around the imminent threat. Does the current policy, and do you imagine the future policy, limit foot pursuit to the case of imminent threat?
No, it does not.
And could you explain why not, or why wouldn't it go that route?
Because imminent threat is in the eye of the beholder. It can be interpreted that everything's an imminent threat. We had to get more specific with our officers so that they would have clear guidance on when they could pursue someone on foot and when they couldn't.
Then broadly speaking, I would ask the question, would it be fair to assume that a foot pursuit should not be pursued if there's not an imminent threat, per your understanding of the broad spectrum of threat?
I disagree with that concept. Again, I go back to imminent threat is in the eye of the beholder. There's several different interpretations of imminent threat. For the officer and the officer on the beat, which I have been, you have to give more detailed guidance on when I can and when I can't pursue someone, which we've done in this policy. And I'd be glad offline to go through you line by line on the policy for you. It's going to be hard for you to talk about imminent threat. Well, what does that mean? Somebody with a gun, is that an imminent threat? Someone reaching for a gun, is that an imminent threat? Someone who shot and killed someone is fleeing, is that an imminent threat? So again, I would love to follow with you in detail, line by line, on what the foot pursuit policy describes as when you can and when you can't pursue someone on foot.
So Superintendent, I'll take you up on that offer because,
Great.
you know, I have a neighbor down the street from me whose name was Adam Toledo. And, you know, that incident was certainly one that sparked my interest, particularly in this policy. And I think we need to get this right. At the end of the day, I think we'd all agree. And I really appreciated what Chief McDermott said. He was my commander in the 8th District before bumping up next to you. You know, and I'll quote him. He said, building relationships, and he said with systems folks, but he also said with street outreach workers and with the community, focusing on coordination and collaboration. That's what leads to decreased violence. I couldn't agree with him more. However, I'm concerned that we have a community that's not making the call to 911, that doesn't feel like that would be productive, or that they're putting themselves at risk by making those calls when they're not trusting our follow-up, when they're not trusting that we will have the timely response when needed, when we have issues that need the response. My time is fleeting, so I wanted to say also the following. You know, I do agree with one thing a colleague said earlier. The buck needs to stop here. We can't scapegoat. And I know that we've thrown some data out there, and it's alarming. And I think there's some truth to some of those data points out there. But I tend to think about the fact that in the early 80s, we incarcerated about 500,000 people in our state and federal penitentiaries throughout the country. We're now at 2.5 million. 5 times more after a war on drugs, which really was a war on inner city communities. And I don't think that we can continue to go down the narrative that lock them up and throw away the key is going to resolve our issues. We need to be smart on crime, not just tough on crime. By the way, we're 5% of the world's population, but we lock up 25% of those incarcerated throughout the world. We need to rethink things. We need to make sure that it's not a crime to be poor. And we need to make sure that we're supporting working class people. I think the reality is that the drastic increase in violence in our city occurred right after the pandemic occurred. And we know the economics of violence is real. The fact is that once that increase happened, we saw these drastic increases in violence. And I pray and I hope that as we celebrate our independence this weekend, we're celebrating our independence from this pandemic as well. And that this will lead to decreased violence. But I need to make a broad statement that we need to make sure that we're spending almost all of our ARP money and all of the city resources on our drastic needs now in our communities. That means more violence prevention programming. That means more community policing. We're not sending our cops away from our districts. It means rental assistance. It means job training. You know, those are the things that I believe work. And I think Chief McDermott said it well. You know, we need to coordinate. We need to focus on community. And I think that's what I'm going to stress in our engagements. So thank you for the time, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of key words have stuck in my brain right now as I'm listening to my colleagues. I have a lot of things to say. 10 minutes is not going to be enough. Offline and smart on crime. Just catch those. Offline, which means that you got to talk to your commander about what's going on in your neighborhood. on that district, in those blocks that you know are problematic, those hotspots that you know you helped create. Offline means that when you look at CWB Chicago as you're tweeting, I know some of you tweet a lot, and when you look at the Citizen app that I hope you all have, that lets you know what crime is being committed to the second, so that you pick up the phone and you call the commander, or you call the sergeant, or you call the commander and the watch commander. And if that doesn't do the deal, then you call the chief, and then you call the superintendent. Where all that has failed. Offline. Now, you having been today, I appreciate it. But I've done my work, so I with respect, don't need it. Because I see the press conferences where you state everything you said time and time again, and then folks that are sitting at the pew there ask the questions on a daily basis. If you talk about transparency, they're the watch of transparency. They're the ones that hold everybody accountable, not just you, Superintendent, not just you, Madam President, but me and everybody else in the food chain. Now, yesterday, there was a story, if I can pull it up, where we're being advised. Rush of cases as Cook County courts reopen could force prosecutors to drop charges. Massive cases. We're not talking about one, we're not talking about two, but massive cases. Because they're going to be overwhelmed. They're letting you know. Expect more crime. So yes, you should be planning for this scenario right now. You should be, but you're here. That's okay. Because I know you're going to have to double back down to headquarters and get to work. Now, I'm not going to say that I agree 100% with all the strategies you laid out. But the benefit of the doubt is there. Because the numbers got to tell the story of where crime's trending. I texted the commander. What's in my district today for the 4th of July? Alderman, as a few days ago, we are down 10% in murders, shootings, robberies, and burglaries. Thefts are down 22%. Vehicle hijackings are up 60%. Those are the facts. That's the truth. Nobody's hiding anything from me. And by the way, this is the 9th district, which overlaps some of my colleagues in this room. We get the same data. So it's not disrespect to you. You can view it any way you want, but I would see it as a disrespect, the way you're being talked to. Because we all have earned our respect. Whether you serve in the line, on active duty in the military, or as an alderman, or as a mayor, or anybody else in elected office that's put the hard time to get to where you're at. And we expect nothing more than respect between one another. Nothing more, nothing less. Whether you're showboating or politicking, we get it. I respect that. I respect your game. But I also expect that you respect the institution, that you respect this body, and this floor and this council, that many have said here, and that have created history for this city. Some well, some not. But still, we respect them for their work. Now, I got a sheet here that says, when we talk about smart on crime and being just, I just took 6 of the crime statistics of who's on electronic monitoring. Aggravated unlawful use of a weapon, 573. Felon in possession of a weapon, 549. Armed habitual criminal, 269. Aggravated battery, 209. Felony theft, 167. Drug manufacture and delivery, 166. That equals to 2,077, of which 49 you stated are serious felons who have committed murder or some other heavy crime that are out on electronic monitoring. So I just gave you the top six. If those individuals commit more crimes, that's going to double the work. So the effort is moot. All the work you put in to send the officers and push them in the extra hours, in the overtime. What we don't have is the overtime, is the courts. Because that's the story. They're going to be overwhelmed. Do I hear a strategic decision to open up the courts 24 hours? Do I hear an emergency meeting calling to see what solutions are going to be predicated on the public? I don't see that. Do I see a resolution about what can we do for you? I don't see a resolution about that, because that's what it requires for everybody to be on board to solve the problems of this city. How about stop demonizing police? You want recruitment? Stop demonizing police. You want to increase the retainment? Do that. You want to stop people from leaving? Stop demonizing police. Because this meeting, it's all about police. We need police. We added 1,000 policemen a few years ago because everybody was crying that we needed more protection, including progressives, including Wagaspec. I believe he's here. We stop celebrating the good things cops do, even here in this body, with the resolutions. Maybe we ought to get back to celebrating some of the good deeds and punish the bad ones. Not saying that we stop doing that, not saying that we stop reform, because we have to get it right. Justice must be served on everyone. But the strategy cannot be for you to do all that work and then let everybody go because of the prosecutor's decision that just, I'm going to be overwhelmed. If you said that, what would happen? Superintendent, what would happen if you tell us that you overwhelm and you have to let everybody go or you cannot police? You got to stop policing.
I wouldn't be keeping my oath to the public.
There you go. That's not what we say. That's not what we do. And I get it. We are getting overwhelmed in some fashion, in some manner. But we're looking for solutions. If everybody's here, and I know 4th of July, you could have been someplace, you could have been on the beach, I don't know. But you're looking for solutions, and the solutions are not, I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing, Superintendent, what have you done for me? We're looking for all the answers. The only thing I can do, I'm telling you, honestly, I'm going to do my part to be at the CAPS meeting. And I'm going to do my part to watch the Citizen app and CWB and be on your tail about every crime that happens. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to support the police, feed them when I can, and point the finger when they've done wrong. That's a fair assessment of what should be happening in this city. But no, calling names should not be that. And lastly, I just want to end this. You got to push back. We should not be wasting time whatsoever on what matters most for the people of this city. Their safety. They're looking for answers. They're looking for leadership. And we got to provide it to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Cardenas. The chair recognizes Alderman King.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Superintendent, for being here. Definitely appreciate your service as well as all of the officers. I think you guys have probably one of the toughest jobs. I would say Alderman is up there as well, but I would give the nod to you guys. So we definitely appreciate your service. I'd also say that gun violence is probably, and crime in general, is probably the biggest issue that we face as a city. It's getting in the way of us being the greatest city, and we really truly need to come together and work together with our judicial partners, with our county partners, in a very earnest way. I think to sit down and truly talk about collaboration and getting at this issue together. I personally, and I know I've talked to you about it, I'm very concerned about equity and the equitable distribution of officers. Speaking of recommendations, that's something that I've recommended. I'm not going to belabor it, but that there were 6 districts that merged into 3. One of those, or 2 of those, was in an African-American community. And in my estimation, and just from the pure numbers, I've seen a very unequitable distribution of officers. And those 2 districts that merged that had, each over several hundred officers, now one of them is down to under 300, and I think about 265 the last I checked. Meanwhile, I talked to a counterpart, on the north side, who had that same type of district merging, and they've got, in one of their districts, over 375 officers with no crime and no gun violence. Do you believe that there is an issue on equitable distribution of officers in our city?
In previous years, we had no data-driven analysis of how we assigned officers to the districts. And that was codified in the way officers bid for where they work as a part of the labor contract. To unwind that, what we did, we fast-tracked the workforce analysis that the University of Chicago Crime Lab was conducting prior to my starting the job here, and got a software program that does, I think I mentioned this to a couple of you, that does use data to determine how many officers who are graduating the academy, getting off training, are assigned.
Yeah, I'm
So
going
this
to cut you
information-
out, Superintendent. I just want to know,
Okay.
yes or no, do you believe there is an inequitable distribution of officers throughout the city?
Inequitable, again, there was no previous rhyme or reason, so not used by data,
Well,
so
just
likely
based-
not done in an
Based
equitable
on
way.
your assessment now, because I just gave you an example. I've got a district that has combined now less than 265 officers, when together, singularly alone, they had over 300 and something officers each, compared to a district on the north side that has 375 officers, no gun violence, no crime. Do you believe there's an inequitable distribution of officers? Yes or no? That's all I want to know.
It's just not a yes or no answer,
Okay.
because there was no rhyme or reason on how we assigned officers to districts.
Yeah, but now being here several years, you can tell, where the crime is, where, how many people, the population. In your assessment as our leader for law enforcement, do you believe, because I believe that's part of our issue, and I want to help with that. I just want to know if you believe that as well. And if you can't answer it, it's fine, but I will move on. But that, I think, is part of is a solution to what we're dealing with.
Again, I tried to answer it. You cut me off on the second part, so
Okay.
I'll just.
That's because
I'll
I only
defer.
have
Yes.
5 minutes, and I
Okay.
just, yeah.
In order for the record to be clear,
Stop the
in
time.
order for everyone to understand each other, please ask the question, let the witness finish answering, and then you can
Yeah.
ask any follow-up.
Okay, you're gonna add back my time. So I will move on. Because I just feel like we're going back and forth, and there's, we're placing blame in a lot of places, and I just want us to look at ourselves and to see perhaps what we could do better. How many people have been arrested for the shootings within the last month?
I don't have that information. I would just say, and we'll get that to you. I would just say, last year, we had a number of people clearing our cases for homicides, were the highest in 15 years, and we're outpacing that number this year.
Okay.
And our clearance rates have been between 52% and 60% this year, the highest number in several years as well.
I speak to arrest because I know
That's
you talk
arrest.
about electronic monitoring a lot, and I just want to make sure that we're doing our job. And I just want to understand how many, and we can get it through the chair if you don't have that, but how many have been arrested for the shootings within the last month?
Very high number compared to previous years. Every person on EM has been arrested by a Chicago police officer.
Okay, so of the thousands of people on an EM, how many have been arrested for a new crime?
We have that information, but it runs somewhere near 6%. Part two to your question is.
So I have
it
2%.
creates-
I have 2%.
I
So
just
I'd
want-
like to understand that, but it's still a small, very small percentage.
It also creates, releasing violent offenders back to the community creates a sense of lawlessness in the community. Think about the example of a person in the community saw someone commit murder, get arrested, charged, and they see him tomorrow. That's the sense of lawlessness in the community that this program has created.
No, I agree. It's hard if they're not arrested to get back to the issue. And so those are my specific questions. So since you've been superintendent, there've been over 4,000 shootings in Chicago. What percentage of those shootings have ended up in arrest?
I'll get that information to you. I don't have it with me today.
Since you've become superintendent, there have been over 1,000 murders in Chicago. What percentage of those murders has a department arrested someone?
So last year, our clearance rates for homicide were right at 48, 47%. So far this year, it's been, again, between 52 and 60%, so whatever that math is.
Okay. Is the number of people who have been arrested each year for using a gun illegally, is that going up or down?
The number of people arrested for illegal
For
gun possession.
using a gun illegally, not just possessing an
Oh,
illegal
okay.
gun, but for using a gun illegally.
Has
Is
that
that number
number gone
gone up or down?
Significantly up.
Okay, so it's gone up. All right. How many people has CPD arrested who were on electronic monitoring at the time of the arrest? And how many of those arrests were for a gun crime?
So I gave you some examples in my opening comments. There are other examples that I will get to you.
Through the
at a later
chair?
date.
That's fine, if you like. I just really want to get to some of the issues. I think this is a very complicated issue. I do think it takes the city, the county, the judges and everyone, but I think we also have to look in-house and see what we can do better. And that's just what I'm trying to get to here. Last
It's
question.
not complicated for the victims.
No, I believe me, I know that.
If I'm
I
shot
had
by
somebody
somebody that's on
carjacked
electronic monitoring, it's
last
pretty
week in my
clear.
alley. I know that. I totally understand that. But I do think that there are things that we can do in our own house first. Last question. Do you know what percentage of CPD's felony arrests are people out on bond? What about what percentage of CPD's gun arrests are people out on
Get
bond?
that information to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman King. The chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you so much. Superintendent, very grateful for your comments, your presence before us today. We know you have a lot of work going into this weekend, and we want to get you back to that. So I'll also say I really appreciate the work of the commanders, the leadership in my districts. While I think that the police are one part of kind of a tapestry of services and programs that we need to be safe, I'm grateful for the role that you all play. I have 4 questions for you. Number one, you alluded during Alderwoman King's comments to a staffing analysis done by the crime lab. Can you elaborate at all on what that analysis showed, or how that has, whether it was published, whether there were briefings, how it's informed what we're doing from a staffing perspective?
So the analysis resulted in a software program that many departments use. For the first time, we're using on how we assign new recruits getting off training. And we have been using that analysis, that software program, to level set officers assigned across each of the districts. So previously, as I mentioned, we had no data-driven way of assigning new recruits, getting off training, rather than unwinding and sending people across different districts to level set. Our approach has been a go forward, particularly given the number of vacancies we currently have, that the new recruit assignment will yield an equitable distribution of our officers.
Can I ask, follow up on that? So I'm not asking for that to be, the study to be released for anything, but is it possible for you to arrange briefings for all the people who want to understand that analysis better?
Yes, and I've done some of those, and I'll be glad to add you to the list.
Okay, I would appreciate that. My second question comes on something that admittedly I'm still growing in my understanding of, but it's the difference between how many officers are assigned to a district versus how many are detailed on a particular shift or during a particular month. And of course, looking at some of my districts, I can see the way the assigned number shifts and changes over the course of the months. But I'm starting to learn and understand that that might not be reflective of how many officers are detailed. Often it seems like the number of officers detailed over the course of the shifts, over the course of a week, can be lower. There can be a real discrepancy from that assigned number. Can you speak more to that and why we would see that kind of discrepancy?
It would take a couple of hours to get you fully understanding that issue. Chief McDermott and I, and the first step, would be glad to get you and sit down with you and explain to you how officers are detailed versus how officers are no-joed versus how officers are reassigned in the districts and other places.
Let me ask then for the 1 minute answer version of the question, why would we see a discrepancy between the number assigned and the number detailed?
Because Chief McDermott is the arbiter of the repository of who's assigned to the districts. He has final sway in what happens. And unless you're looking at his list of who assigned, you're likely looking at a preview of what likely some commander has done without the final approval of the Chief of Patrol.
Okay, I appreciate that response. I'll probably take you up on your offer to continue learning on that. I've had weeks where there were entire beats that didn't have beat cars for a shift. And of course you can imagine how frustrating that is to learn. My third question is related to evaluation. So like we can look at programs doing violence prevention in the city and we can evaluate. We know, looking at the work of, for instance, Heady, that pairs cognitive behavioral therapy with jobs, to see a 40% reduction for their participants in their likelihood of being involved in a violent crime. How do we evaluate the initiatives, the programs we have going on within CPD? For instance, how do we evaluate the successfulness of the interventions we do with young people? How do we evaluate the effectiveness of getting guns off the street in particular communities?
We have a very complex evaluation methodology that we look at hour by hour, day by day, week by week, year over year, going back 3 years in our summer plan. It's very complex, but we would love to follow up with you on how, but we know exactly how our deployments are affecting homicide shootings. We do it in a way that it is changed based on what recently happened, what happened over 7 days, what happened over 28 days, what happened over the year, what happened over the 3 years. So we have a very complex analysis of, we deploy in X neighborhood, on X block, over the night, what happened and why. And we have GPS tracking to know if our officers were in the location where we assigned them. And we have accountability on the back end if they were not where we needed them to be. So it's very robust. It all day and all night. Chief McDermott, First Deputy, myself, the commanders, area deputies, all are looking at this hour by hour, moment by moment.
Certainly, and I appreciate that. And I think what we would love to understand and be able to work with CPD on is, how is it working and how can we support that? Like if a custom notification, if we see over time that really is working to help move lives in a different direction, that's wonderful. If there are challenges, how do we potentially work on how those custom notifications are being received? My last question for you is related to where we started our comments today in terms of bond reform, in terms of electric monitoring. I know that there's been some disagreement about this particular narrative. And so I'm just going to read briefly from an email from former Deputy Mayor Susan Lee. And again, this is from a ways back, but from July 19th, she said, there's also a dashboard developed to track people coming through the bond court and their recidivism rate, which shows that very few folks who bond out actually commit violence offenses with a gun. So granted, this is from 2 years ago, but are we following that dashboard? Have we seen a change in the data that is showing us that there really is a connection, a correlative connection, not just anecdotal, but between bond reform and violent crimes being committed?
So I think it's, I listen very closely. When you say a few people that recommit to that victim, that's everything.
Quoting the deputy mayor, sir. Quoting the deputy mayor.
I'm sorry. According to Deputy Mayor Susan Lee,
yes,
a few people is problematic in our neighborhoods. A few people killed Jesselyn Adams. A few people committed a murder-suicide this month. A few people stabbed someone to death this month. That few people for the victim is everything. 2 years ago, there were just a few hundred people on electronic monitoring that were violent offenders. And overall, there were just a few hundred people on electronic monitoring. As of today, there's 5,000 people on electronic monitoring. There's been an explosion of people on electronic monitoring this year, and started last year during COVID. This is different than 2019, and we see it in our communities. It is the explanation. Violent offenders need to be in jail to protect our communities.
But
if you killed someone and got charged with murder, and the state's attorney accepted the murder charges, you should not then be released back to the south and west sides of Chicago.
So therein lies my question, though, sir. Like we're talking about like 1,000% increase in electronic monitoring. Have we seen a correlative increase in violent crimes? Have we seen that as a pattern?
Yes, it's why
Okay.
we're here.
Can you provide that analysis to us as aldermen? Because it seems to go against previous reporting that we've heard. So I would welcome receiving that analysis from you.
We will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Espada. The chair recognizes Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Superintendent Brown. I do think it's critical that we indeed look at the research and we look at best practices. And my concern is that that is not what has been done.
Alderman, you put yourself on mute.
My apologies. Sorry. So I'm really concerned about some real fundamental issues on the narrative, especially around the electronic monitoring and the low bond amounts. And I think that needs to be addressed because it is creating certainly a false narrative. And I do want to make sure that we're factual. A study by researchers at Loyola University found the likelihood of violent crime among pretrial releases is extremely low. So we see this, and again, I'm going to be very clear because it's also being part of an investigative reporting of WBZ on May 26 by Patrick Smith. So Superintendent Brown, I just want to be very clear that when we continue to point at this as a fundamental factor and not following the research, we are going in the wrong track. So again, my ask of you, Superintendent, is that we start being factual on our facts and numbers and the research. Have you seen, this is a yes or no question, have you seen the research by Loyola University? And I think also there's several papers on this. Have you seen this, Superintendent Brown?
I would ask those researchers to move over to the south and west sides of Chicago over on Pulaski and come back with their output on their research, their conclusions. Just one night.
Well, actually, Superintendent, let me say, this is actually done by, in fact, some researchers who live in our communities. I have one of my constituents, Dr. Robert Vargas, who is an expert on the field, also a constituent. And I can tell you that also, but by being also on the southwest side. I would like to ask you now with some specific numbers, because I think the clearance rates will perhaps show us that we were going on the wrong course. Can you please tell me, in terms of the shooting clearance rates, what is the current clearance rates on shootings in the city of Chicago?
So again, I've got to answer the question in a way I'll follow up with you. So there's several categories of clearance rates for shooting. So there's an aggravated battery. There's shooting where someone is shot at, but they miss. So we capture all that data, and there are different categories of crime having different clearance rates. So we would love to follow up with you and get you that information.
Well,
all of those categories. I don't have it here with me today.
I'm going to give you a hand, Superintendent, because we've been looking at the CPD data. So, currently we're at 15%, and previously, under the previous administration, we're at 23%. So certainly we're moving in the wrong direction. Let me ask you another specific question. And again, I'll be happy to help you, but I think it's important that you provide this publicly so the public can understand what's happening here. The clearance rates for carjackings, I think hopefully we can get that as being a topic that has come in front of committee time after time. What are the clearance rates for carjacking, and specifically on aggravated vehicular hijacking? What is the current rate? And I hope that maybe next time we come prepared to answer these questions.
Yeah, I don't have that with me today, but we'll be happy to get it to you at a later date.
Yeah, again, Superintendent, I do think it's important for the public to see these numbers. Again, what I tell you is that what we see, and this is validated by research, is that we're moving on the wrong direction. Now, let me ask you about something else. Just as recently as last month, Mayor Lightfoot and yourself touted with the community policing efforts to reduce violence. However, a research by Northwestern University have found that there's no significant impact on crime or residents' perceptions of trust in the police and the perceptions of safety. Superintendent, have you seen this study, and what are the current results on your community policing efforts? Again, the data and the research suggests there's really no significant impact.
I haven't seen that study, but I disagree with it.
Yeah, again, I do think that it is important that we look at the base research-based studies and strategies. So let me now go into another critical point. When it comes to research, I think that we have seen, again, this is a research that is locally based, that the Chicago police do not have adequate resources to protect the anonymity and safety of community members who wish to cooperate with investigators, but yet do not feel safe when they make the reports. What are the current procedures that the Chicago Police Department have on the resources to protect the confidentiality of people who are reporting crimes?
We do have aspects of confidentiality for people. We have a tip line. Our detectives go out and canvass. They often give out their cell phone numbers to call with information regarding crimes that people want to give in anonymity. So there's various ways we provide witnesses who want to come forward a way to do it in a way that no one else knows.
Well, let me give an example. And again, this is for a researcher, local researcher, Dr. Vargas, that a simple analysis of public domain police radio communication found that 1 out of every 10 calls made by dispatchers reveal identifiable information about the caller. If the city cannot protect informant identities, it is logical to expect some Chicagoans to carry out guns to protect themselves, even at the risk of possible arrest. Again, another important fundamental issue that we need to address here is that we are focusing. I think the state's attorney presented plenty of evidence around this that are focused on guns and the targeting of this wide net is taking us away from the much more important aspect on the investigations when we need to focus with a segment of the population that deem more at risk of engaging in gun violence. So again, I know that you have presented some numbers, but again, the direction and the results seem to be showing that our city and the public safety or residents. And I tell you, time after time, that's not seem to indicate that our strategy is working. Again, we're not focusing on energy on those who are highest risk at engaging in gun violence. Can you please respond to that?
Illegal gun possession makes us all less safe.
Again, and I hope that you also have seen that the report, but when we have casting too wide of a net, it is impossible for us to be everywhere, but it makes sure that we are, clearly not in the right places now. I wanna go now to more of the systemic issues, and I know Alderman Rodriguez mentioned about the importance of making sure that we bring initiatives for violence prevention and violent prevention initiatives. What is the department's protocol or directive for systemically alerting street outreach organizations? We saw a few testifying today in their districts about shootings and homicides so that groups can quickly correspond to victims and prevent potential retaliatory shootings.
We, all of our commanders, myself, attend regular meetings with our street outreach. We get regular updates. We ask them to intervene in conflicts that we are aware of that they're not. They ask us to work with them on conflicts that they become aware of that we are not. So it's really a reciprocal, very collaborative relationship with our street outreach. I would say in a better place than it's been. In its infancy, though, still much more capacity needs to happen regarding street outreach and the many, many gang conflicts we have.
Certainly, I attend those meetings as well, and I tell you that we do need to have a lot more collaboration and coordination. Certainly a lot of room for improvement there. My next question is, do you agree that community resources are needed in the area of mental health, especially for youth development and interpersonal conflict resolution? And do you agree that this increase of investments must happen in those communities where arrest rates are the highest?
Yes, I really do agree with that.
I hope that we can then urge the administration to make sure that we deploy resources for this purpose urgently. I do want to also emphasize that, and I think that you have said this publicly in the past, Superintendent, that we put in too much weight in policing and not enough resources to respond to things that perhaps are nothing to do with policing and more to do with prevention. So do you think that—
I'm sorry, Alderman. I'm sorry, Alderman, your 10 minutes is up. Thank you for your comments. The chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent, I want to thank you for being here today. I wanted to express my gratitude to you and your team and the 12,000 men and women who serve in the police department. I know you're doing very difficult work, doing very difficult, challenging times, and that's not lost on me. So I wanted to explain that I did not sign the letters to bring you here today so that we could turn you into a political punching bag. That was certainly not my motive. But all of us, all 50 of us, are getting a lot of questions from very scared and concerned residents that we represent. And while we do constantly remind our constituents that we don't run the police department, a lot of them feel like we do. And so for me, this is a valuable exercise so I can ask you some questions on their behalf and they can hear from you as the leader of the department. And I'm not going to give any more speeches. So I'm going to get right to questions. Superintendent, and I know you may not have this right at the tip of your fingers, but ballpark, what percentage would you say of carjackings are committed by minors?
Juveniles is another way we describe it. It's been running higher than normal, 25 to 30% of the time this year.
Okay. And how about what percentage of gun-related crimes, whether that's possession or using a gun, what percentage of those crimes are committed by juveniles, would you
Likely
say?
increasing exponentially this year, but I don't have a ballpark. I would just say that same figure, 20 to 30%, but likely the increase is high.
But
we've seen a lot of young people with guns.
And it would be accurate to say that a large number of crimes, violent crimes, are being committed by people under the age of 18.
Unfortunately, yes.
You know, this morning I went on the 311 website for the city just to make sure that we do have a curfew law still on the books here, and we do. And I reread it. It's 10 p.m. on weeknights for folks under 17 and younger, and 11 p.m. on weekends. A suggestion. Given that we're seeing an increase in crimes being committed by juveniles, and a lot of this stuff is happening, frankly, after 11 o'clock at night, can we re-examine the department's policy on enforcing the curfew, especially on the weekends? I'm seeing, you know, I spend a lot of time, like my colleagues, on you know, the various police blotters and all that. That's when a lot of this stuff's happening. Would that be a helpful tool for the department to get more kids off the streets? You know, the other concern is having juveniles on the street after 11 o'clock at night. They're at risk of getting hurt. Could
Yes.
you speak to that?
If I can just take a couple of sentences to explain this. Yes, the curfew, 10 and 11 o'clock, but the issue starts much earlier in the evening before you have that law to curtail it, if that makes sense. So we're thinking 8:30, some parts of town where they start meeting up. It grows to a couple of hundred. And by the time the curfew's in effect, we've got 500 kids to deal with. And we have directed our officers to take enforcement action sooner rather than later, whether that's curfew or other crimes they commit. We would just ask all of you to support our cops in this endeavor.
Thank you, Superintendent. And during your presentation, you covered a lot of ground. I know that you have a lot of plans in place, and you've worked hard on developing those. One thing that didn't pop out today that we've discussed before is our transit strategy. Especially the Red Line is a very popular way for the young people to come downtown and go spend time on the lakefront, Grant Park. But we've also found that's a source of a lot of the large multiple offender incidents that occur in the central business district on the weekends. And you've been very generous with your time, with my office and with me, and so has your staff. I appreciate it. But are we going to see this weekend police officers walking cars of trains?
Yes. So we need more officers on the train.
Yes, sir.
Overall.
Yes, sir.
We plan on, as we fill our vacancies, dedicating more officers as a permanent assignment to the trains. In the interim, while we grow this capacity, every time we have these significant weekends, this weekend in particular, we're adding all of those resources to walk the trains, be on the platforms, use data to hotspot where violence has happened in the past. But sustainability over time is about growing the capacity as a permanent assignment on the train. So that's something that's a top priority for me and my staff.
That's good to hear. And thank you for answering that question. I'm not going to take much longer here, but I guess, and maybe this would be an offline conversation for us to have. I think it's probably relevant for every alderman here today, but I've certainly noticed that our force levels, you know, for the third shift, granted, it's not a shift most folks want to work. A lot of folks have families they'd like to see, but we do see that's the most challenging time when we see in every district resources spread very thin, but the calls for service are very high. Do we have any plans to rebalance how we're staffing that third shift? Because that is really, really problematic for everyone.
Chief McDermott is doing that as we speak. He started this a couple of weeks ago in my direction. I wanted a plan to rebalance by this month. He's ready to launch that plan. He just needs to brief me on the final, how we can do it within the labor contract. There's some wiggle room there. And then going forward, how we bid for that watch will also be changed to increase the time they start and the time they get off, later into the night, also the number of people.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. And
Prepare for the gnashing of teeth, though, Alderman, from our officers that have to go that shift.
I understand. And
All right.
I guess I'll wrap it up with this. I'm glad to hear that you have an aggressive recruitment strategy. I know that we're seeing a lot of retirements this year.
Yes.
Last year was difficult for your officers, and a lot of folks are ready to try something different or catch a breather. So I think it is going to be really important that we replenish those depleted ranks. And until we do, we're going to continue to have to lean heavily on overtime, which no one here wants to see.
No.
Because it exhausts our police officers and it makes difficulties for them at home with their families. So whatever we can do to accelerate those plans, I'm all for it. Thank you again for being here. Appreciate you answering my questions, and I wish you luck this weekend. Be safe.
Thank you. And I would ask all of you and your colleagues to join us in recruiting. Acknowledge the hard work they do. Acknowledge the 3 consecutive months of decline in homicides and shootings. So their work in overtime and long hours won't be in vain. Acknowledge them every time you see them.
Thank you, Superintendent. I certainly do appreciate our officers and all the hard work they're doing. Thank you. I yield my balance, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Riley. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Superintendent, to you and your team. And yes, I want you to know we do appreciate the officers. In fact, I was just with them at 9 this morning, preparing to do an Operation Clean in the ward. And we had a shooting of 4 people were shot over in the area where I was speaking of at this morning with all the city service. And I made sure they know that we appreciate the work that they were doing. And I understand that where a lot may have feelings about, as I was talking to them, the hours that they have to work, to look at it in a different way on a positive side, as well as serving and protecting and keeping the resident and keeping us safe. And hopefully they'll be able to get some rest, but to not to allow the negative to overtake the good that Chicago Police Department is doing. I wanted to ask you about the smaller crimes, such as what are we arresting for illegal sales of marijuana now? Are those being addressed?
So is that, you say marijuana? I'm sorry, Alderwoman. I didn't hear.
Yes. Yes.
15 grams or less is a citation.
So how many, are we issuing citations? How many citations have we issued?
I can get that information to you, but yes, we do issue citations.
You can get it through the.
Okay.
Is it because we were in covert and the legalization of marijuana that we don't look at those issues? Or is that something that you can get through the chair? I would like to know. And if we will be stepping up our effort on all crime that's not gun related. I'm looking at a lot of smaller crimes that create bigger crimes.
Yes, we'll follow up with you. And yes, we do focus on lower level crimes as well as the violent crimes. So we'll follow with you on those 2 data points.
Well, I want to just make sure that you know our commanders in my area are working very closely with us. In fact, I have officers that come by the office every day while we are communicating with them. And I can't tell you enough about Deputy Chief Cato, because I don't think he get any sleep, no time.
No, he doesn't.
To be honest, and we said that this morning at our roll call, how visible that he is in addressing the issues.
Yep.
He also mentioned something that was really important. He said, Alderman, can you provide me a list of residential parkings? So apparently they are getting calls now for people who are parking illegal in a residential zone. And there are residents who are paying for these space, which is why they have them there. And so they can do more enforcement on those types of violations as well. But I do want to say that I know it's a lot that we need to do. And working together, though, we can do much more, much more. One thing that I noticed, I've met you several times, and you came out to the community and attend events with me. But you know, I guess we're probably used to seeing our superintendent being a little bit more visible within the areas and throughout the community. And I know you're new at trying to work your way in, but that may be something I could hope that you would put on your radar. That when people see their head law enforcement out, they tend to can appreciate it, just as they would our aldermen and the mayor or any elected official, but the heads. And when they see you there, it can help a lot. So I would just encourage that you would seek that advice, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Coming up, you was on a big meeting with us, a Zoom meeting with Reverend Walter Jones, Fathers in Care, and all of the elected officials and our community stakeholders. And we're gonna come back for round 2.
Yes, looking forward to
Because
it.
we think working with you, we can get a lot more done, and working with our police officers at large, all of us, to hear from the community, the residents, and how we can really try to tackle these problems. I'm just concerned about the shootings that are occurring. I think that we're gonna have to really find out where all these guns are coming from. And I know traffic stops. Or how are you handling those? Can you address traffic stops?
Yes, so we wanted to take the randomness out of our traffic stops and focus all of our stops and investigative stops in the most violent areas of the city. We want our enforcement to mirror where the violence is occurring, as well as our community engagement, community service projects to mirror where the violence is occurring.
But thank you so much, Superintendent. As you know, I mentioned we're working with all of our organizations, our on the ground organizations, agencies that we have out here. I just, at some point, I think I would hope that we are convincing enough to take it to those who are not the big players in the game and start getting the local residents. And if we can look at a way to work with our block club leaders to bring it on home a little closer when it comes to these services and things they see and working direct, we could probably make a better headway on trying to deal with some of these problems. So I want to thank you and thank all of our men and women who serve and protect us each and every day for the work that you're doing. We look forward to continue to work with you, all hands on deck, as they say, and be open to receiving those concerns from us at any time. So we know how to reach out for you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you,
Madam
Alderman
President.
Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Hopkins, are you there? All right, we'll skip and come back to Alderman Hopkins. The chair recognizes Alderman Rebollos.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent, thank you for being here, for giving us some time, and I know you got to get back because we have some work to do this weekend. I also want to thank some of my colleagues for the questions that you've asked, significant questions. Madam President, I'm going to change this a little bit, if you allow me, Superintendent, just a little bit. We'll change the scenario just a little bit. I want to wear my CPAP membership hat. And I think members of our council should understand and should know what we do with CPAP when it involves the superintendent and members of the police department. As a member of the Community Policing Advisory Panel, which stands for CPAP, along with our Public Safety Chairman, Chris Talaferro, who's with us today, I can, with respect to the police accountability, say that I've attended bi-monthly meetings with members of the Community Policing Advisory Panel, which are members of the advisory district council, to not only discuss new orders as directed by Superintendent Brown, First Deputy Superintendent Eric Carter, who's been on these meetings with us, and Deputy Chief of Community Policing Angel Novales, and also Chief McDermott and Lieutenant Caldwell, who's with us today. As a former chairman of public safety, and I repeat that again, as a former chairman of public safety, our plan then, our plan today, following the direction of the mayor, is the substantial progress that we've made on one of the most critical reform initiatives, which is community policing. And I say this because I'm there twice a month with members of the CPAP committee talking about this very same subject that is affiliated with what we're doing today. And once again, as a member of CPAP, I am proud of the work that we've done together with CPD to expand the number of affinity liaisons who represent many of the traditionally marginalized communities across the entire Chicago area. And as a member of CPAP and Chairman Talaferro, we have expanded the number of districts that are piloting the neighborhood policing initiatives as required by the Department of Justice. This initiative takes community-focused officers out of the offices and places them in the community where they are focusing relationship building and, most importantly, problem solving. I and Chairman Talaferro believe that community policing is a solution to violence that is vigorously pursued by the Chicago Police Department. And I congratulate the Chicago Police Department for their efforts on this matter. And now we must focus on taking the next steps, ensuring that our officers move away from an enforcement-only strategy to one that is community policing at its core. Take care of the small things, and we don't have to worry about the large things. We must continue to overhaul the CAPS program so that it becomes a program that is focused on problem solving within the community instead of an office job. Superintendent Brown, let's continue to make our officers who support our officers, and most important, let's make sure that they remain healthy so that the family members remain safe and secured. I still believe that we have the best police force in the country. Let's protect them as well, Superintendent. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Superintendent.
Afternoon.
I'd like to thank you and your team for being here today. I'd like to share with you a short excerpt from a letter I received a few months back from a policeman in my community. He writes, Alderman, the situation within the police department is becoming more dire every day. Police officers feel that no one cares about them. Their mental health is suffering. Too many, faith in leadership and morale is nearly lost. And I don't know how we can get it back.
You need to demonstrate that we care about our officers. We need to offer more services and support to them to prove it. Suicidal thoughts and despair is very real within the Chicago Police Department. So are broken families and divorce. We send good officers out each and every day, family men and women. Active members in this community out to the streets where they meet physical violence, abuse, despair, the ugliest parts of society. I didn't know how to respond to this officer. Now, David, I know that mental wellness is a priority for you, as it is for me. I don't think that our department has done enough for these officers. Several months back, I was working with Chief West to open a mental health center on the south side, where officers who live in my community could go for the help they so desperately need. Following the retirement of Chief West, I heard that wasn't going to happen. I want to know why this project fell apart and how we can get it put back together. I say this because what we're doing now is woefully inadequate. Secondly, it's my understanding that the department commissioned a staffing analysis from the University of Chicago Crime Lab sometime back. I'd like to talk to you offline about what that showed, and I'd like a separate briefing with the superintendent about this. Third, we have a severe shortage of supervisors in the field. I think we all know that. I don't know how we can expect officers, particularly our young officers, to go out each and every day with what they see without adequate supervision. On top of that, I do believe the consent decree has that included. We need to get more sergeants and lieutenants. We need to do it fast. We have the budget for these supervisors. We need to get classes in. Fourth, offline, I'd like to get an accounting of an actual district personnel under direct district command. The number of officers that we actually have in each district. One example I would give in my community last weekend, all of you saw we had a horrible train accident. 3 people were killed, including a young girl. 8 of our officers were on that scene. I could only imagine the horror of what they saw. Those officers are then taken off the job for a period of time. That's 8 officers that we have to do more for, to look after. And that's 8 officers that are no longer protecting Washington Heights, Brainerd, West Pullman, Beverly, Morgan Park, and Mount Greenwood. And lastly, on June 6th, at a restaurant in my community, 2 minors armed with a shotgun and a handgun carjacked 2 young women. Those 2 offenders are in custody today. They're both minors. They've got track records. But I'd like to congratulate and thank the carjacking task force for getting those 2 off the street. I want to work with you. I want to be helpful. But we have to do better for our officers. Thank you, and thank all of you.
You want to address any of this?
If I may respond, you're right. We always have to do more, and it's critically important now to do more. We have several programs in place. I know you are aware of Alexa James's role, who is a senior advisor to me on programs that we need to implement on the scale of more clinicians, more opportunity to be part of peer support, EAP, reprogramming everything we do. And yes, we will get a follow-up with you on Deputy Superintendent West's project that's not proceeding, so you can find out where we are and how we can proceed. I am committed to officer wellness. Not because I've been on this job as a cop for all of my adult life, nearly 40 years now, and I've seen the impacts of this job and that it has on officers and their families, especially. We always are prioritizing officer wellness, even given the challenges we face with longer shifts during these very violent weekends. I commit to you and to the officers on our department that we'll do all we can to ensure access to quality mental health services, an opportunity to be programmed into officer wellness. There's things we can do programming wise to improve officer wellness, as well as what we're doing now during these long deployments, which is providing respite sites. We're integrating officer wellness services into these sites. Our peer support is not being deployed. Our officers who are peer support are not being deployed. Their role will be making roll calls, being available on these deployment sites, being available on the respite sites to provide that peer support, as well as all of our clinicians who are impacted by this scale of officers needing services. So we have them working these hours, these long hours with us to provide professional clinical services to our officers real time as they're being deployed, not waiting for the deployment to end, as well as an after action on officer wellness. So when we come off of these long hours, there's likely a larger need than normal of officer services on the back end. And we are integrating that into our plans as well. But the last thing I would say to you, Alderman O'Shea, is I want to work with you as well, and all of you, on this very topic. We can't focus on this enough. There's so much to be done that we all have to work together to really move the needle on officer wellness. I commit to you my role as superintendent on this topic.
Alderman O'Shea, anything further? All right, the chair recognizes Alderman Brookins. Go ahead, Alderman O'Shea.
I just wanted to say Commander Sean Joyce is a wonderful leader in the 22nd District, and we're lucky to have him out there.
Chair recognizes Alderman Brookins.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to start out by, a lot of people don't know, my dad was a Chicago police officer for 14 years. During that time, only had to pull his gun once. My best friend from high school is currently on the job. With that said, also, as an African-American man, I know that in this city and mostly in this country that I am more likely to be the victim of a crime. And I'm also statistically more likely to be accused of a crime. Just the statistics just have it out there for that. With that said, I had to take exception to conflating taking guns off the streets with violent crimes. Specifically, people just want to be safe. They hear on the news that there's all this crime out there, and they hear that the response rates for the police is abysmal, and they'd rather be caught with it than to be caught without it. To give an example of what I know for a fact, Chicago police officers, the department to be doing is, in some cases, they are charging security guards who have a weapon with the UUW. And in that case, you wouldn't say that those security guards are somehow the ones that you are targeting or the ones that are more likely to be committing a gun offense. They just coming home from work. To vilify judges, my former law partner, my neighbor, and other people that are out there working hard and abiding by the Constitution that says on the Fifth Amendment that everybody is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and letting those people to bail is kind of disingenuous with respect to saying that. Because clearly we would not say with respect to police officers that if a citizen accuses you of something that, you know, until you are proven innocent, you shouldn't be able to have your police powers back. There are rules and there are exceptions. I think that bad police officers are the exceptions to the rule. I think that people who violate being on electronic monitoring are the exceptions to the rule also. Should there be zero? Absolutely. Should those situations have occurred? Absolutely not. Those people in those instances who've been charged with heinous crimes, obviously in retrospect, should not have been left out on electronic monitoring. But we've also seen so many people languish on electronic monitor or in custody before there was electronic monitoring, who wind up pleading guilty when they were absolutely not guilty to get out of jail, or the defenses were hampered because they were incarcerated and couldn't participate in putting together a case. People want to be safe, and my question is gonna really go to two questions. One, in order for people to feel safe, they need to know that the bad guy is actually getting caught and convicted. And so what are we doing to help clear our abysmal closure rate? And then number two, with respect to safety, when I'm meeting with the little old ladies in the basement at a block club meeting, or running up against people against the street, they are mad that traffic offenses are out of control. That people are going 50 miles an hour down Ashland, 95th Street, passing you on the right, cutting you off. They don't care about the speed light cameras giving them a ticket. They want to know where the police officers, where's the traffic division out there stopping these people, making it safe for them to cross the street. So it is those quality of life issues also that are affecting the people in my community, and what's being done about that also. Thank you.
Two things, both questions. Our clearance rates are higher than they've been. Last year is higher than they've been in 15 years. This year, we're outpacing that number. We've been clearing homicides between, today it's 52% clearance rate. It's been as high as 60% this year. That's a significant increase than previous years. Two, our officers are enforcing traffic laws. We are out there working very hard for you. We obviously are trying to focus all of our enforcement where we have high violence, more so to save lives, but we are also doing the other parts of the job. But we really want our traffic stop to mirror where violent crime is occurring to save lives. And we want our community engagements to be also in those violent crime areas. That does not mean we're ignoring other parts of the city. So we can always improve everything we're doing, and I'll take that under advisement, and we'll discuss that in our meetings to address some of the traffic stops outside of the violent crime areas.
So specifically what they're requesting is more missions.
Yeah.
More, set it up. You going 50 in the 30, you need to be arrested. I mean, people would rather there be more cops writing tickets and radar and all of that than they see the speed cameras. And they literally can't cross Ashland. I mean, the people are really going that fast up and down the streets within our community. And I know it's a small problem, but if you look at the purported broken window theory, one, we got to fix the windows, but also with respect to those types of quality of life crimes that also make it dangerous for people to live in the neighborhoods, we really got to do something with them. And if people think that they can get away with that, then they think they can get away with something else, that they can keep getting away with other stuff. So thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Brookins. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start by saying that we all know that this is not a new problem. We have been struggling with this for decades across the United States, and at times violence ceases, and the causes for that are not always clear according to research, but we do know that in moments of desperation and that poverty particularly is a driving force for concentrated poverty, for violence. So I wanted to remind everybody that historically, we have had proposals for addressing violence, and that in 1968, the Kerner Commission came out with a report that said that we needed to make massive investments and close the gap in inequality, right? Particularly racial inequality in the United States. And that report was ignored. And what we have historically done instead is investing in policing. So now we are here in a hearing with police, and we are putting all our faith in the fact that police is supposed to solve this problem of violence, particularly this weekend, right? And we know that that's not going to happen. And we know that despite all the resources that we are putting into policing, which is most of the economic resources that we have as a city, it is not impacting necessarily the violence in a positive way. So I just wanted to say that, because I think that it is important to look at history and see how we have never attempted actually putting meaningful, and when I say meaningful, I am saying that we need massive investments in social infrastructure, that we need massive investments in jobs, that we need to make sure that it is not an option for people to join criminal organizations, that it is an option for people to have a way to make a living. But we are not doing that. We are investing in policing, and here we are asking questions to police as of how they are going to prevent violence. And I wanted to start by asking particularly about outreach workers, because they were mentioned during the opening remarks. We are using outreach workers in communities. I wanted to know how many outreach workers we have right now in our communities, and I want to know how much are being paid. Do they have benefits? And I want to know how are we making sure that we're also taking care of them, because we are talking about all the trauma, right, that all this violence provokes in the Chicago police force, which needs to be addressed. And then we are also trying to put a lot of work on the shoulders of outreach workers, trying to get them to prevent violence incidents from occurring. But I don't know what are the investment that we're making in terms of making sure that they have a decent standard of living and that they continue to choose doing this work. That's my first question.
That's not, street outreach is not within the purview of Chicago Police Department, but we can figure out a way to get that information to you.
Right. They were mentioned as part of the work that was being done. So I was curious to see if in terms of the strategy, the alternative strategy that we have been talking about, there is at least a number of the outreach workers that we have out there as part of the alternative strategy.
Yes, but they don't report to the Chicago Police Department. It's an independent entity.
Oh,
So
I understand. I work with them.
On how many and how much they get paid. We'll facilitate getting that to you.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to ask, we know that because of all the violence that we are seeing the demand for guns have also increased because people feel like they need to defend themselves. So I wanted to know how many of the people that have, or the guns that have been recovered and people who have been arrested because of those guns that have been recovered are people who had no previous criminal record. And have we given criminal records to people who have not necessarily even used the firearm, but have been getting firearms because they're scared of the current wave of shootings?
We'll get that information to you on how many people arrested with illegal guns had previous criminal histories.
We don't have that information right now available.
No, but we'll get it to you.
Okay, I'm a little worried about continuing to increase levels of mass incarceration and criminalizing people, because that is definitely not going to improve the situation, particularly in our communities of color. I wanted to ask about a breakdown. I don't know if you have this with you. A breakdown of department expenditures on investigating and prosecuting traffic offenses, misdemeanors, and nonviolent offenses versus the investigation on prosecution of violent offenses. Can you get that to me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I heard a lot about courts and how I think that there's been a lot of finger pointing, right, about like how courts are not necessarily doing their job at prosecuting, state's attorney, and I keep hearing this, but what we're seeing right now is a wave of violence in a lot of different cities, right? Like this is a national a crisis that we're seeing in major cities. So I wanted to better understand statistics or numbers that we can give the public to understand the rate of prosecution in courts, because what I am seeing doesn't necessarily match what I am hearing. So I would like, are there statistics that we have or numbers that we have to be able to speak about the rate of prosecution?
We can figure out how to get that to you, but that's not what we've been discussing. That's not what I've said. I've said too many violent people are being released on electronic monitoring. And I gave examples of people on electronic monitoring who killed while on electronic monitoring. That's all we said.
So do you have the numbers of people who have, like the percentage of people that are in electronic monitoring that actually have been contributing to the violence or doing violent offenses or killing? Do we have a percentage for that? I'm sorry if I missed that.
Sure, we can get that to you, but again, all I've said is that we've had 90+ people charged with murder, accepted by the state's attorney office, released on electronic monitoring back to our community. That's right.
How
now.
many
We
again?
have 90+ people charged with murder, charges accepted by the state's attorney's office, back in our communities on electronic monitoring.
All right. So those are the questions that I have right now. I don't know how much longer I will be able to stay in this in this hearing, and I have a lot of questions about technology. So if I don't get to the second part of this hearing, I will send a lot of questions, particularly as it pertains to ShotSpotter, to get them through the chair.
Sure, we get that to you. You can send your questions to the chair, I believe. We'll get all the answers to you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Rodriguez-Sanchez. Just a little time check, folks. We have approximately 16 other people who have raised their hands to ask questions. 10 minutes a person, 160 minutes, another 3 hours plus, considering any responses from the superintendent. I just want to give people a sense of where we are. All right, up next is the chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for attending this special meeting. Thank you, Superintendent Brown, for attending as well. I think we can see from the different kind of perspectives on policing from the different members of the council that signed a letter to have this meeting that, you know, we don't all necessarily agree with our perspective on what a solution is, but there's definitely an agreement that what we've been doing hasn't been effective. I have colleagues like Alderman Riley who kind of questioned whether we should try something different. Alderman O'Shea who mentioned, you know, mental health services. So I think we all understand that there's different ways to address the many facets that lead to public safety. And so I want to look at it from a couple of different standpoints. I'm a little confused as to the superintendent stating that some of these numbers have gone down. When looking at the CPD website that I pulled up during the meeting, murders are up 1%, criminal sexual assault is up 22%, motor vehicle theft is up 9%, theft is up 4%, and that's year over year. So I'm trying to figure out which numbers do I pay attention to, or is it the ones that you're telling us at the podium or the ones that are coming up on the website as far as this week's CompStat?
I just don't know the date. I've heard that. I'm looking at the website from another alderman. So I don't know the date timestamp on that. Of course, you know, these crime reports are updated daily. So if you don't have the current updated crime stats, and likely you're behind on what's happened recently. But I think what is not in dispute are two numbers: homicides and who's been shot. June to June had a 20% reduction. 78 people killed by homicidal violence in June of 2021. In June of 2020, there were 98 people killed by homicidal violence. The same occurred in May versus May. The same occurred in April versus April. 3 consecutive months of declines in homicide. That same fact is true for shootings have declined. No one's bragging about this. We're just acknowledging the hard work of our officers in the deployment in the violent areas of the city. That's all we're doing. And today,
thank you for
the updated amount for homicides is that basically we are flat, even. Yesterday we were down 1%. Today we're even based on last night's events. So the website may not be date timestamp updated to current, but I guarantee you we are at this podium. We look at it every hour by hour. I've been watching it while I've been here on the shooting calls and or the homicides. We've all been looking at our emails to determine what's happening right now since we can't go to our deployment meetings. So it's updated hour by hour, moment by moment as things happen, real time.
I appreciate that. And the one that I'm looking at is June 21st through 27th, so that is last week. So if you all are willing to email whatever you're getting by the timeline now to compare, I'd appreciate, because it did say shooting incidents were up 12% as of last week, but to your point, that number could fluctuate week over week. So if we get something more recent, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And now
awesome. So part of the reason I'm asking some of these questions are clearly everyone's invested. It is difficult work out there. I don't think anyone's denying that, right? I've done work as a civilian facilitator and have worked and talked to our commanders. So I understand it is difficult, challenging work for the folks out there. But I also think that we're not doing the things holistically to create a healthy, safer environment. And police often are reactive, right? They show up after incidents occur. They don't predict them occurring. So I've got questions that are more based on really thinking about our taxpayer dollar and a fiduciary responsibility. So the part of the resolution that was written by my colleague, Alderman Lopez, was about the mobile units. And so my question is, how much are we spending on the mobile units and how are we objectively tracking results to know that it's effective to have them?
You mean the citywide teams when you say mobile units?
Yes, the citywide teams.
So we track moment by moment their deployments and the effectiveness. So an example would be our citywide teams. When they're deployed, we look at what's happened during the times they were deployed. And an example of their deployments for the citywide team, there have been 90% effective in shootings and homicides in the areas where they're deployed. So there've been virtually no shootings, no homicides in the areas where the citywide teams are deployed. We look at
Let me
it
ask that, let
every
me
time
follow
they're
up there.
deployed.
Are there other areas of town that are
Alderman
similarly?
Vasquez. Alderman
Yes.
Vasquez, if I may interrupt. As I indicated previously, the only way that this is going to make sense, that the record is clear, that the members can understand, is that when you ask a question, the superintendent waits for you to finish asking your question. You also need to do the same. When you ask the question, please allow him to finish his answer. Again, so the record is clear, the public can understand, the members can understand. If we jump in back and forth, it's all going to be a muddle and no one's going to get it. So I would just ask all members to abide by those very basic rules so that the record is clear, members of the public can understand, members can understand. I believe the superintendent was in the middle of responding to your last question, Alderman.
So there were no shootings virtually in the deployment areas where our citywide teams are deployed. We look at it every day they're deployed to a particular area, as well as every other unit that's deployed to our high violent crime areas.
Got it. Thank you. And I appreciate the clarification, Madam President. I'm just trying to make sure we don't end up more than 160 minutes here and wanted to make sure I had my 10 minutes for questioning. So I appreciate the clarification. My follow-up on that, well, two things. I just want to correct the record because I think something the superintendent said before attributed electronic monitoring assignments to this to state's attorney when that's not actually the case. And the reason I want to correct that is there's been a lot of narrative as to who bears responsibility on that. I just want to make sure that's clear, but I'll go to my next question and make sure we have time. Shot spotter. So there was the MacArthur Justice Center had a study through Northwestern University that showed out of the shot spotter deployments from July 1st, 2019 to April 14th, 2021, 89% of the deployments that turned up no gun-related crime and 86% led to no report of any crime at all. So you're talking about 40,000 dead-end deployments where people are being sent out to things and nothing comes of it. So similarly, how much are we spending on shot spotter and how is that effectively recorded or tracked as far as its efficacy? Because if it's not getting the thing done and you're sending officers to places that they don't end up with any crime, we're misusing the funds and misusing the resource.
We'll get you the budget for shot spotter, but we would argue that research is flawed. We have different data that shows shot spotter significantly points us toward where shots are fired because of casings we find at the scene and our suspects we arrest at the scene of shot spotter.
Sure, if you could send that data, because I think this whole time as we've been asking questions, every time the data doesn't corroborate with your stance on it, you just don't accept the data and we don't get the data from you to be able to compare. So I definitely would love if you could send that through the chair along with the amount spent on the citywide units. Thank you for that. Let me see. I think that is actually all that I currently have on these, but you mentioned that you talk to the city council members weekly, but a number of us don't get calls or any conversations with you weekly. So I'm wondering when that is, who gets invited and why some of us aren't.
It's on a rotation. I talk with 2 of you each week. It's on a schedule. I believe we've already talked at least twice, but we can definitely, and any time beyond that schedule you want to call me, I'm available anytime. Call me anytime.
Yeah, so I know the last one was scheduled for June 15th. We missed a call and I sent a text message, didn't get a response to that. And I've also been following up for over a year about curb stoning in Hood and Norwood in the 24th district. So I will take you up on that. I just hope that it is responded to. Thank you, Superintendent.
Alderman Hopkins, I believe you're back. If so, the chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Yeah, I am, and I apologize for missing the earlier call. Thank you, Madam President and Superintendent. And I fully appreciate you've had to reiterate several times that there's certain elements of information that are best not discussed in a public forum. And in recognition of that, I was going to ask some more specific details about census numbers, particularly in the 18th district, which is partially in my ward. But if you could just tell me, what is our current number of patrol resources on a citywide basis? You know, traditionally that number's hovered around, 12,000, 13,000. Where are we at right now? What is the total number of available resources of patrol officers, ranking officers, sergeants, lieutenants, and detectives? What is that figure? And if you could just, give us a close ballpark estimate for that.
We are hovering ballpark around 12,000, as I mentioned earlier, and we are 1 or 2 percentage points above our normal attrition. So our normal attrition is between 4 and 5%. We're hovering around 6% at this point in the year.
All right. And what is the current status of individual districts that might be under-resourced in terms of their ability to respond to calls? Particularly in the 18th district, we're seeing an increase in response times. We're seeing more calls that simply don't get answered, the low priority calls, a suspicious person or, graffiti, vandalism, things like that, that don't have that urgency. We're hearing reports that oftentimes it's hours before patrol resources are available to respond to calls like that. So that speaks to a resource shortage. We also know last night, I believe Third Watch was extended for 3 hours because we didn't have enough replacements coming in. So all of these things add up to a potential shortage of resources. And I would just like to ask you to take advantage of this moment to ask us, what do you need? I appreciate that you had better things to do with your time today than to come and testify before the city council. But as long as you're here, this is an opportunity for you to ask us for what your needs are. What can we do to help you be more effective, to help you do a better job? What are the tools you need that you don't have? And what are the resources that you need that you're currently lacking that we could perhaps step up as budget time approaches and see if we can assist you?
One of the most critical needs, and I'll focus just on this critical need, is we have a significant need to recruit people to apply for the job. What affects that is not only the mood of this body regarding officers and the work they do, but also to retain officers. So we have attrition issues like every other department in the country, and it is a significantly challenging environment to be a cop in this country, and significantly more dangerous environment. As I mentioned, last year, we had a 500% increase in officers shot at or shot. 79 officers were shot at or shot. This year, we're outpacing that 500% increase in officers shot at or shot. So the biggest need I have from you and your peers and your colleagues is to acknowledge the hard work of Chicago police officers. That's not to say give them a pass when they are wrong. That's not what I'm asking. But when they are doing the job in the ways that create 3 consecutive months of declines in homicides, acknowledge it. That keeps them encouraged to continue to run toward danger, to accomplish this. That's the biggest need. Everything else is low on the totem pole. This is the biggest need. It's the biggest impact on retaining our officers and recruiting applicants, that this body supports them.
Well, thank you, Superintendent, for that answer. That's something we can do readily. It doesn't have a price tag attached to encouragement and support. But beyond that, if there's any resource allocation that would have a price tag, as Alderman Riley said previously, our constituents often think we actually control the police department and set policy. We all know we don't do that. We're civilians. But the one thing that we do have control over is your budget. And we have to have that discussion every year, but it's an ongoing analysis of where we're at. So please bear that in mind as we approach budget season. If there's something else that you need that you're not getting that would cut down on the response times, for example, when we go into backlog, I'm open to that. I can't speak for all 50 of us. There'd probably be some division of opinion within there. But that is an important task that we have as a legislative body, is allocating the resources to you so you can do your job. And just to follow up on that again, without putting you in the position where you have to reveal specifics, I can have this conversation offline, but can you please tell me, to what degree does your department provide any type of analysis for how frequently a given district goes into radio assignment pending status? And what does that look like? Is there any kind of data analysis that you do internally where you can track how often we have a situation where 911 calls are backlogged, they are not responded to, or they're responded to oftentimes hours after the call has been made? I'm hearing all these anecdotal stories, but I don't know where the data to back it up might exist. How does your department handle that from an internal analysis perspective? And that concludes my remarks, Madam President. Thank you for returning to me out of order.
Yeah, Rich Gaddis over OMC does that analysis, and that information is readily available. We'll help get that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hopkins. The chair recognizes Alderman Ramirez-Rosa.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Public safety is a human right. No Chicagoan should have to live in fear of violence on their block, in their neighborhood. And to build a safer Chicago, we all need to work together. We all need to be focused on a strategy that will address public safety and ensure that Chicagoans have the safety that they deserve. So I appreciate you, Chief Brown, taking the time today to be part of this public dialogue about increasing public safety in Chicago. And I want to thank you for your hard work. I know that your job is not easy, and I want to thank the public employees of the Chicago Police Department for the hard work that they do. I want to address some of the finger pointing that has been going on today. A number of my colleagues have already touched on this subject, but it's an extremely important point. Chief Brown, are you familiar with this report, Dollars and Cents in Cook County, examining the impact of General Order 18.8A on felony bond court decisions, pretrial release and crime, November 2020 by Don Stemmen and David Olson from Loyola University, Chicago?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so I'll provide you with a copy of this report, and I'm going to file it with the clerk so it's part of the public record. One of the things that this very well-researched report says is that, quote, evaluations of recent bail reform efforts indicate that these efforts have not been associated with increases in new criminal activity. The conclusion of the report finds that pretrial release reforms had no impact on new criminal activity or new violent criminal activity on those defendants released pretrial. Quote, opponents of bail reform may continue to argue that reducing the use of monetary bail and increasing the number of people released pre-trial will result in more defendants committing more crimes while on pre-trial release. But that is not what happened following bail reform in Cook County, consistent with experiences following bail reform in New York, New Jersey, and Philadelphia. Everyone wants safe communities. Releasing people on their own recognizance does not make communities less safe. So in the face of this evidence, which has been reported on publicly, it feels as if this administration and your department continue to point the finger at the courts and the state's attorney and their pretrial release and criminal justice reforms as a driver for violence in Chicago. Now that I've read you this report, does your opinion change on any of that?
No, because Chicago police officers are the advocates for victims. So the person shot and killed by Domingo Johnson, who was out on EM, is who I'm advocating for. I'm also advocating for the young child that was shot in the McDonald's drive-through by someone on electronic monitoring, as well as the person stabbed repeatedly by someone on electronic monitoring, as well as the person who was vehicular hijacked by persons on electronic monitoring. We're sworn to be the advocates as police officers of victims. We are. And I stand firm in that advocacy.
So
for the victims killed by people, for the
hold on one second. Alderman Rosa, Ramirez-Rosa, I will give you the same admonishment that I've given others. The only way this will work is for you to ask your questions and the superintendent to wait until you finish asking your questions. But conversely, when you've asked a question, to allow the superintendent to finish answering before you interject with another question. Okay? I think you interrupted in the middle of the superintendent's response.
So we stand firm as police officers on the advocacy for the victims of homicide. And I would argue in closing to my response to you, if one person is killed by someone on electronic monitoring, you need to rethink electronic monitoring. One person is worth changing this system.
Well, thank you for that response. It seems as if you're conflating punishment and justice with data-driven criminal justice approaches. The data just does not back up. And I understand that you can point to a number of horrific anecdotes. Those anecdotes are horrific. Those are horrible things that have occurred, but we shouldn't be basing our public safety strategies. We shouldn't be basing our policy based off of anecdotal evidence. It should be data-driven in that approach. I want to bring to your attention some recent headlines with the caveat that they're from WBEZ. I know that there are some in the administration that have not liked the critical and accurate reporting coming out of WBEZ. This is an article from May 26. It says, Mayor Lori Lightfoot blamed gun violence on judges, but emails show her staff knew it wasn't true. And specifically, what it points to right here is an email that was sent from then Deputy Public Safety Mayor Susan Lee. She said that the data does not fit the narrative being pushed by the city and the police department. And what she said was that the police department needs to stop putting out that talking point, that this is somehow linked to an increase in crime. Were you included in that email, or are you familiar with that email?
No, I'm not familiar with that email, nor was I included in that email.
Okay, well, now you're familiar with that email. I certainly hope that we begin to adopt data-driven approaches to public safety, and that we stop pointing the needle, pointing in false directions. We need to invest in public safety, and we need to recognize that our police officers have an extremely difficult job, and quite simply, they can't do it all. And so to that end, I want to share with you a little bit in closing from a 2017 report by the Center for Popular Democracy, Law for Black Lives, and the Black Youth Project 100. And what this report found, it was a very well-researched report. I'm also going to file this and put it on the record and share with you. It said that a variety of studies have echoed that investments in drug treatment, mental health support, educational completion programs, and supportive interventions for families in crisis are more effective, less expensive, and more humane crime-fighting strategies than increased incarceration and policing. Everything from preschool programs to summer jobs for youth to improved access to healthcare are more clearly linked to reduce crime rates and community development than police, jails, and prisons. We cannot continue the same failed policies of the last 30, 40, 50 years and continue to expect different results. Superintendent Brown, you have an extremely difficult job. And the reality is that your department, its structure, its approach to public safety will never be able to be equipped to deal with the violent crime that we're facing in our communities. Because once that child or once that young person has a gun in their hand and they're ready to go out, we're never going to be at a point in time where we have police officers on every corner that are going to be able to karate chop guns out of children's hands and stop the shooting. We need to prevent violence. And that requires a type of public safety investment that is not congruous with jails and with punishment. The data is clear. And so I hope, Superintendent Brown, that moving forward, you and your department and this administration read reports like the one that I just read into the record, because this right here is what the data shows. This narrative that you're pushing, that the courts and the criminal justice reform efforts that they are leading on are somehow to blame, you're pushing a bad narrative that this administration and its officials pointed out before they left was false. So if this point in time, if you continue to push that narrative after we've presented to you publicly these articles, these reports, then I'm going to have to say, Superintendent Brown, that you're a liar, because you've been put on notice now. You know now that the data does not back up that narrative that you're pushing. So I certainly hope you will stop. I supported you in being in this position because I thought that you were going to be a reformer. And instead, what I've heard is the same false narratives and broken talking points that have led to this broken criminal justice system. It's time for real public safety investments. I'm glad that we're having this conversation today because the public needs to know what's the direction of public safety in Chicago. And I hope that moving forward, we're going to take a data-driven approach. Thank you.
I'm just going to remind members of the body, there are not a number of other folks that want to speak. I'd ask you, urge you, ask questions, not speeches. Next up, the chair recognizes Alderman Dow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the superintendent for being here today. I want to support the men and women in blue. I know they have a very difficult job, and I'm grateful for the communication that I have with my commanders and the officers that I come in contact with. I am, however, really frustrated about the state of our city as it relates to public safety. Just this morning, I had a 22-year-old woman shot in the head. Yesterday, I had that U of C student randomly shot on the CTA train. And then 3 days ago, I had a couple of residents in the South Loop who had random shots go through their units. So I'm really concerned about this discussion. And while I heard my colleagues say we need a whole new focus on public safety, while that may be true, we have to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, and people want to be safe. So I have some questions, Superintendent. Do you know if there is I thought that there was some kind of ordinance that required the police department to do a justification for their decisions made on deployment. So you're supposed to look at data, I think it's annually perhaps, and then give a presentation before the city council about how you make those decisions. Now, Superintendent Weiss, when he was here, was gonna do it, he never did it. Superintendent McCarthy made a promise to do that and he never did it. I wanna ask you or our corporation council if this is a requirement.
I'm not aware of the requirement.
Okay, I would ask our corporation council if we can look into that, because I believe there is something on the books that requires a review and public presentation on decisions made on deployment. And if that's the case, we need to see that information, because I think that there are inequitable distribution of police officers in our districts. I want to co-sign Alderman King's point, and I point to the 2nd district where we had a merger of the 2nd and the 21st district, where we have increasing population, increasing commerce, and not enough police officers designated when compared to other parts of the city. I think the same situation could be said about the 1st district, which has increasing populations. We just opened up the NEMA with 900 apartments in there, and we've seen very little, an increase in commerce and very little increase in the distribution of allocation, I should say, of police officers. So I just want to lay that there and have you, implore you to look at that and to really come back to us and give us the justifications for the numbers and how you arrived at that decision. I think the other thing I want to say about this relates to my concern, and this is a question: are you still taking officers out of the districts and putting them downtown?
No.
So that's over with.
Yes, it's over.
Okay. So what other specific plans do you have for districts that are not designated high violent districts? Because we're seeing increases in activity.
So we
criminal
deploy,
activity.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I am done.
Oh, we deploy resources beyond just the tier 1 districts based on the need. And I know we've had this discussion. When you have a concern, is there a way to get more resources in the non-tier 1 district? And the answer is yes. Chief McDermott makes those decisions real time every day throughout the day and into the early morning hours of the night when that need arises. So we can surge resources anywhere in the city when needed. It is the idea of the flexibility of a citywide team that not all the time data pushes us in predictably the right areas. Many times spontaneous things happen in an area that normally doesn't see any violence, and they would need a surge of resources. Without the flexibility of a citywide team, we don't have that opportunity or capacity. So thus, when Chief McDermott gets those kinds of requests from commanders, he makes that adjustment.
Okay, and when he makes that adjustment, does that outside unit or different unit come into the district under the leadership, under the commander's discretion? I mean, does the commander, if something happens at 51st and King, for example, and the commander knows that something's going on 47th Street, can that commander direct that outside unit to deal with the issue that has arisen on 47th Street, for example?
Yes, but it's a collaboration. So it's in collaboration with the command structure of the unit coming in to have whatever need there is for as long as it's needed. They do come under the direction and command of the district because they are much more aware of what's happening, but it's a collaborative deployment between both command structures. But they are they are directed by the commander and where they need to be and how long they need to be there and what they need to be doing while there.
And are you satisfied with the level of communication and collaboration between
we are
the
always
outside units and the commanders?
We are always trying to tighten that deployment. We're calling it precision deployment. Many times we send officers to an area, it's too broad an area, we make adjustments, or we displace the behavior to an adjacent area than where we deployed. So we have to deploy around anticipated displacement. Many times we'll be in an area and it's effective, but then nearby, we'll start seeing some of that same behavior outside of the deployment area, and we deploy around crime displacement as well.
Why don't we have shot spotter in the 1st district?
We should.
We
can
don't.
visit on how we get that happening. I believe that can happen wherever we need it. Let's work together and give us your thoughts, and we'll run analysis and figure out where it's needed best.
All right.
Funding is the issue, so we need to discuss that as well.
Well, I'm the budget chair. Hopefully I can do something about that with the support of the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the data on, do you have data on whether surveillance cameras deter crime?
We have data and real-time experience that it does. It's one of the best attributes of when you have crimes where you don't have witnesses willing to come forward, that we have it on video. That's the evidence we need to get a charge on an offender. Yes, it's very effective. We can get you data on how many of our homicides are cleared based on that video data, how many guns are recovered based on that real-time monitoring of our pod cameras. But for that video, we wouldn't be recovering the number of guns we recover, nor clearing the level of homicides we clear.
Okay, I'd be interested in that data. As you spoke of clearance rates, does the clearance rate include cases that were closed and no one was caught?
Yeah, so the formula for clearance rates is a national formula. It's not a Chicago PD formula. It's a national formula. I'm very familiar. It is previous year plus this year's equals clearance rates. That's the national formula for clearance rates.
Right, but does it include data on when no one was caught for the crime?
Yes, if we don't solve that crime, that goes into the bucket of the percentage that we didn't clear.
Okay. And then lastly, the violence interrupters that are throughout the city, have you had a discussion with them about your July 4th plans?
Yes, they are integrated in all of our planning for this summer, including this weekend. We worked through Norm Kerr on the mayor's staff with that communication, and they have adjusted their hours when we need them to adjust their hours. They've worked with us on conflicts that spike, that are not on our radar. It can be obviously grown and matured, but we are getting to the point where we can real-time deploy them around what's happening on the ground.
All right, well, you know, you have a very hard job. I think that, you know, it's important that we continue to have these conversations. And thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderman Tabaris.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by saying that I know there are some who do not want to have this hearing today, but I can say with complete confidence, after hearing from constituents in my ward, that there are many residents of our city who are happy that we're here today. With that, I have a few questions. You mentioned in your remarks priority for you. Can you walk us through the decision-making process and the metrics considered when 12-hour shifts are being implemented and RDOs are being canceled?
Yes, I'll just give this one metric. Last July was the most violent July on record in Chicago. 107 murders happened last July. So that's pretty predictable that this July, we ought to have more officers deployed around that data set, with the data set where and when, what time, what day of the week that happened. So we can predict just based on last year's July, but we do above and beyond that. We look at 2019's July, 2018's July, and we look at what's happened last week and the last 28 days in deciding 12-hour shifts and cancel days off. And this is a decision. If we can predict high violence based on that data set, do you want fewer officers at work or more? For the fewer officers that have to come to work, they would say more. Their families would say more officers. When they're being deployed to an area where midnight 4th of July, fireworks and guns start flying, shooting, do you want more officers at work or fewer if you're the cop that has to come to work? And finally, I have been the cop that had to come to work. I never had a lot of seniority as a young cop. I always had to work the holidays. And I remember saying, if I'm ever in charge, I'm gonna have more cops at work on those violent days than less. And this comes from somebody that's been shot at in his career. You'd much rather have more cops with you at work during the predictably high violent days than fewer cops at work.
Well, last summer, last July, as we all know, was there. Thank you. You mentioned last July. As we know, last July, last summer, it was during the civil unrest. There were a lot of riots. So how often on an annual basis do you foresee the need to implement 12-hour shifts and canceled RDOs?
So as I mentioned, we looked at last July, but we also looked at July 2019, July 2018, and we looked at the previous 7 days and the previous 28 days. So it wasn't just a look at last July. And yes, 4th of July weekend is historically more violent and the most violent weekend of the year, historically.
So what do you foresee in the future? I mean, are we going to continue to have these 12-hour shifts and canceled RDOs every summer?
So let me make sure we set the record straight. We have utilized 12-hour shifts and canceled days off to the tune of $20 million less than we have in the past. So we're utilizing overtime less than we have in the past, and we're giving more notice. Previously in the past, we never gave much notice to changing people's hours and or whether or not their days off would be canceled. That's some of the things we've heard from officers. If we have to do this, I'd like to have notice to make personal arrangements. So we've given them more and more notice that this would happen. And finally, we plan to do it when needed, but we plan to do it Memorial Day, based on data, Father's Day weekend, based on data, is increasingly violent, July 4th weekend, which is increasingly violent, the most violent, and Labor Day weekend. Those are the 4 times we're doing it. And we anticipate, if we forecast our budget, being significantly less than previous year's expenditures on overtime.
Well, you mentioned the budget. So considering that CPD requested a budget reduction for this year, is there a plan in place to not rely on 12-hour shifts and canceled RDOs as a means to improve morale and protect officer wellness?
Yes, and we'll defer to the budget hearings to start that discussion. I certainly don't want to turn this into a budget hearing. I'll never go home, so.
Well, you know, based on what you're saying, doesn't it create more liability for bad decisions due to exhaustion?
So the liability is for the cops that have to come to work when they don't have enough cover, them being shot or killed. Think about the cops who have to come to work. So we don't have banker's hours. So somebody has to come to work during these violent weekends. Think about them and their families. Would you rather have more cops during these violent weekends or less cops? And if it's less cops, your choice, the liability of them being shot and killed when you could have had more officers there to protect against that. That's the decision.
I just want to close with a quick observation. Recently, I'd worked with 8th District Commander Millian in using my ward allotment to purchase multiple cameras in the ward, in the 23rd ward, because they were going to help the police do their job. Do you seek volunteers for RDOs canceled before forcing them?
We don't get enough volunteers to accomplish the task at hand. We do seek volunteers though.
So I want to close by saying that, please let us know what resources are needed to lighten the load being placed on our police officers. Because I believe that officer wellness and community safety go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Tabares. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano. Will you please turn his microphone on, sir?
Son? Okay.
There you go.
Thank you very much for being here, Superintendent. I'll make mine as brief as possible. I'll try to get through it. I'd like to reflect on what Alderman Riley said as well. I do not take this meeting at all as to bring you down here in any way, shape, or form to make you a punching bag. That's not the way I have ever looked at your department. My job, I feel, is to work with you the best of our abilities. I feel that you and I have a great relationship. Yes. We've sat down on many occasions. We've missed calls with each other, but we have a great working relationship. Your tip of the spear is incredible. I tip my hat to them. They have a tough job. I feel that this conversation should be about what we as city council is doing wrong to help you, or what you're doing wrong by not asking us for help, and how we're not working together properly. So I'm going to try and do a run and gun, no pun intended, please, with that run and gun technique of Q&A, and maybe we can get a couple of questions out. My biggest thing here is on today, the constant concept that has come up with everybody almost is putting it on our state's attorney's office that we're having charges put on criminals and constantly being dropped. And we're seeing repeat offenders back on the street. We're seeing them on electronic monitors. And the morale for police officers, every arrest making, we're seeing these criminals back on the street quickly. I almost stopped asking a question after that because I was excited to see almost an entire city council point that out, because we've had 3 years of this going on. We had 3 years that we saw this happening. And we had 3 years to make sure we were supporting the right people in these positions, and we didn't. So we all failed on that. And that could be changed going forward. We need a state's attorney, not a defense attorney in that office. And I can see it in your face. I see it in our mayor's face. I see it in city council's face that we're tired of this constant catch and release system. It's not working for the city of Chicago. It's not working for the county. So that's not my question. My first question is, we talked about the foot pursuit, and your response to that was you're fearful that, or the concept of it is to save officers. Is that correct?
Offenders, officers in the community at large.
Okay. My question to that would be, would it be a little bit more strength to our department if we got rid of that foot pursuit policy altogether? Because when we are saving the officer's health, we're also allowing offender the right to offend another day by letting them go. And now we're in a perpetual cycle of crime. So that's something we have to look at, because, sir, this right here tells everybody what we're doing in this office. They know that there is no foot pursuit policy. They know there is no vehicle chase policy, which I'm a fan of, because we've seen numerous amounts of accidents. But now we're telling that offender that if you take off, I have to ask myself 3, 4, 5 questions. What's going on? By that time, you're going to be gone. They know it. They're going to use it to their advantage. I'm hoping together we can decide that this already is not going to be successful. But I get your concept behind it. Okay, I do get that. Your CERT team, are they held to a quota, sir?
No, they're not.
Okay. Through the chair, would we be able to see what's the CERT team's activity is like? Is that something?
Yes.
Okay.
We can get that to you, definitely.
And your CST team is made up of approximately how many officers?
We'll defer on the exact number, but we can definitely visit with you offline on that.
Okay. My question is that whatever that number is, where do those officers come from?
They were part of the saturation teams. They weren't in the districts for the most part, and some volunteered.
Okay. Are those officers on straight hours off, or are they on their regular rotating? Like, my question on this is it more effective? And if they are already, my apologies, to have them off on a Tuesday, Wednesday day off group, so that we have them on the more crime-ridden days, Thursday through Saturday or Sunday? And are they on the right times of what we call the criminal hours?
They work between 8 p.m. and 4 in the morning, pretty much every day of the week.
Okay. So it's not a deployment team. It's an actual.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. You had a question asked to you. It was, do you feel officers are fearful to do their job? And I apologize, I forgot your answer on that. And the best your answer you can give.
Yeah, I tried to give the best answer possible, knowing that there likely are some officers afraid to do their job. I think the sentiment of being afraid to do your job and their work product is being more telling.
Yeah.
So their work product, if they're doing unprecedented, historically high gun recoveries, highest clearance rates that we've seen in multiple years, I would say their work product speaks to them dedicated, committed to this job.
I agree with you. I think policemen love being the police, but what I see on the opposite aspect of it is our retirement rate, and as we brought up before, dovetailing to that question, how many recruits did you see take the test for this last possible?
1,400 being processed right now. We need a lot more, but that's a decent start. Yeah. Can I say this about cops? Because I've been a cop all of my adult life. I love to complain.
Firemen do too.
And I have an opinion about everything to complain about. And I could win the lottery, Alderman, and complain about driving to pick up my money.
Oh yeah.
That's the cop sentiment. That's how we are. We got a sick sense of humor, and we love to complain.
Where I'm going with this question, though, is I personally don't think, my question wasn't they're not afraid to be the police. They're just afraid to enact as the police because of where we're going today in society. So, and I think that's a telltale sign, because when I took the test in 1997, I took it with approximately 20 to 25,000 candidates. And I was in the academy 150 at a time. You can't even get that on a test right now, which means people don't want to take the job. And we're retiring officers at an astronomical rate. And we got officers leaving the job before their time is even up. How do we get ahead of that, boss? That's $1 million question, but I think that's a part of everything that has been brought up today. The common denominator is there's not enough police officers on the street. We don't have it. If we're forcing overtime, we don't have enough officers. If we're forcing reverse seniority, there would be a day when guys, hey, who wants to work overtime? You'd have everyone's hand going up, but they don't want to be the police right now because no one's backing them. And they're afraid of if they do enact, what is going to happen to them, not just as an officer, but as a civilian.
I think the power of this body to encourage cops by acknowledging their hard work, acknowledging what they do, acknowledging that clearance rates are up, acknowledging that homicides have been down 3 consecutive months, telling them that they're doing a good job, openly, publicly, not privately, openly, publicly, will go a long way in retaining officers and recruiting officers. The power of this body's influence on our cop sentiment, it is larger than you think, greater than you think. I would encourage you to do that very publicly.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I support that. And one thing I have to point out is, sir, you made a comment earlier, and I know in my heart, and the majority of us in here know you didn't mean it with ill intention. I know that. But you said we have other meetings to get to on behalf of crime. Totally understandable. A colleague had made mention that that meeting has to take place because it's kind of like we're in a reactive process right now. And my question is we're in a reactive process right now of in the last 18 months, we've seen over 6,100 people shot. So we're reacting to that. We're reacting to over 1,100 murders in 18 months. And we're reacting to over 2,000 carjackings. So for this body, the question keeps being asked, if we're going to be taking money away by a lot of people, for taking money away from the police. I've been working for the city for 22 years. Tell me if I'm wrong. I didn't know the city was in the business of creating companies, creating jobs. I think we do it in the incentive process. Hey, join the police department, or we'll give you tax incentives to come to our city. What I'm saying is we don't have enough police officers on this job to save this city. It doesn't exist. And we're pushing officers away. And on what you just stated, that it all starts right here. If we don't turn it around and stop lambasting the police department, we're going to have 1,100 take the next test, then 800. And of that, how many are qualified? You had like 250 that were qualified after they went through everything. We're never going to get ahead of this. We're going to be back here every single week. That's not on you. That's not on the mayor. That's on all of us. So we're pushing a boulder up a hill here. Unless we get tougher on crime, unless we take care of our state's attorney's office, unless we start supporting our police department and letting them know that we're behind them, we're pushing a boulder up a hill. And for people that say we should allocate coppers in districts, they know my neighborhood wants more coppers. You know that, and I know that. I'd love to see them everywhere else, but there aren't enough. So other parts of the city should not be robbed of the feeling of safety that they're paying taxes for to go somewhere else. But how the heck are we going to get ahead of this? And that's $1 million question. And that can't be just put on your shoulders. That's on all of our shoulders.
Thank you, Alderman. And it's not $1 million question, much higher figure than that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going at this for approximately 4 hours. The body will stand in recess for 3 minutes to allow our guests to have a little bio break, check their emails. 3 minutes, folks. And if we can set the timer at 3 minutes.
I'm just gonna stretch my leg. Stand it.
We are back on the record. The chair recognizes Alderman Tunney.
Thank you, Mayor. Superintendent, good afternoon. A couple of questions. First of all, a lot of my comments have been, and questions have been asked by anybody else. I'm going to ask a little bit more qualitative, but that being said, before I do want to mention a couple things. I've been through maybe 7 or 8 superintendents, I believe. And I know, I want you to think about this because it's the last question I ask. Obviously, you came out of retirement to come here. So there's maybe I'll start with that. So you've been here 2 years. What is you had expectations? What's the biggest surprise about Chicago?
It's been a little over a year, not 2 years, although it feels like many, many more than the months it's been. My thoughts are real simple. Don't go to Vegas with me and bet money, because I came into a global pandemic and a civil unrest, social justice movement that is unprecedented. But I will just say I have been so impressed with the people of the city of Chicago. I hope that I am now your cousin from the South.
All right. Well, you know what? That actually is a great segue into the next question. You're our leader. You're our leader of the employees, and also you're a public figure that people look up to. And I think to some degree, in your 15 months or something, you've been a little aloof. I think we need to hear more from you. I think your presence needs to be out there more often. And if you have good stories to tell, make sure your communications department does a better job. So I manage people, and I know that turnover is the kiss of death. You know, I don't want people to retire because I can't find people coming in. Same issue with everybody else. But what would you think would be, just quickly, how many police officers? And we can't have a cop in every block, but I believe that Chicago isn't under-policed. Our budget isn't under budget per capita. So, you know, I mean, people have asked, what do you want? You know, but we're also being challenged with people protesting our homes and our businesses, that we need to defund this, and, you know, we have too many officers, or, you know, the whole other left side of the brain. So how many police officers? And then I hope you said on record that your overtime is within budget, but it just seems to be with these 12-hour, more than just Memorial Day and Labor Day and July 4th, because there just seems to be a lot more 12-on shifts. So overtime, and what the ideal number of police officers? Realistic number, not ideal.
So let me deal with the last question. It seems like more overtime. It's less overtime, factually $20 million less. You can check that budget figure than previous years. In addition, it's only been Memorial Day, Father's Day, 4th of July. We only plan to do it on Labor Day. So Memorial Day, Father's Day, 4th of July, as well as plan to schedule 12-hour cancel days off Labor Day.
Okay.
And the number of officers we need, we're still the second largest police department in the country with our attrition. So think about the big cities, LAPD, put New York PD, 35,000 cops aside. You have 8 million people. LAPD has 7,000 cops. We have around 12,000. Think about Houston PD. Houston's a large city, comparable to Chicago. They have 6,000 to 7,000 cops. Our patrol alone is larger than LAPD's total force, larger than Houston's PD total force. Of course, we have unique historical violent crime.
Interrupt you? Since I only have 10 minutes, I don't want to hear a whole thing. I got a couple more questions.
Okay, my answer is the whole thing.
We're fairly sized.
I'm sorry.
We're fairly sized.
Say that what?
We're fairly sized in terms of the number of police officers.
We're the second largest in the country. I would argue the budgeted amount we have this year for cops is a good start. It would yield the appropriate staffing level. We were impacted by COVID. Our vacancies are because we had an outbreak of COVID in one of our recruit classes, and we had to shut down our academy last July. So think about the pipeline being shut down. It's a 6-month academy, then it's a 3-month field training. So about 9 months ago, we had a crisis in our academy that we are experiencing today. So that's predominantly our vacancies.
Thank you.
Along with retaining officers. Officers are retiring at a couple of percentage points higher than normal.
Thank you. All right.
Being aloof, let me make sure I answer all your questions. So I have been aloof in a global pandemic. So I have followed the restrictions in where and when I can go into large crowds. So we had to cancel our beat meetings over this time for global pandemic. We had to not gather in large crowds during the spikes in COVID during this time I came on the job. So I've only been aloof following the restrictions. I plan to meet you and all of your colleagues as many times as you like in your community. So please schedule those. I've had both vaccines, and I will encourage those that haven't vaccines, if you're able to, get the vaccine, because I plan to now be anywhere you need me to be, along with where the community needs me to be.
Okay, so I checked with my staff before. I have not been, I used to go to I always go to CAPS meetings if they're virtual or not, but I have not been to ComStat. And I know 19 has been up, but I've never been invited to go to ComStat or called and saying 19 is up. So I've never been called, and I've been religiously going to those things. So let's make sure that communication opens up. And the second thing I would hope, and I've done this with previous superintendents, that I would hope that you would meet me or any other alderman, especially during the late night shift, to see what's going on in our neighborhoods from midnight to 5, because it's a different city midnight to 5. And so when we coordinate, because I know you and I had a meeting scheduled that was not happen. It didn't happen because of today's hearing. But that being said, I want to talk specifically about 19, which really I believe is a 20 to 25% reduction of personnel since you become the superintendent. So we can talk about that because everyone else has their pluses and minuses about their departments. Couple things. CTA is not safe, and I take it. The expressways are not safe, and I take them. And I listen to people. I'm not going on the expressway after a certain amount. I'm listening to my constituents. Retail, I know that the rules have changed. Under 1,000, they're not prosecuting. Go to Walgreens, and now the toothpaste is under lock and key. There is something wrong with the safety of our city. And we've got to do it collectively. We all have to take personal responsibility for this too. And I take my job very personally and very accessible. And you know, I'm out there too, even during the pandemic, and got in trouble for it, right, Mayor? Because I have to survive.
And you paid your penance.
I did. But that being said, I think, honestly, I think COVID is mostly over, but being out there and saying the positive story that you're alluding to, and also dealing with all the different viewpoints in the council. And I told Chairman Dowell, if public safety is 60% of our budget, we should be spending 60% of our time analyzing public safety budget and not just giving accolades to certain commanders or this and that. So be prepared. Looks like from today and from previous discussions, we're going to have a very long budget season in regards to the police department, and look forward to working with you and supporting you as you continue your endeavor here. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
The chair recognizes Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Superintendent, I'll be brief. Don't want to belabor your time and your team's time here. a lot of the questions or issues brought up today, we're going to deal within the budget. It's not today, but it's important and we'll deal with that because we want to support you. We're your partners. All of us know our communities, things that we do in our neighborhoods, well, it's giving police cameras or working to improve businesses that helps safety and works with you. My one issue relates to the briefings we had in April with the council. A number of my colleagues on the lakefront had questions related to the lakefront safety. This weekend, it's going to be 90 degrees. Tens of thousands of people will come to the lakefront. Making sure that's safe is important for the city. In years past, the districts along the lakefront had bike details assigned to them from April till September that supplemented and worked in the districts, but also worked along the lakefronts. That's been disbanded, is my understanding. And I guess the question I have is that the case? And if that is true, how come that was not communicated to us? And I think some of my colleagues would want you to revisit that because that had a dual purpose of one, safety within the districts, but two, the lakefront. And so I'd appreciate an answer to that.
Yeah, so it was canceled last year because of COVID restrictions. The Lightfoot was shut down. This year, we need to reinstitute that. If we haven't already, I'll be visiting with Eric and Brian about that particular issue. I believe this weekend we have a pretty robust deployment strategy along the lakefront, given the issues we discussed in our discussion about the plan.
So some of my colleagues would like to follow up with you and your team next week after this weekend.
Certainly.
Because it's a district issue and a lakefront issue. And I think it's worked well in the past. And I think we should embrace things that have worked well in the past.
I agree.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Osterman. The chair recognizes Alderman Silverstein.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Alderman.
Hi. Thank you, Commander. I just wanted to say that in my ward,
Alderman Silverstein.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you inadvertently muted yourself once you
Yes,
begin
I
again.
think I did. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So in my ward, Superintendent, most of the people in my ward are very supportive of you. As a matter of fact, many of the clergy in my ward stand up in front of their congregants and tell people that when you see a police officer outside, to make sure you stop and to say thank you and really let them know how much they appreciate you. But that being said, I also have the people in my ward. Crime is happening everywhere and people are scared. We have less officers in our district than we did ever before. We've had officers that were being deployed out, and every day we see innocent people being shot. We have babies being shot in the hospital fighting for their lives, and this is wrong. And again, as you've been hearing from some of my other colleagues, this is not really a question, but just a comment to, please reach out to us. Please let us know what it is that we can do to right this ship and to get the crime under control. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman, and thank you for your support of Chicago police officers.
Thank you, Alderman Silverstein. The chair recognizes Alderman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent, thank you for coming today. I too don't need a special meeting to throw punches because I throw them when they need to be thrown. But at the same time, I also give you compliments when things are done right. And that's the relationship. I will just reiterate the things that Alderman Dow and Alderman King said about inequitable distribution in the districts, and when they combined the 21st district and the 2nd district and then didn't give all of the resources and then disbanded the public housing police unit. And we didn't get the resources. So, you know, a lot of things that we're seeing now. But, you know, the number one question that my constituents are asking me, you know, are what are you doing about crime? What are you doing about the shootings? And they don't feel safe and they're disturbed all night long. So I want to talk a little bit about prevention and quality of life. These outreach workers that you all are working with, how are they being vetted?
They're not under the Chicago Police Department's purview. I would have to defer to those groups. We can facilitate answering those questions as best we can, but they don't work for us. They're independent groups of Chicago Police Department, but we can figure out what we can do to facilitate what they're doing.
Okay,
so let me, your questions.
Why I am asking this, because I think that is where there is a disconnect and a disconnect with the communities that they're in. They don't know the communities. They don't know who the real contacts are. They don't have those real contacts. And, you know, while people may have a certain ability to do something, we need them to do more than just collect data. A few of the mass shootings in my ward on 71st Street are in areas where we allegedly have these outreach workers, and they have been unsuccessful. So I think we need to focus more on conflict resolution, intervention, and interruption. And that's not just, you know, citywide, but that's also a budgetary situation. I think that I need from you to put together a number for staff for mental health responders. Just last week, in one of my condo buildings, I had a young adult hold a rifle to his mother. I give big kudos to the 3rd District and the commander and actually the security guard in that building, because there were no incidents and it, you know, was resolved. You know, but these are the types of things, these are the types of interactions that we need to make sure that we have that really get to the meat of what's happening and fueling this violence. One of the other mass shootings started out earlier in the week with a gang issue, and it was not a new, it's long standing, maybe even a decade old, and they were unable to resolve it. And so I would think that if we had the proper outreach workers or interrupters, we might have been able to do a better job and been able to avoid that mass shooting. I agree with Alderman Osterman on the lakefront bike patrols. Every time we have them, it tones down all of the activity on the lakefront. And when we don't have them, you know, we see what we're seeing. And what is the police policy for when there's been a burglary on the scene? Does the police department now not process that scene for prints?
When requested, yes, we process the scene for prints. If you've got an incident that happened where we did not do that, we would love to find out why and correct that.
Okay, because that happened 2 days ago, actually. And when we called out to the area, they said that the police department, that it was a policy that they don't do that unless there was, you know, death or something like that. So I wanted to get clarity on that. The other thing that I think is that Alderman Tunney brought it up about the communication in your communications department. I still believe very strongly in people and people's ability to handle the truth. And I think that it's important that we don't point fingers at other agencies or anything else, because that does not help us move forward. You know, what people are lambasting are the policies and the practices that have happened in this city historically, right? And we are all in this mess because we created this mess. We tolerated and condoned discrimination and brutality and cover-ups. And, you know, so this is of our own making. But the way that we get out of this is we actually talk to the people and we listen to the people. And you have to be a part of that conversation. And so I would like to see you being a more of that conversation instead of just, you know, ticking off points. Yeah, we know that these acts of violence are being committed, but the people that committing them are not in custody. And that's the problem. So, you know, when we want to point fingers somewhere, if you don't have any offenders in custody, then who are they going to take to court? Whether they're open or closed, they're not in custody. So I think we need to change that. I'd also like to know, you talked about other resources, and so I'd like to know what other resources are being offered.
So we work with our federal partners, for example, FBI, DEA, and more recently expanded collaboration with the ATF regarding gun trafficking, tracing guns, charging more people federally in the federal system, where detainment is much more likely when charged, different than at the county. So that's an example of other partners that we work with.
Okay. I think that's a good thing, but I think that, again, we need to do a better job communicating that and offering those resources to our local districts. You know, everything else has pretty much been said. You know, when I've got an issue, you know it. When I don't, you know it.
Yes, ma'am.
So we will continue working together, but I hope that you really take seriously, you know, because what we present to the public is just as important as what we do. And so if we're just mentioning that we're getting X number of guns off the street, you know, but these aren't the guns that are involved in these mass shootings, then, you know, that's not helping people to feel better. And I think that if we change the perception, you know, then we change our city, and nothing makes a better city than not just a strong police department, but healthy, strong, and stable communities. So I hope to continue to work with you on that.
Thank you, Alderwoman, but we are increasingly more involved in this debate about illegal guns in this country and in Chicago. It is not just Chicago, and we are committed to making the public aware that illegal guns make us less safe. The shooting victims are shot with a gun. And everywhere there's an illegal gun, we are less safe. When we have a traffic accident, if a gun's in play, it's road rage shooting. When we have domestic violence, if guns in the home, we have a potential for the victims being shot in domestic violence. When there's just an argument anywhere in our city, if someone's armed with a gun and are inclined to use it because they have a gun, that argument leads to a shooting. So we're pretty firmly grounded in this idea that it's a worthy public debate. We have neither pointed the finger at a particular person. We believe it's a worthwhile debate to understand the explosion of more violent offenders in our communities.
And I don't disagree with you, but there is another side to that debate, and it's about building healthy communities. It's about putting resources in communities so that kids have things to do, so that people have skills to resolve a conflict without turning to a gun. And so I want to make sure that we are putting just as much effort in that as we are in the other, just get the guns out. That's my point.
Thank you, Alderman. Your time is up. Next is Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Superintendent Brown and your team for coming today. I know it's been a long day, so I appreciate the time and the willingness to listen and for your feedback. You've been involved in policing now for 30 years, did you say, close to, over 30 years?
Almost 40 now.
Almost 40 years. So you would consider yourself an expert on this subject, correct?
Yes,
It's probably why you're in the position you're in today, right?
I think so.
And to be honest with you, I was a little biased towards somebody. I wanted somebody appointed from the city of Chicago in this top spot. I thought somebody who worked through the system and came up through the system, who knew the city, I thought would be better fitted, just to be blunt. But I was in favor of your, after reading about your history, like the rest of my colleagues, I was in favor of you being appointed. There's three things that I heard you talk about today that I want to bring up. One is manpower. The second one is the culture of the police department. And the third is the recruitment and retainment of police officers. Earlier, when asked about manpower earlier, you said you wouldn't tip off criminals. You wouldn't talk about the numbers because you didn't want to tip off criminals so they could continue to do what they've been doing. And I'm going to tell you a secret. They already know, right? The answer is that there's not enough. Would you agree on that or no?
We could always use more, but we have to work within the taxpayers' dollars. So we want to be responsible.
Understood. One of the reasons why myself and 21 of my colleagues voted against the 2021 budget plan was because there are 614 positions that were not going to go filled this year. I would imagine those 614 positions would be helpful right about now. Is that correct?
Yes, but of course, as you know, during the last budget cycle, we were in the throes of the worst parts of the pandemic, and we had to shut down our academy, so we wouldn't have been able to even train anyone. And so again, you can't miss what you don't have, or you can't miss what you could not have hired or trained.
Okay.
We would have been vacant those positions anyway.
Okay. When a situation arises that causes the direct threat to safety, would you call that imminent threat? Is that an imminent?
Yes, sir.
And is it the job of a police officer to act when they are in the presence of imminent threat?
Yes.
They see imminent threat?
Yes.
I saw a video earlier. Alderman Lopez asked if officers are afraid to do their job, and you had said no, and you had stated how many guns that officers had recovered this year, and I applaud that effort. I recently saw a video of somebody working in the South Shore, an officer who was called to the scene of a woman being held at gunpoint by an individual, and he goes up a flight of stairs, he turns the corner, and then you see him do an about face and run right back down the stairs. And then you also see that same individual pointing a gun directly at a woman who had called the police to come to the scene. And we see the officer run down the stairs, right? And that's the end of the tape, and we haven't gotten a comment about what's going on with that, right? We have people twerking on top of patrol cars with officers in them, right? I'm sure we've all seen that, correct? We see videos of this over and over of blatant disrespect to officers. I know many officers. I've worked with them in the 11th and the 15th district when I was a fireman. I serve many constituents who are police officers in my ward. And the one common thing that a lot of them talk about is that they feel as if their hands are tied, that they don't want to enforce the law. So you said earlier that police officers are not afraid to do their job. So either you and I talk to different police officers, or you just don't want to admit that officers are afraid to do their job.
Is that a question?
No.
Okay, sorry.
The people of Chicago are fed up. They are, and that's why we're here today, right? Because we're here to talk about crime. And we see it over and over and over again, but yet we see videos of police officers coming to the scene of a crime of a gentleman holding, or a man holding a gun to a woman and running back down the stairs. We see people twerking on top of police cars. I'm not blaming you for the out of control violence in this city, right? It's much bigger than that. We're all responsible, elected officials, police officers, residents of the city of Chicago. There's always some things that we can all do better, right? To make this city a better place, a safer place to live. You stated earlier, it's difficult to be a cop. It's difficult to retain and recruit people. Why do you think that is?
Is that a question?
Yes, that's a question.
The environment we're in, everywhere in the country, there's this intersection of vacancies, of retirements. Why I think that is? 30 years ago, there was a big hiring push in this country for cops.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're all qualified to retire.
Mm-hmm.
While many of us had to restrict our ability to train and test for cops because of COVID restrictions last summer.
Yep.
So all these issues are intersecting at the same time. This cohort of cops moving through policing, now eligible to retire 30 years ago, that were hired 30 years ago. A lot of my friends were those cops. We hired thousands and thousands of cops 30 years ago. Chicago did, everywhere did. And now they're eligible for retirement.
Yes.
And they're retiring.
I got you.
And while that's happening, we were in the midst of a 100-year global pandemic that impacted the ability to train people in a large classroom because of room restrictions.
Understood. And I just, because of time. In your 40 years of policing, have you ever seen the amount of police oversight that we have today?
No.
Last year, you said there was a record number of murders in the city of Chicago in July. It was 107, I believe, correct?
Yes, yes.
Do you believe more police oversight would be the answer to this question that we're here, the problem that we're here for today?
I've said this repeatedly, I'm gonna say it again regarding this issue of police oversight. If you are a police officer or a police leader today, and you don't believe in reform, you're in the wrong business.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just asked that question because that's something that obviously continues to be brought up over and over again for all of us on this floor. And like in any profession, obviously, there are people who do their profession well, and there's people who cut corners or don't do it well. And I'm sure the police department is the same way. But the far majority, I'm sure, of police officers try their very best. I would like to believe that anyways. I guess I'm just concerned if this pendulum continues to swing further left, where we want to have more police oversight and more police oversight and more police oversight. And you're saying that, in your expert opinion, you've been involved with 40 years of the police department, you've never seen so much police oversight. And yet we have record numbers of crime, right? We've never seen what's going on in this city that we are seeing here. And that's exactly why we're here today. I guess my question just comes back to that you alluded to earlier, was that if we continue to do the same thing and it obviously does not work, why would we continue doing it?
Policing has earned this oversight. And I think I would highlight the murder of George Floyd caught on camera is the best example of why police oversight is needed. Now, what it looks like is the debate that you all should be having and what the final product is.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no question, based on George Floyd's murder caught on camera, that policing has to change. It cannot be the same, period.
Yeah. Very good. Well, I thank you. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your insight. Like I said, I know you have 40 years of experience, and I know you're not in you're in a very difficult position. You are not the one person to blame for the amount of crime that is going on in the city. But I hope all of us collectively can work together to actually start addressing issues that affect the residents of this city, because we will continue to see a city that is being plagued by criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, for bringing your team. And I want to pivot a little bit, because when we talk about violence, I'm looking at it from an economic standpoint as well. when people are concerned about visiting Chicago, as we're just beginning to open up, and we've had multiple years of having tourism in excess of 50 million people a year, which creates revenue for the city. That's something that, a narrative that we have to change. And when I'm looking at the American Rescue Plan, and I see that there's specific language under the Treasury bill that talks to violence, I guess my question to you is, have you had an opportunity to look at the American Rescue Plan and the Treasury notes?
Yes, I have.
Have you made any type of request, any appropriation of request to the administration around the American Rescue Plan?
I have some scheduled meetings that have yet to occur, but I do plan on making those requests.
Are you aware that we have $900 million in a bank account right now?
I'm sure you're correct. I wouldn't challenge the number.
Well, I'm saying that because we do have we have the first tranche of the American Rescue Plan funding in the account now. And I'm going to read you two things that the money is allowed for. There's multiple things that the money is allowed for, but I'll name you two that are relevant to the discussion today. Community violence intervention programs, including capacity building efforts at CVI programs like funding and training additional intervention workers. Would that be something that would make your job a little bit easier as it relates to violence?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Investing in technology and equipment to allow law enforcement to more efficiently and effectively respond to the rise in gun violence resulting from the pandemic. Would that be something that might assist you?
Yeah, sure.
Right, okay.
I
So,
would just say you can go down that list.
no, those are the two I wanted to talk about. Those are more relevant to
Gotcha.
violence, right?
Okay, gotcha.
And that's what we're talking about today is violence.
Gotcha.
And the narrative that's out there around the city of Chicago, not just within our constituents, but nationally. When you have the president who visits Wisconsin, talking about high-speed rail and infrastructure investments, and then says from Wisconsin to Chicago, and the president is caught on a hot mic saying, why would anybody go to Chicago? That's because our reputation, we need to change that narrative. And we have to do that collectively. And we have some resources here right now that are available to appropriate. And so since you haven't had that meeting yet, I would ask that you get that meeting set up quickly because of the fact that there's items here that are approved by the government that has provided the city of Chicago $1.9 billion in the American Rescue Plan. And I would urge you to have that meeting sooner than later so that way you can get these funds appropriated. Okay, we're here to help. And we do support our police officers. But Superintendent, to be honest with you, I've had one call with you since the time you were here. And arguably, I represent two districts, 16 and 25, and 16 has some very good numbers. However, until you get robbed, right? And then all of a sudden it's on social media, and then we have the echo effect. I'm moving, it's not safe here anymore. And then I tell them the data, and they're like, okay. But you gotta do a better job of working with us. We are the boots on the ground too. We work with those commanders. We're constantly asking, what can we do to help? We got people in the community that are unfortunately not receiving some of this violence intervention money, but are still doing the work because they have their largest asset, which is their home, that they want to continue to see appreciate. And so I would say, and those folks from the public safety department that I wish were here as well, because violence is a part of the public safety, that they would do a better job of reaching out to us as well. Because there is violence occurring, not just on the south and west sides of the city. Now, I would say that it does happen a lot more frequently, but we want to make sure that we're looking at all parts of the city as it relates to violence, right? So we want to change that narrative, because that's what this is about, changing the narrative, making sure that we're attracting businesses here. We're attracting people that want to come to Chicago, that want to consume and pay taxes here. That's what we're trying to do here. So this whole thing about violence is just a sense of frustration that as an elected official, when you're talking to your constituents and they're talking about the violence being out of control, we have to respond to that as well. This is not about shenanigans. This is about addressing an issue that we hear on a daily basis, because I live in that community and you live in the community as well. And so I'm sure that as your profile is increased and you're on TV, people are asking you what's going on with the violence. And so I don't have you answered my questions related to the ARP. I would urge you and your team, especially your budget team, to make sure that they're making those requests immediately, especially since we have those funds available now. Thank you, and I yield my time.
And we'll
back.
visit more.
Thank you. I yield my time, Madam Chair.
Alderman Villegas, the chair recognizes Alderman Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I will be brief. Before we start, I'd like to mention that I reviewed my calendar before this meeting and found that I've had 63 meetings or briefings with the police or CAPS since this administration took office. That's almost twice a month. A member of my staff attends every CAPS meeting and reports back, and our 2 police commanders have always been very responsive, Jill Stevens and Chris Papiano. We regularly touch base by phone, by text in our ward. When we have a question, my staff and I get an immediate answer from our command staff, no matter what time of day. And I think that that is the best way to get things done in your area rather than this. If we want to have an oversight meeting of this department, I think the word oversight's in my committee chair, my committee's jurisdiction. I'm happy to join and have one. So I will keep my statements very brief for today. Residents everywhere are worried about crime, but then when we do have an issue, your people come out and meet with us and talk with our residents, and that always results in more assurance, and the lines of communication with your department, I believe, are very open as far as we're concerned, and I invite all my colleagues to take advantage of those lines of communication. I don't need you to reach out to me. I'm sure I know how to find you if I really needed to do it. So I just want to start with that. So I just have a few questions. Do you know how many people who are on electronic monitoring are AWOL?
We do have that number. I'll get it to you offline. It's Sheriff Dart and his staff work well with us to provide that information. We actually want to be involved in that accountability.
Yeah,
people AWOL.
Because my understanding is that, like a couple of years ago, one of the major networks did a report that hundreds of people were missing. And that really makes it hard to know. I don't know if that's still true, but for my colleagues who are concerned about electronic monitoring, there's a whole nother story here about which we should be very, very concerned. Sheriff Dart, who has earned nationwide respect as a county sheriff, as it said from the beginning that he had a lot of problems with electronic monitoring being used for violent offenders. He said it was never designed for that, and yet we took a leap off a cliff, and now there are issues. And I support your efforts in that regard and our compassion for the victims of crime who have resulted from this social experiment that we're running with electronic monitoring for violent offenders. I also want to just ask.
You almost made me say amen, Lights. I forgot I wasn't
Well,
in church.
I also want to say that when we talked to our commanders and asked what the plan was, they told us. So that was pretty easy. I do want to ask whether one concern my colleagues have raised are about teams draining resources from neighborhoods. And my understanding from my own commanders is that that is not happening in our district. There are not these resources being drained into our district, which a lot of people are concerned about. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then really, all I really had after that is that I hope that you can, because we seem to debate statistics, I think it would be great if you could publish the statistics that back up what you're saying about the change. There's no doubt that there are too many people dying in our city. No one disagrees with that, and it's horrifying. And the only way at it from your perspective, is to just keeping at it. My last question is, there do seem to be increases in the number of victims per shooting. And to what is that attributed?
The advent of high-capacity magazines. Those are the drum magazines that hold 40, 50 rounds, the extended clips or magazines to a handgun and the assault rifle with the capacity for multiple rounds. Every police leader in the country has acknowledged the nature of high-capacity magazines contributing to the advent of more victims being shot at a scene.
Yes. Thank you. My final question is, I'm very sympathetic to many of the comments. I really agree with a lot of my comments made by my colleagues about things like the war on drugs. I was a prosecutor just before the era of mandatory minimums and was very upset when I saw low-level drug offenders get heavier sentences than white-collar criminals who were defrauding people of their livelihoods. But this seems to be a little bit different. This is not a war on drugs now. This is, or the perception, this is a war on death. This is death that's happening, not non-people who are using drugs. These are people who are killing other people. And I think that that deserves a different kind of strategy than what we talked about in the failed war on drugs. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. And conflating mass incarceration was wrong. No one's advocating mass incarceration. Mass incarceration's resolution or solution was, let's not incarcerate low-level offenders, property crime offenders, low-level property crime offenders, people addicted to drugs. Let's not incarcerate them with 3 strikes and you're out. That was a tragedy to incarcerate all those people for these low-level offenses. Now that overreach has been, with this same idea, violent offenders. And Sheriff Dart is correct. Violent offenders should not be released back to our communities. Someone who committed murder should not be released back to our communities. That's not mass incarceration. That's basic public safety.
Thank you, Commander. I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Sadlowski Garza.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Superintendent Brown and your team for being here. You are appreciated immensely. I have a great relationship with my commander and the 4th District. They do an outstanding job. I'm here today not because of politicking or grandstanding or shenanigans. I'm here because I want to be informed so that I can say the right thing to my constituents when they call me. That's it. So which leads me to say, whatever we can do to be part of the solution, I want to help. We're all on the same team. I really believe that. And I think just a suggestion is maybe you could break areas up or districts or not districts, areas, and have briefings with those aldermen that represent that area. And then we don't have to do this for 7 hours, right? We could do it maybe regularly. Also, I heard my colleague mention CPAP. I thought he was talking about a breathing machine. I never heard that term. I don't know. So those meetings, we should all be invited to them, not just Alderman Cardenas and Alderman Taliaferro. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize profusely. Anyway, sorry. That's just, and you talked about a community safety team. Is that a citywide thing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I don't know who that is or who they are, but it might behoove us all to know who that is so that we could talk to them too. And if you guys also talked about violence prevention, Norm Kerr. I've never had the pleasure to meet with them. If I could meet him and talk to him, that would be great. And if you could talk really quick about Summer Operations Center, because I don't know what that is either.
So starting last year, we created a Summer Operations Center, also called the SOC, because we wanted to have real-time dispatch camera from a leadership standpoint, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, over the week, not 7 days a week, but over the weekend, or if we had some spontaneous event. This was born out of the looting, which occurred overnight. And we normally have minimal staffing. So we created the SOC so it would have at least 2 exempt members, that's command staff members, on a 24 hours over the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, to monitor spikes in violence and other spontaneous events that might happen over the weekend.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And my last and final thing is, I think that's my last and final thing, but I thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Alderman Sedlitsky Garza. Next up is Alderman Thompson.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Superintendent, and everyone for being here. I got a question, a suggestion, and a comment, so I'll try to be as quick. I know we talked about the impact that COVID had on training. We also talked about the retirement, police force, and that all relates back together. We shut down training, but we did have some classes last year, correct? And so you mentioned a number of 1,400 recruits.
No, applications.
Applications. So how many police officers do we have in the academy right now?
About 120.
120 in
the
class.
academy right now.
And then is there already a pool of qualified folks for a second class?
Yes.
Okay. That's all. I'm just trying to understand because I know it's.
We're about 3 classes ahead in the pipeline, but
Okay.
we need to prime the pump in the pipeline at the application testing processing level.
And that's to keep up with this year because
Yes.
it should be like 400 or 500, 600, somewhere in that range.
Yes, sir.
We've got to maybe make up for last year, or
Yeah.
if we have a different manpower, because we were at 13,500 at one point in terms of officers. Now we're at
Around 12,000.
12. So, and I don't know what that right number is with technology, and I know we did a big push. One of my colleagues mentioned cameras before. Since we got here, we bought 30 so far in my ward. So I'm a firm believer in working smarter, and so technology. With that, my first question is, well, you answered the training question. My second question is, as it relates to another issue, the radios and encrypted radios. It's something I've been harping on since I got here. Because I always joke that I could get away from the police. I could outrun them because I could listen to where you guys are coming from. And so I know we're working on trying to get the encrypted radios. And if you can't get it now, I know that's a technical.
No, it's done finally. All of our radios are encrypted, finally.
Well, not all patrol. Because here's what I need.
Yes, it
For
is.
my
All
own
of patrol
sanity-
now. It's recent, but yes, now all of patrol.
Okay. So you cannot listen to scanners, because that's my own sanity, because my wife listens to it. All of my neighbors listen to it. And as my commanders say, who are terrific. So my 2 commanders in 12, Commander Shemash and Commander Jerome in 9. If 20% of what's on the scanners are true, move to Montana or somewhere, because it's so
So they'll
frightening, because it's
Yeah.
so inaccurate. But anyway,
Yeah, make sure we are talking the same language. When we say encrypted, no one can speak on our radios, but they still might be able to scan and listen. And we do have one tower that still needs some infrastructure upgrades to be fully encrypted, but all of our radios, so it's 2 pieces to encryption. It's the radio encryption and it's the cell tower encryption that the radio pings off of. 2 pieces too. We got one last cell tower needing that upgrade, but all of our actual radios, hand radios the officers have, are encrypted, so when no one can speak into our radio channels.
but we're not going to be able to stop them from listening? Okay. Well, that might be.
Once
okay.
everything, once all the towers are done and we can get you more technical answers from
That's fine.
the vendor, once it's all done, then yes, we'll be able to close our radio channels from everybody.
I think that would be helpful to you
Yes,
guys.
I agree.
Okay, a suggestion is, I know we're talking about the police department and your impact on the public safety. That's one piece. There are a lot of other pieces too, right? The city of Chicago gets $3 billion of grants that we administer. Some of that, millions of dollars, goes to public safety. My ask is going to be to my colleagues, Chairman Talaferro and Chairman Dowell, to have a joint committee, because the other piece of this is the prevention. That's not what the police is doing. You guys are getting blamed for a lot of things, but there's a lot of other folks that can be a big part of this, and we need to have them in the room. And I think we should have a joint hearing of that, of everyone together. And I know the mayor has a new public safety person that will help facilitate and make sure that we can bring all people together, because we need to have everyone together. And I think that would be a good joint hearing to have. And I would appreciate that. And finally, just on the complexities as we talk about, my comment is, we need Springfield. We need the state's attorney. We need the judges. It's more than, and we talked about the pendulum swinging, where now it's the violent criminals are now being let out, and perhaps we've got to have a little bit more of a firm stance, or a little bit tougher on some of these, on the really violent ones, to make sure that we continue to be safe. So I know we will work together on that, and I appreciate that. And again, I appreciate all the work that you do, all the men and women in blue, and all our first responders for all they do, because as critical as people can be of you, they pick up the phone and call you when they need help. So you guys still make a big difference. I appreciate it. I know my community appreciates it. And we hope that you are safe. May God bless you guys always, the men and women in the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent, on behalf of the residents of the 13th Ward, thank you very much. Commander Malion is just fantastic. My community supports the police. They support the police in a big way. They want to see more police. I know this question's been asked a couple different ways. I'll ask it again. What do you need from this council in terms of hiring more police? That's what the constituents of the 13th Ward want. They want to see more police. How many more police do you need? How
So
many
we want-
more officers?
We want to fill our vacancies. That's the
Which
first
is
step.
how many?
Several hundred.
Several hundred.
Due to COVID impact on training.
Correct.
And we want to recruit with a dedicated recruiting team. And which means we need an advertising budget, we need a travel budget, and we need applicant processing capacity. So it makes no sense to bring a lot of applicants into the application process, and you don't have enough processors to actually get them seated in the academy. So we've been in communication with the mayor. So that's well along on its way, but I just can't belabor this point more. We need your strong acknowledgement of the hard work our men and women of Chicago Police Department do for you every day. And I know
Sure.
you just said that, but I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. So this upcoming budget season, we should be prepared to hire 2,000 new police officers. Is that right?
I don't think that's the math. So it's a formula. It is a math equation. It's the anticipated vacancies based on historical data, plus the current vacancies you have equals what you need to apply for the job. That's really the math. So in other words, between now and next summer, you know, on average, how many officers are due to retire, plus what you currently have, equals what you need to have in the applicant process to be in the academy to replace them as they leave.
Okay.
Well, it's not 2,000. That's not the number.
Know this.
It's a little less. But yeah, it's not.
Know this, I stand ready to support you in
Oh, thank
hiring
you.
more police officers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Quinn. The chair recognizes Alderman Kappelman.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been in and out of these meetings, but today I spent around 2 hours with 4 CIT officers, Sergeant Cynthia Duarte, officers Even, Mason, Rodriguez, working with a man who's been chronically homeless, paranoid schizophrenia. He's at risk for dying on the streets, and the work that they did tag teaming with the fire department and thresholds with numerous other agencies has been beyond phenomenal. So my first question is, what can we do to get more CIT officers on the street? Because the ones we have are worth their weight in gold.
So we are training more capacity for CIT expertise, but we are also piloting a co-responder model this year in the coming weeks. I think that pilot program will inform us on how we create even more capacity with healthcare professionals paired with police officers to do even a better job with mental health in the city. As well as I believe we're piloting later this year in the fall, a healthcare only model response. So I think Chicago is on the leading edge of this idea that police can't do everything. That's pretty progressive to have a co-responder model pilot with a healthcare model pilot at the same time to inform you on your path forward with funding for those 2 pilots. So we are ahead of the game. You should be very proud.
Thank you. And then my last question, because I want to keep it short. Your time is precious, more precious than mine. We have people in our area who sell single cigarettes and some crack and cannabis, and they've been arrested, I don't know, 80, 90, 100 times. And some of them are felony arrests, but after they're arrested, they get right back on the street and they continue their drug sales even while the police officers are processing their arrest. It's not working. Is there any thought about what else can we do to address these people who are chronically breaking the law and making life miserable for the businesses who say they cannot operate with all these drug dealers in front of their business establishments?
One idea I think that is I don't know of it anywhere, is what we just talked about with the co-responder model for mental health. Maybe a conversation about what would be a co-responder model with addiction treatment look like, because the police can't counsel addiction. Our answer is handcuffs. And so maybe that's something someone can take on as a project.
I will join.
Oh, Mayor said we're already doing that, so
project.
disregard what I just said.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll do whatever I can. I believe strongly that we can't arrest ourselves out of this. It's not working. We have to come up with something else, because these people, because I have driven some of these drug dealers to Howard Area Community Center to give them job training, and they refuse.
Yeah.
And they refuse for a reason. It doesn't make sense to me, but it makes sense to them. We need something else.
Excellent. And I do
All right.
still hear your Southern drawl, Alderman.
Yes.
I do.
Both of us are from Texas, right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Kaplan. And the chair recognizes Alderman Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Brown and the chiefs, thank you for being here. I know it isn't easy, but heavy is he and she that wears the crown. Superintendent Brown, you've been doing this a long time. 40 years, right?
Almost.
You've never seen anything like this.
This
have
is
you?
unprecedented.
You started in the height of the crack cocaine era.
1983, yes.
What's the average age of a shooter in Chicago?
Younger and younger, but between 16, 24 years old, that age group.
Mhm. You have a gang intelligence unit, correct? Or is there a gang intelligence unit?
There's a deployment operations center that does gang intelligence. Yes.
Is there a drug intelligence unit?
There's a criminal networks unit that narcotics division is part of.
Considering your experience, your 40+ years, and you were at the height of the crack era, because that's my generation, right? The 35, the 30s. Sometimes they're the parents. We're the parents of the shooters that are getting younger and younger. And I want to just highlight that crack babies born in the 80s and 90s, experts have offered that long-term forecast, so 40 years later, saying that the United States in the early 21st century would include a population of drug-exposed people who grew up permanently impaired with permanently impaired brain and psyches, reduced intelligence and social skills in babies born to mothers who use crack cocaine while pregnant along this era. And we've seen it. In my generation, I look at it every day, and Superintendent Brown, these 16 and 24-year-olds are using nothing but a form of crack and a pill by way of Xanax, Percocet, and ecstasy. Superintendent Brown, how can we, because you saw it, you've seen what this has done, not only to Texas, but look at the belly of the beast that we're in Chicago. What can we do? What will your legacy be while here in Chicago to address that the shooter is high out of his and her mind, off of Xanax, off of Percocet? We're producing crackheads again in the form of a pill, and they don't even realize it. What can that community or this intelligence unit that you're referring to, how can we be proactive about addressing why the shooter is shooting? Why that young person feels the need to get a gun when they feel offended by their friend or their cousin or their relative to go back and forth and kill each other?
We've talked a little bit about this, but the custom notification is one way we can engage with these young people, offer them and their family services, but we need the capacity to do much more than we're able to do now. Now we're doing 200-300% more custom notifications than we've ever done, but we need to likely do 1,000% more and have 1,000% more social services available. Oftentimes, the first knock on the door, it's a rejection. I got to be honest with you. They don't want to go to addiction treatment. They don't want a job training. They don't, but you got to be persistent. You got to have the same compassion that we had in this country for opioid addiction that you have for these kids using crack, opioids, and other drugs. You have to have the same compassion, which means you return to that door, you keep knocking on that door, and until they relent and attend addiction treatment, counseling, cognitive therapy. But it's going to take a relentless effort formed by your compassion for these people in these communities.
Can we take?
My hopes are that's my legacy, that we create the capacity during my tenure to be able to meet this need.
Superintendent Brown, will you please consider that as Chairman Villegas mentioned, the American recovery, and we really look at, because we're being very reactive, even today, we're being reactive, but how can we be proactive so that 20 years later from here, when I'll just be a couple of years older, but we won't be repeating the same cycle of what the 80s and 90s, when it was not acknowledged as opioids, when it was happening to our people. And now we have seen, without addressing it, what it has done to us 30 years later. What investments can you identify that have been made just this year alone to help the department?
there's been significant investments. Number one, the budget you approved helped our department do its job this year. I know there could have been a defunding budget approved. I've seen it in New York, in LA, in other places, Minneapolis, Seattle. We've seen the defund budgets approve this budget cycle. So I really do appreciate your stance to approve a budget that did not defund the police. And I want to thank you publicly for that. Thank you. Oh, Mayor, thank you for not having a budget that cut the positions of cops out to the degree that we couldn't do the job. Secondly, the resources you gave us to pilot a co-responder model and a healthcare only model was a significant approval of monies to make that happen, because that is the way forward. I think the approval of the budget for personnel, the people I have on staff, I have a prosecutorial strategies person on staff that was approved in this budget. The person helps us prepare cases to get the highest bonds, the opportunity to get no bonds, to inform us on how and what judges need when we bring these cases forward. I have a budget item for a second person to come forward. I plan on hiring that person sooner rather than later to help us in our case filings and our Bureau of Detectives so that our clearance rates can get 60% and 70% in our homicide category. So those are just two examples that's moved the needle. And we are appreciative of that from this body.
I've noticed, so I don't know if you know, but I am daughter of Inglewood. So I always wear my Inglewood hat, which is right next to Chicago Line, Gage Park, New City, back of the yards. Large gatherings seem to be a huge issue citywide, but especially in our community. Is 7th District prepared on this weekend to diffuse these large gatherings? You know our people. You know what we do. The Hennessy, the pills, the two don't go, they don't match. And sometimes situations happen. A 1-month baby gets shot. 5 young women are killed right in the 16th ward. So I'm dealing with the trauma because I don't know what to say to my constituents or what hope to give to, we have empty souls out here. Will 7th District, citywide, but especially 7, is 7 prepared for large gatherings, not only this weekend, but today? Because we're not waiting on the weekends for crime. Crime isn't happening on the weekends.
Right.
It's happening Monday night, Thursday night. And can you guarantee that the manpower is there? Because when Inglewood gives the city a black eye, it affects all of us.
Yes, we are prepared. We have a large gathering plan that we had in place all summer in the 7th District as well as everywhere in the city. Our plan is to take enforcement action when the law is violated and earlier before the crowd gets out of control. Is it perfect? No. There's way more crowd gathering than we had a capacity, but we try and direct our personnel, particularly on weekends like this weekend, to take action sooner before the crowd gets out of control to enforce the law. If no law is being broken, we still try to have a police presence strong enough to discourage illegal activity. But we do try to keep it moving. We try to disperse. We have a plan, a mission on dispersals as well. So we have an integrated plan that includes various things along with our collaborative partnership. We get our street outreach and violence interrupters involved in large gathering as well to try to disperse. Sorry.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you.
Next up, Alderman, the chair recognizes Alderman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, thank you, Superintendent, and all the command staff with you today. I will be brief. I was one of the folks that asked for this meeting today. I'm very grateful for the presentations made surrounding how we're handling public safety right now. My commanders are fantastic in the 16th and 17th District, and Superintendent, I consider myself quite fortunate. You and I talk regularly, and I'm grateful for that, as well as folks in your command staff.
Alderwoman, I hate to interrupt, but we're having a little difficulty hearing you on this end, and I'm wondering if you can speak up a little bit or increase your volume.
Can you hear me now, Madam
That's
President?
better.
Okay, I'm going to use my mom voice and yell a little bit. Superintendent, thank you very much. You've been always very receptive to me. We have great communication, as does your command staff with me and the commanders in the 16th and 17th district. I have not hid that I've been very concerned with the types of crime we're seeing in this city. It is everywhere. You've heard aldermen from all wards sort of speaking to things that are just particularly frightening. The amount of shots fired that we're hearing. You know, I've had an experience with my own children that I shared with you where I was sheltering in place because we were near shots being fired, and it's frightening. And no one in Chicago, in any ward, should be experiencing this. This is our city, and we should be safe in our city. And so I'm grateful to that. A few things that have popped up today that I just want to bring up and say that my ward supports police. They are here to help. My ward shows up to roll calls and applauds our officers. This is a big deal to us. I heard Alderman Riley mention curfews earlier, and I know you and I had chatted about that. If this is something, if this is something that you need help with us from, or if we need to enforce this better, or you need our assistance, I stand ready to help you with that.
Thank you.
The other thing was, I know there was some talk about staffing, and I know COVID definitely had a lot to do with some staffing numbers, but we have attrition issues this year, and folks are retiring. The consent decree calls for stronger supervisor to staff ratios. Here in council, I'm happy to support you with more staffing if that's something that you need, and you don't have to wait till budget season to call me for that. This is important. And there's just something else I want to bring up is in my 39th ward with the 16th and 17th district, we have excellent policing. That's not our problem. Could we use some more manpower? Yeah, we sure could. A lot of folks say that. But what I find demoralizing, and I know they do too, they've done some incredible arrests on unlawful use of weapons charges. And a lot of my colleagues have brought up different opinions on this today, but I think it is incredibly demoralizing for someone to be picked up on an unlawful use of a weapon charge and then be released the next morning. I know you brought up in other comments that you're working with some of the ABCs, whether it's ATF or FBI, the Sheriff's Office, JTTF, but let us help you here. Tell us what you need, because there's a big difference between low-level drug offenses and unlawful use of a weapon and then being released the next day. And so however you see fit for us to help you there, I stand ready. And if, I'll end and say I wish you all good health and safety every day, but particularly this weekend. And if you'd like to address my comments, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for your support, and we can visit offline for the sake of time. I think there's one more that we're going to two more we're going to take.
The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent, just got a couple of quick questions, and I do appreciate you being here today to answer these questions. It's been a long day, but I do have a couple of concerns that I would like to talk to you about. I know one of the things that the press and a lot of us are going back and forth about is the data that you give out and the statistics. The Sun-Times says today that shootings are up and homicides are up, but you're saying that they're trending down. So how do you come to that conclusion?
So there's a year to date, that means January to June 2021 versus January to June 2020, downward trend in homicides.
Downward trend or down?
So downward trend, as well as today, as of today, I don't know when the Sun-Times article was date and time stamped. We have the same number of homicides so far this year, January to June, as we did last year, January to June. June to June, just June to June, not January to June, June to June, we were down 20% in homicides, and we were down in shootings. May to May, just the month of May versus the month of May last year, we were down in homicides and shootings. April to April, 2021 versus 2020, we were also down. That's what we're saying as far as a downward trend, not a year to date negative, but that's where we're trending. And by the way, there's a lot of cities in this country where cherry places with a downward trend instead of an upward trend. And that's all we're saying, because officers have, as we mentioned, canceled their days off and worked 12 hours. And they just need to hear that it was not all for naught, that their work has impacted saving lives. There were 78 people murdered this June. There were 98 people murdered last June. Officers just need to hear that.
No, I get that.
Okay.
Let me ask you, so why can't we have a consistent formula of reporting? Because I do remember we had a violent month, I don't know if it was January, February, where numbers were extremely high. I think murders were up maybe 50, 60%. January. And
then again in March.
And then
February was flat.
in February,
even,
but
because of the weather.
can I finish, Madam Chairman?
I was just being helpful.
Alderman is right. Let him finish the question, unless you, Alderman, want to do, for example, what Alderman Napolitano did. But otherwise, let him finish his question, then you answer.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is, January to February, you came right back the following month and says murders are down 54% from last month, but you didn't give the year to date. That is what everybody is saying, how you cherry pick what you want to report. And that is what confuses the public and as well as us, because you can't say, well, murders are down compared to last month. Compare year to year. Compare apples and apples and oranges and oranges. Okay, so that's where the confusion comes in. And so I would recommend that you get a consistent formula year to year and not compare, well, last month we had a good month, things went up, down, you know what I mean? It kind of gets confusing. So that's just a recommendation to you. The clearance rate that you talked about. What is the clearance rate on shootings? Not murders, shootings.
So shootings is not a crime category.
Okay.
So aggravated battery, battery with a firearm, whether it's shooting and misses, and we'll get each of those categories clearance rates to you.
Okay, well, the data that I have is just overall shootings is like 18%. So, we have a lot of shootings, but no arrests, no, maybe no victims, but just shootings as a whole. They say the clearance rate is about 18%. Does that sound about accurate?
I'll get back to you on the data.
Okay. All right. What's the average on a yearly basis of guns that we recover?
As I mentioned, this year we're at 6,000. Last year was 11,300. The year before we were at about 9,000. The year before that about 8,000. The year before that about 7,000. This is the unprecedented high mark in Chicago's histories of gun recovery.
Right. We usually average between 9 and maybe 11.
No, sir. We average between 8 and 9. 11,000 was second only to a year in the 1990s. And then 12,000, if we get above 12,000 this year, which we forecast, that's the most on record.
Okay, all righty. Do you know that you have the authority to change the amount of officers assigned to each district?
More complex than that.
You have the authority to change the number of officers assigned to each district as the superintendent. We know that there's a problem when people transfer out, they got to come back. You move people around and they have the right to bid back and all that whole process. However, if you were to look at the city as a whole, and I'm giving you another recommendation, if you look at the city as a whole and look to where officers are where they're needed. You can decrease the number of officers where they're wanted but not needed, and increase where they're needed but not wanted. Okay? Are you following me?
I am, but I'm trying to keep from laughing.
Well, I'm just giving you the facts, you know? So, district like the 5th district, you can increase it from 305 to 350 and decrease it in an area where there's very little crime from 305 to 250. So when you move officers, there's nowhere for them to go back. You can only go to where there's openings, and that's in the high crime area. That's how you get to the balance that my colleague here was talking about. That's how you get to that balance. Okay, where you don't have to create a mobile team to move officers around. You as the superintendent have the sole authority to do that, okay? So look into that and you can get back to me, but I'm telling you what you have the authority to do. You stated when you first came that you wanted to get murders down to less than 300. We're a long way away from 300. We hitting 300 in the first quarter, first 2 quarters. So something's not right. You talk about the playbook. Your playbook is not working. In the 5th district, up until you created this mobile unit, crime was down, violent crimes were down in the 5th district, 33%. Now I have skyrocketed because you've taken a lot of the resources out of the district and created this mobile unit. It's not working. So I'm going to implore you to put my officers back in the 5th district where my commander knows where the problems are, because you've dismantled what we had working. Out of the 15 violent communities that we talk about in this city, Roseland was the only one that had a decrease overall, the only one. And that's not the case anymore. And I was bragging about the work we were doing, the jobs we created, the opportunities we've created, the crime is down, the education, all of that has now been dismantled. That's extremely frustrating for me, for all the hard work that I have done in my community for over the years. So I don't know what your response to that could be.
We've worked with our software program to assign more officers to districts that demand it, but you know, it's a complex problem because of the labor contract. We have certain ways we can move officers from one district to another, but I just don't see in this room anyone that's gonna give you officers from their ward.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anyone in this room said,
you're doing it
I
now.
need this, less cops, less cops than another.
Mm-hmm.
Or everyone I hear in this room say, we need more cops.
Mm-hmm.
And so the rearranging of officers sounds great, but you got to navigate the labor contract and navigate the political landscape of who gives up officers,
Mm-hmm.
who agrees to give you cops over their ward.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we got to work out, the political landscape of doing that. But the solution is an aggressive hiring campaign that we are well on our way doing, and assigning all the new recruits such that we use that demand for cops to make you fill up those vacancies that you've experienced because of various reasons.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thanks, Madam President. Superintendent, it's been a pretty long day here, but I appreciate you and your staff sticking around for a lot of these questions. And everyone's brought up great comments. I'm over here. Sorry. Everybody has brought up great comments, concerns, ideas, and we have to look at all these comprehensively, because I know I don't have the solution. Each individual here doesn't have the solution. You don't have the solution. The mayor doesn't. It has to be comprehensive. And I've actually seen in the last couple of years, despite a worldwide pandemic, a sea change in the way we're looking at things and also doing things within the department, whether it's police oversight, as you mentioned. This is the time to do it. It's been far too long, but at the same time, looking at the way you adjust your policies within the department to create more CIT training, to create more officer wellness, to look at all of those issues that are coming together. Investment in the communities. Alderman Coleman and several others brought up about decades of disinvestment in these communities. And we're finally starting to see through, I think, the mayor's approach to South and West and putting billions of dollars over a long period of time into those communities and shifting it away from our areas where it hasn't been needed as much over time. And that's important to see that, because it will be that underpinning of those communities economically, socially, and all the resources that they need to finally address some of those issues that you are dealing with on a daily basis. But as I was listening as well, I had Alderman Villegas ask me how many pages of questions I had, and it was about 5, but I only have a couple minutes left here, and I want to get you back out on the road. When we look at our partners out there, and I hear this a lot with the county, what are they doing? What is the CTA doing? When the hospitals are calling officers, it seems like we're getting pulled to those places where we shouldn't be. And the resources that they are spending money on aren't being expended in the right way. Park District as well. So that's kind of a statement. You can answer it, I think, when I get to this next question, which is, what can you do specifically? And I thought we had meetings on this in a joint effort with the SA, the state's attorney, Chief Evans and his staff, with the different teams involved in that. What can you do specifically? Because we're in the midst of summer right now, to get all those people back together. And I know it requires government offices like the courts and a lot of government offices that need to reopen and start doing work again. What can you specifically recommend there?
We are meeting with State's Attorney, Chief Judge, and the county on a regular basis, Mayor and I and others on those calls. We continue to try to find common ground. We stand firm on where we disagree, but we're doing everything we can to collaborate where we can to help protect Chicago. And there are some things that we have discussed that EM, we share the data with the sheriff. That's significant. We want to collaborate further, of course, and we want to find ways, continue to find ways to work with the state's attorney and the chief judge.
Okay. Well, I think that if we see a ramp up of that, if we see a more public facing picture of that happening, and then having outcomes from that shared with elected officials across the board, because, a lot of people look to the alderman, they don't look to the state, they don't look to the feds. Everybody calls the alderman to say, every one of the departments, dozens of departments and all these agencies, if it's the CTA, the CHA, Park District, they all come to the alderman. So and the SA and the judges as well, maybe a more front-facing vision of what we can see there, so that we're not seeing a repeat of what we see essentially in the media. One of the tools that I've seen that works very well, and I think Alderman Riley helped get this going, was a few years ago, we created summary closure. Just last weekend, your commander in the 19th, Papineau, used summary closure to shut a place down where we had violent activity over several weeks that led to a shooting. Miraculously, nobody was hit. The guy must have been the worst shot ever, but 17 rounds fired into a crowd, no one got hit. Summary closure works. Is that a tool that we can continue to use where we have bad businesses, and then you can cooperate with BACP, the Liquor Commission, to say, use this tool, it's working. It's worked. We helped shut down several other businesses over the years. It's not a long-term tool, but to stop the immediate threat of violence, I think it works. And maybe if you
Yes,
want to
Rosa Escareno has her staff working late hours with us to do that very thing this summer. And they have done yeoman's work. I mean, they have really been impressive in the regards as it relates to their ability to respond to these pop-up parties and businesses that are in violation, or when we have shootings in places that have major issues, they take immediate action. We could always do more, but really the work they've done thus far has been extraordinary. I'll talk with Rosa, see if she give you a call, let you know all about the work they've done this summer with.
Yeah, and I think it's a good, especially during the summer, because a lot of this stuff flows to the outside. It starts inside, outside, and then you have the shots fired, you have the violence taking place. So I would like to see that as a summer tool utilized more often, and to allow commanders to make that decision to stand behind them. I, as an alderman, I will definitely stand behind every one of those decisions, because every time it was used, we were able to stop a place from committing or propagating those crimes throughout the neighborhood, the quality of life issues and the violence, and then using it more often, getting the law department behind it and saying, yes, this is an important tool to have in the police department or the police commander's pocket. Use it as appropriately as you can legally. You know, obviously we have to have the legal underpinning for it, but I think it's been a great tool. Finally, if you can expound on this is my last actual question, and I do appreciate everything you're doing. I go to every CAPS meeting that I can, and I think we have more than a dozen. We learn a lot there. We share a lot of information with the neighbors. The officers are doing a great job, 14, 19, 18, working through those CAPS meetings. The commanders do a great job of sharing information. One of the things that I talk to officers about, though, is their wellness, their family wellness. And how deep do you go into the well to speak to them as a sounding board? To those officers on the street, to those that are kind of listening to the community concerns. I know you talk to commanders, area chiefs, deputies, but last question, how deep do you go and how do you take that in and respond to their needs as a whole for the city to make them better officers so that we can have a better community throughout the city?
I do it in a couple of ways. One, I've been holding weekly focus groups of small groups of officers to come to headquarters and just them and I to talk about anything that they want to talk about. Then I turn the room over to Dr. Sobo, our EAP folks, and Alexa James, my senior advisor on officer wellness, to talk about officer wellness program. In addition, I'm a big believer in awards to our officers that do excellent work. So every week I have an award given to an officer in my office. We take pics, then we go out to the districts and we give them an award in the districts every week. I've asked my staff to double that because officers just don't get enough acknowledgement for the work they do. And I've taken it personal because we couldn't hold our award ceremony last year because of COVID. So I've tried to get as many awards to our officers as possible. And I've just taken it on personally to schedule those awards. They come line up about 5 or 6 at a time, twice a week in headquarters. And then I go out to the districts and roll call, give them their award every week. I never miss a beat. It's really important that they get acknowledgement for the work they do. Thank you.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate that. And again, thank you for being here today. I know everybody is concerned. Not a single person in here wants to see the violence that we see, anyone injured, any of our constituents across any neighborhood. And all of us want to work with you as closely as we can to make sure that we have a safer city. And I know that's a lot to put on your shoulders, what you hear today from 50 different people. But you know, I think we're all here to help in whatever capacity or whatever ideas or policies that we push forward to think those through with you and provide a safer city for everyone. So I appreciate you doing that. And thank you, Mayor. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent, can you tell me who you work with on the city summer plan?
Summer plan, we had a collaboration of all city departments as well as street outreach and violence interrupters, along with all of our federal partners. And we visited with as many of you as we could back in April when we were finalizing it. I think we had 2 separate meetings, April 9th, where we split you all in, I think we took half in one aspect of the meeting, and then we took the other half and just briefed you on what we were doing as we were finalizing it. So we try to include any and all stakeholders. Along with, we had virtual meetings with CPAP. We had meetings with our DAC chairs. We try to be as expansive as possible to include every stakeholder in our summer plan.
So I must have missed that meeting. Part of the problem is those meetings need to be proactive and happen in January. So I heard you say that. But what I think we all realize is if we ain't learned nothing from the global pandemic is we don't have the luxury not to work with each other all together. And so the thought that you don't have all the community organizations, all the churches, all the violence preventions, all stakeholders there is a problem. It really is. At the end of the day, when I have an issue with a building in my community, the first people I call are either the community organizations and the violence preventions, because I do understand the police are overworked. And so when I do that, that makes it better for my community. We got to do a better job of having those conversations in January. And all stakeholders should be involved. Don't pick and choose who you work with. And that's my problem with the entire city council. We're not moving because we're picking and choosing who we work with. I got 4 commanders that I have mad respect for, and I can pick up the phone anytime and call them. And when I end those calls, each time I say, be safe, and I want you to go home to your family. And so going back to Alderwoman Tobias' point, how long have they been on 12-hour days?
Starting today through Sunday.
So starting today.
Through Sunday.
They asked a lot of my questions. I want to see you all proactively work with Kim Fox's office, Tim Evans, and the state's attorney on a more public platform. Because you talked about you're doing it, but none of us have heard of it. None of us has talked about it. Alderwoman Sue Garza talked about another team that folks are involved of. Y'all are picking and choosing who y'all work with, and that's not working for our communities. It's just not. The officers in my community have been dispatched to other places. I had a conversation with you about Sergeant Wilson, so it has happened. What are you all ensuring to make sure that officers stay in our community? That's one. And then I want, through the chair, a count of how many police officers are in each district, because I don't feel like each district is created equally. You heard him talk about 350 one place and 250 in another. You're absolutely right. What alderman would give up their but if you're concerned about safety and you have no safety issues in your community, why not give them up for a week? Why not give them up for some time? Because we got the tale of 2 cities here. And so it's why the conversations between aldermen are different. And so how many police officers in each district? That's number one. And then a real conversation about why would I want to be a police officer if I see somebody putting the neck on somebody for 7 minutes and then I see other officers watching? And so the rhetoric of what you all do needs to change, because I look past your blue uniform. You are a person at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, I want you to go home, but you can't go home if you ain't willing to talk to me. You can't go home if you ain't willing to work with me. And that's something that we have not done. You stated yourself that for the last 4 or 5 years, we've added more police officers and we don't see crime changing. Why? Because we need a bunch of different things, not just police. You all are overworked. You are used in the wrong capacity. You all are not at the table, or what I will say is, I would love to see more commanders and everyday beat police at the table when you all are making policies and decisions. Because part of the problem is you all sit and make the decision and then y'all expect for them to roll it out when they were never at the table or never even asked. And so the bigger problem is, and I'm organized, so I see it that way. We all got to be at the table to make that decision, or not, we gonna be stuck in this same place forever. And I don't want to be in here. Just like you don't go to bed at night. I'm in 4 different police districts. You know how many times I get a call at 2 a.m. about somebody being shot? You think I sleep? None of us do. And so at the end of the day, Superintendent Brown, one of the things that you said to me was, I'm willing to work with you and I want to do things different. I don't feel like you've gotten an opportunity to do that. And so I'm going to push you. I'm going to push the administration and everybody else to make sure we do that. I expect for you to be a man of your word. And so you have met with me. So I can't say you haven't met with me. What I want you to do is meet with us in the community, us and the commanders, us and those officers who ride the streets every day, because that's where you're going to get your good information from. I got to give kudos to Deputy Commander Talley and Deputy Commander Snellings, because there is not anything that they don't do in my community, and I know I can depend on them and talk to them. And when we talk about defunding the police, I want to make something clear to you. This is not about the police not being in existence. That's never what this conversation about. It's about how do we put resources in the community as much as we put them into the police. And so I'm gonna need y'all to change the conversation about this defund the police, because my community definitely ain't saying get out. That's not what they're saying. And I'm at a balance. I gotta, some things that y'all do, I totally agree. Like we don't use the officers who work with the stores in our community enough. That's not even a program we even talk about enough. I'm concerned about where these officers are coming from the DCO. Are you all taking those officers off the streets and off the beats to fill this, or these somebody new or somebody that was on desk patrol?
It's a mixed bag.
So if you taking 10 of my people off the streets for this, what happens when there is a call of service? And so I'm concerned about that.
It's not 10, but we can talk.
I'm just using some numbers.
Yeah, we can talk.
My last thing is, you talked about, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. A lot of the data that supports you all adding more officers. What data are you actually looking at? And is that something you can share with us as aldermen? Because you talked about data before you got here. I would be interested in what was happening before you got here. I wasn't in this seat, so I would be interested in seeing that data.
Okay, we'll share it with you.
Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. Sue, thanks for coming out, you and your team. Ended up being a little longer than we would hope it would have, I guess, but I do think there was mostly fair and good comments and good suggestions. We stayed on track, and I'm very proud to say that this meeting stayed very civil. So I only have 2 questions and just a couple comments, so I'll try to only use half of my time. So my one question to you is, I know there's been some comments about you, about your lack of communications. Can you tell me where do I rank with you as far as phone calls? I mean, would you say I'm at the top, the bottom, the middle?
Number 1 with a bullet, my friend.
Number 1? I find it hard to believe I'm number 1. I know I call you off it. So, all right. Well, I didn't think I was number 1, but I always appreciate you calling me back. I can honestly say that you never ignore me. You return my calls. A lot of times I do call you. It's just comments of support and praying for you and the police department. So I would never tell you how to do your job. That's for sure. I'm an alderman now, but was a fireman before that and a UPS man before that. So I don't agree with you about one thing, and a few of my colleagues touched on it, and I'm not asking to comment on it. I just want to be on record as saying I'm not a big fan of canceling RDOs either. I believe there's a lot of hungry individuals out there that want the overtime and need the money, and I'd like to think they would volunteer to do it. But I understand you have to do what you have to do, but I just don't think it's a good idea. One of my questions is, where do we stand with and I'm not sure if you even know if this, I know it's an HR question, with the sergeants and the lieutenants, because the consent decree says we have to have a sergeant for every 5, is it?
Every 10.
Every 10, okay. So is it, so every 10, so 1 sergeant for every 10 people? And what do we have right now?
So we're short about 50 or so sergeants.
Okay.
We're promoting lieutenants in 2 weeks. We plan to promote sergeants as soon as the scores. They took part 2 of their exam June 9th through 13th of this year. So they're awaiting their scores. As soon as we get their scores, we're going to promote sergeants.
Okay, so that's all in line with the consent decree, and then everybody should be happy. Right. And yes. with the exception of the EPCS people, I guess. So as you know, I represent the biggest district in this. I don't represent it. I'm sorry. I'm part of the biggest district. Napolitano and myself are 100% the 16th district, and then we have Gardner that has a good portion of it, and Nugent and Villegas and Telefiero and Cardona's. Cardenas is not there. It's Cardona. So we nobody's going to want to give up their police. We certainly don't want to. I certainly believe we're cheated in our district. Ryan, I certainly believe we're cheated. We need more officers. So, 28 and a half square miles. We're looking for help, and anything you could send our way, we appreciate it. There's a lot of ground to cover, and we're just 99 in too many cars, and it's just not a good thing. I do talk. You think I call you a lot? I call my commander 5 times a week. So, at least 5 times a week, and that's not counting how many times I call the district or CAPS or the office for help on things. This meeting, so picking up off of this meeting, it may not be a bad idea. It's just something to think about, and I'm not asking to answer it. To maybe every 3-4 months, maybe have small group meetings with certain areas, maybe the south side one time, the west side one time, the northwest, the southwest, downtown, just break it up and just having, 7, 8 aldermen, just something to think about. That's all. You're just talking, every 3-4 months that may be a good idea. And I think with that, I just want to say, as you know, I like to think, along with a few of my other colleagues, we're the biggest police supporters. We have an annual police rally every year. And there's nothing you could do about it, or my commander, as I tell you all the time. So we're having it. And last year we had about 1,500 people. So no disrespect, but just want to give kudos to Commander Begain. She's awesome. And Chief Nieves. I talk to both of them quite often. We have a great line of communication, as I do with you, and I appreciate you for everything, and along with all the police. Oh, one last thing, I'm sorry, I just want to get into the hiring. Boy, as far as I know, it was mentioned about getting diversity, and I don't know how you're going to get diversity, because we're a nationwide test. So that it's not just people from Chicago. So when my colleagues say a third, it's just not going to happen, because we get too many kids applying from other states, from the suburbs, and I don't know what the solution to that is. Certainly, I think a solution would be for a Chicago preference. One of my colleagues mentioned about the demonizing of the police. I don't know how that's ever going to stop. I mean, I wish it would stop, because people are only hurting us, hurting policing. So, but with that, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and have an awesome weekend, and God bless you and the police department. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Spizzato. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent, I do want to say thank you to you and your command staff and the officers that are here as well. I know this has been an extremely long day, but it's a day that we needed to have. And so I want to thank you for presenting yourself the day before the city council. And I also want to thank my colleagues for being here as well. Superintendent, I for one, I pray for our officers every day. I pray for your leadership and the leadership of your command staff. It's something that's constant in my prayer because I understand the sacrifices of each and every one of your officers. And I understand your sacrifices as well. And that goes beyond protecting the city. I think your sacrifice extends, not just yours, but the sacrifices of your officers. It certainly extends to the time away from their families, their children and their loved ones, so that they can protect the city. And as you said earlier, we should definitely, as a council and as individuals, make sure we acknowledge that with our officers. And I think our officers can be discouraged and morale can drop when someone feels that they're not appreciated. And so I accept your challenge to make sure that we are telling our officers how much we do in fact appreciate it. Now, although we will be tough at times and critical at times as well, and rightfully so, we should also spend the effort and the energy in supporting our police officers and praying for our police officers. But most important, letting them know that we have their backs as well. And I think you could tell from a lot of the comments today and the suggestions that have been made by several aldermen, just based on the comments alone, there are a multitude of issues that our police department is faced with. And I think I often go back to our very first meeting when you and I spoke. And what I took from that meeting, most importantly, was the fact that I felt your commitment to the city of Chicago. I felt your commitment to the men and women that you would be leading. And I was sold, and I still am sold. I trust in your leadership. And I know you've not been with the department long, but you have fought hard for the men and women of the police department, and you fought hard for the people that live in this city. And so I want to commend you for that. Any of us that have not really sat down and talked or even gotten in a car to drive around with a police officer, you're doing yourself a disservice, because you really need to know what an officer goes through on a day-to-day basis. And I would really implore you to do that. Sit down and talk to these guys about their struggles, about their successes, about their vision for the department as well, because you can learn so much from them. And so I say, as I recount back to our very first meeting, I walked away knowing that you would commit yourself not only to this city, but you would commit yourself to the men and women that you lead. And I think you've done so very honorably, and I think you're proud of what you've done. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I know that there are a lot of issues that we need to deal with. And I think we're going to deal with those. I would recommend to you, Superintendent, and to my colleagues, to get to know their commanders, and for their commanders to get to know the aldermen as well. So much can be accomplished when you do that. So much can be accomplished from a basis of having knowledge of what's going on in our wards and in the district, to even offering suggestions beyond those that are the standard. Let me see what an alderman wants to do with regard to implementing hotspots, but also coming up with strategies with your commanders. I don't want to name names, but I have to say the commanders in the 15th district and the 25th district, and I have a very small portion of 16, but the commanders in the 15th district and the 25th district are just incredible. We've taken listening to suggestions as well as trying to implement those, and also keeping me fully aware of what's going on in our district. So I have to commend your commanders there. And I hope all of them are like Commander Gutierrez and Commander Wine, because they are on top of it, and that's what we need. I was hoping that we would spend a lot of time speaking about this weekend, to make sure that each and every one of us can walk away knowing that our city will be safe and secure to the best of your ability. But I understand also that other issues needed to be addressed, and I think you will continue to address those. So I'm thankful for the plan that you've put in place. I will pray for that plan, and I will pray that we have a safe city over this holiday weekend. The only question I would have to ask is, how are you employing your administrative personnel along with the district personnel?
Yes, the administrative personnel, primarily in police headquarters, is who we have deployed along with these assignments. They are deployed on the lakefront. They are deployed in areas in the central business district, as well as some being deployed in the neighborhoods. So we've used all hands on deck for this weekend's deployment. And we do that each time we have these challenging weekends that are predictably more violent than other weekends.
Okay. And I would even suggest even going a little beyond this particular weekend that we know traditionally it has been a violent weekend. I would even think about coming up with a deployment strategy on how you could use your administrative personnel even better throughout the remainder of the summer.
That's Chief McDermott's project, Alderman. I'm sorry to interrupt,
Okay.
Mayor. Slap me on the hand again, but yeah.
Okay, and I will talk to Chief McDermott, but let me thank you for your leadership again. I can't stress it enough. I understand the magnitude of how difficult it is to run a department, but also how difficult it is to even be responsible for the number of residents in this city, the 2.7 or 2.8 million, and keeping them safe. And so my prayers are always with you. And if you ever need anything from me again, just give me a call. And I look forward to having another conversation with you with regard to how we can make this a better city. Thanks a lot, Superintendent. Thank you for your command staff as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Chair recognizes Chairman Harris.
Thank you. But I would be remiss, Madam President, if I just didn't acknowledge the Chicago Police Department for everything that they do. I have 4 commanders that are amazing. And while I feel everything's not perfect, they are fabulous leaders and they work with me on all my issues. So thank you. So with that, I move that we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Chairman Harris on the motion for adjournment.
There being no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn by the same roll call vote as that was applied to determine quorum.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Safe weekend, everyone.